Welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty detective pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you.
Mankiller by Raoul, Whitfield. The Black Mask, April 1932. Don Free stood just inside the entrance door of the Hammond agency and blinked gray eyes in the direction of Jen Carl. The girl used a lipstick deftly, slipped it into a drawer of the desk behind which she sat relaxed in the chair. Don Free continued to look at her. Finally he swore cheerfully. She said, "Well, like it?" Free grinned. It made him look 10 years younger, almost boyish. He used his whole face when he grinned. "Gave me a shock," he replied. "Platinum, eh?" She nodded and touched her hair with long, slender fingers. When he'd last seen her, 10 days ago, she'd had long brown hair. It had been touched with gray, and he'd liked it. She said again, "Well, like it?" Free let his grin become a smile and looked older. He had a strong face, slightly browned. He was clean-shaven, and his lips were too thin to make him handsome. Otherwise, his features were good. He looked towards a narrow corridor running from the outside office. The door of it stood half opened. "Sure, Jen," he said thoughtfully, but not as though he were thinking about the color of her hair. She shrugged. "Which means you don't," she stated, "and that's all right, too." He nodded. "I wouldn't know, Jen," he said. "It doesn't matter anyway." "I love you for what's under the mattress stuff," she said with faint bitterness. "Like hell you do." He took off a light brown coat and a brown felt hat, put them on a chair. "Tim, inside?" he asked. She nodded, and her eyes grew narrow. "And loving being there," she said with more bitterness. "The man killer's with him." Don Free looked at a picture of Abraham Lincoln hanging on the office wall. "The man killer," he said. Jenny Carl nodded, her lips smiling. "Go on in and get a load of her," she suggested. "Better knock first." Free looked slightly puzzled. "Business?" he asked. She closed her eyes and hit the desk with a clenched fist. "If it is, it's funny business," she said. Min spoke slowly. "Now, Jen, times are bad. The agency needs business." She breathed something he didn't catch, and then said more clearly, "I am damn glad you got back. Tim needs someone to tell him a woman's only a woman." Free half closed his eyes and whistled softly. "You are not getting that way, Jen, after all these years." He watched the bitterness in her eyes. "All these years, that's the trouble," she said. "Better go in, Free. He's expecting you." She chuckled a little, with bitterness in it. Free looked at the face of Lincoln again. "Better buzz him that I am here, Jen," he said. She lifted a French phone and after a few seconds said, "I didn't disturb you too much, Mr. Hammond." "I wouldn't want to, you know. Free's here." She replaced the apparatus and shrugged at Free. "Okie," she said. "Be sweet to her. She's so damn young, and in so damn much trouble." Free looked at Hammond's secretary and whistled again. Jen Carl lifted papers from her desk and held them so her face was hidden. Free went from the room and along the corridor. At the end door he rapped, but went right in. Tim Hammond stood near a window that wasn't very far above where traffic made sound. The girl sat in a chair near Hammond's desk. She was very beautiful. Hammond said, "Hello, Free. That was nice work in Philly. 12 years back, alimony. It'll be a good lump for his wife. Did he kick much?" Free grinned. "Offered me $5,000 just to go away and forget. Said he dropped a lot recently, at Monte Carlo, got nasty, but he came through. The new one is fed up with Paris and the Riviera, and he wants to stick in the States for a while. Hammond was short and thick-set. He had gray hair and a handsome, dissipated face. His eyes were deep-set and gray. He nodded and gestured towards the girl. "Miss Reynolds," he said. "My assistant, Don Free." Free lowered his head slightly and smiled. The girl said, "Hello, Mr. Free." Her voice was soft and very smooth. Her enunciation was very lovely. She was beautiful in a very feminine way, and yet she hadn't the quality of a doll. Her eyes were brown, almost the color of her hair. She was tall and slender, and very perfectly dressed. Her hat was a concession to a new style, yet not the style itself. Hammond said a little grimly, "Unfortunately, Miss Reynolds is in trouble. Serious trouble." The girl looked at the carpet on the office floor. Free said nothing. When she raised her eyes, there were tears in them. She looked at him for several seconds, then lowered her eyes. Free said, "That's too bad." Hammond nodded and went over and sat down behind his desk. He chewed a fingered knuckle. "Anyone outside when you came in?" he asked. Rennie shook his head. Hammond's gray eyes held little expression. "Miss Reynolds has killed a man," he said slowly. "About an hour ago," Free said. "Well, killed him, eh?" Hammond nodded. The girl, with her head still lowered, shivered a little and made a moaning sound. Hammond said, "A lot of others have tried to kill this same man, but it never took. He rated killing." "Free, but here is the law." Free said slowly, "Sure, here is always the law." Hammond smiled thinly. "It was Bander Free, Tony Bander." Free sucked in a slow, long breath. He swore very softly. The girl looked up and said fiercely, "I didn't mean to kill him, want to kill him." "I had to kill him," Hammond said. "That's the way it was, Free." Free narrowed his eyes and said, "That's the way what was?" Hammond looked at the girl and spoke gently. "That's all right, Miss Reynolds. Don't worry." His eyes went to Free's. "It was like this," he said, and then was silent for several seconds. When he went on, it was as though he were reading a newspaper item. "Recently, Miss Reynolds inherited quite a sum of money. She's always lived in New York, but she hasn't gone about so much. Miss Reynolds likes horse racing, a fine sport, Free. Now and then she used to make a bet with the inherited money. She increased her betting a bit naturally." He paused, and Free said, "Naturally." Hammond nodded. "About a week ago she had a streak of luck and made a big winning. The bookie was hit pretty hard, and he felt she should meet his backer. It happened to be Bander. Miss Reynolds didn't know anything about him, but she thought he was pretty nice. Tony could be that way, you know. Well, it turned out he wasn't so nice, and about an hour ago he got himself killed." Free looked at the girl's bowed head and said nothing. Hammond frowned. "Miss Reynolds was perfectly justified, of course, but we don't want the usual mess. Publicity, jury trial, the tabs smearing her name all over everything. You know how it is." The girl shivered again. Free looked at Hammond, smiling just a little. "I know how it is, Tim," he said. His voice held a peculiar note, and Hammond continued to frown. The girl spoke, without lifting her head, very softly. "I told him I didn't care about the bet. I'd let it go, but he wouldn't." Her voice broke. Hammond said, "Well, let's not worry about that. Tony's dead, and the setup doesn't look bad. But we've got to be careful, Free. Awful careful. Miss Reynolds went to Berkeley right away, and he sent her here. Berkeley, you and I, and Miss Reynolds, we're the only ones who know she killed him." Free said a little grimly. "That's fine if it's right." There wasn't much enthusiasm in his voice. Hammond said. It's right. Tony met Miss Reynolds at the Paramount at 3. They sat through part of a picture. Then he told her he had cash for her at his place. He said he always settled with cash. They took a cab down to the village, got out 3 or 4 blocks from his place. It's a nice old-fashioned 3-story brick house with window boxes. The girl said a little shakily. Green window boxes? It looks so nice. Hammond said, Yeah, with green window boxes. They went inside, Tony using a key. He showed her around and then took her into his radio room. He's a radio fan, he can get China. It's a soundproof room. Well, things didn't go so good. Free? And Tony got shot. Miss Reynolds came out, and she doesn't think anyone saw her. Tony didn't use the house much, he told her. He only went there on important business. The room was soundproof, so the chances are he's still where he fell. Miss Reynolds went right to her lawyer, and Berkeley sent her to me. I happened to be in. Free said, That was lucky. Hammond's eyes got very small. Free looked at the girl. Sure Bander was dead? He asked quietly. She raised her head and dabbed at her eyes with a small handkerchief. He didn't think he had ever seen a more beautiful woman. She wasn't a kid, yet everything was fresh, youthful. Her lips and eyes were lovely. She nodded slowly. His eyes were open, staring terribly, she said softly. I waited perhaps a few minutes. It seemed hours, I am sure. He was dead. Free said, What did you do with your gun? Her eyes widened. It wasn't my gun, she said. Her voice rose a little. It was his, Hammond said. It was in the radio room, Free. You see, it was just in there, on a cabinet or something. Miss Reynolds isn't sure what the gun was on. She just grabbed for it. She's been through a lot. Free? Free nodded. Sure, he agreed. Well, what did you do with the gun you killed him with, Miss Reynolds? She shivered a little, then sat erect. Her eyes met his squarely. I brought it away with me, she said. It's in my bag. Free looked at Hammond, and Hammond nodded. I've had a look at it, Free. A 10-slug Colt, with 2 slugs used. Miss Reynolds thinks she shot twice. Tony was close to her, and she thinks she got him in the stomach and heart. She was pretty excited, you see, and she just grabbed the gun and squeezed it. You know how it goes, Free? Free's eyes were very small. Sure, Tim, he said. It's happened before. She noticed the gun right after she got in the radio room, eh? The girl said, About 5 minutes after, Mr. Bander. He didn't seem to notice it, or if he did, he didn't pay any attention to it. When he said he wouldn't let me go, I remembered the gun. It was all very terrible, Hammond sighed. Poor kid, he breathed. Don Free looked at the carpet. Well, you don't think you were seen going in the Greenwich Village house or coming out. You haven't been playing around with Tony Bander. The shot was fired in a soundproof room, and you got the gun. A lot of guys were after Tony, and the police know that. Only 3 of us know that you killed him. Hammond reached for a pack of cigarettes laying on his desk. That's about it, Free, he said. He rapped on the desk surface before he lighted the cigarette. When he spoke, his voice held a thoughtful note. What I am afraid of is a slip-up, the girl said huskily. Oh, Hammond said. They might have been seen at the Paramount, or on the way downtown, or going in the house. She might have been seen coming out. And to here is this bookie who had Bander as a backer. Free nodded. What's his name? He asked. The girl said, Cronin. Eddie Cronin. He has an office in the James Building, but I've never been there. Hammond blew a thin stream of smoke towards the ceiling. He hummed very quietly, self-defense free. But we've got to be careful. If anyone is wise, they won't run to the police. They'll come after Miss Reynolds. She's just inherited a lot of money. I think we can handle the police, unless things get too hot. I'd like you to buzz around the village and find out if they've found the body yet. And you might get a line on Cronin, see if he knows anything or suspects anything." Free looked towards the girl's handbag. Hammond watched him and said, "We'd better keep the gun, Miss Reynolds." She handed the bag to him and he opened it. He put a handkerchief in his palm, covering his fingers, and took the Colt from the bag, got it in a drawer of his desk. The girl said, "I will pay you well, Mr. Hammond." He smiled at her. "Naturally," he agreed, "but just once. We're not blackmailers, Miss Reynolds. That's what I am worried about." Free looked at the girl. "You wore gloves when you grabbed the gun?" he asked. She nodded. Hammond said, "That's all right anyway. I'd used cloth on the gun, and Miss Reynolds has never been fingerprinted, of course." Free smiled a little. "Sure," he said, "but she might be." The girl widened her eyes, and her lips trembled. Hammond frowned at Free. "See what you can dig up," he said. "Take it very easy, of course. Call me back at 7 and we'll eat together." Free nodded. "Okay," he said. His eyes met those of the girl. "It'll be all right, Miss Reynolds," he told her. "Don't let it hit you too hard." He was a louse, and a mart for somebody's bullets pretty quick. Anyway, just stay with it. She covered her face with gloved hands and her body shook. Free nodded to Hammond and went from the office. In the outside room he stood beside Jen Carl, offered her a cigarette. She refused and lighted one for himself. She said, "A knockout, eh?" He shrugged. "One kind of one," he replied. "What was the idea of you calling her a man-killer, Jen?" Bitterness was in her voice again. "She's got Tim going," she said. "I went into the office just before you arrived. She was crying, and he was patting her shoulder. He told me to get out and knock before I came in, the next time. A lot of them have cried in there, but this is the first time I've caught Tim patting one on the shoulder." Free grinned. "Yeah? This is the first time you've caught him," he said dryly. "What's her first name, Jen?" she said. "Mary." Free nodded. "That good old-fashioned name," he breathed. The secretary swore. After a few seconds she said, "What's her trouble?" "Free." "Anything serious?" Free grinned again. "Can't tell yet. Nothing much, I'd say. Just one of those things." Jen Carl frowned. "One of what things?" she asked. Ving chuckled. "You women," he muttered. "She's an agency client, Jen. Her secret is our secret." Jen sniffed nastily. Free said, "I am going to poke around some. But if anyone calls or comes in, you might say I haven't come back from Philly yet." She nodded. He looked at her hair and said, "It's all right, Jen. I like it." She frowned at him. "You think it's business in there, Free?" she asked. "Give it to me straight." "I'm damn sure it's business in there, Jen," he replied. "Don't be that way." He put on his coat and hat and went from the office. There was a side entrance to the building and he used it. In the cab on the way downtown, he decided that Tim Hammond had acted rather strange and that Jen Carl was worried about something besides a pat on the shoulder. Mary Reynolds he hadn't been able to figure, but he was willing to agree that she was a mat killer of one kind or another. After an hour he had got nothing of importance, and he called the agency. When he asked Jen if Tim was inside alone, she said, "Yeah, Free." That he was, but that she thought it had broken him up to let his pal go. Free said, "Switch me in." Hammond said, "Hello, Parker," in a cheerful voice, and Free spoke slowly. "On that downtown deal, everything seems quiet. Maybe I'd better pick up somebody and go inside for a peek. What's the address?" Hammond hesitated, and after a few seconds gave it to him. "You want to be pretty careful, Parker," he warned and said. "Sure I want to. You believe the lady, of course? Hammond grunted. Naturally, he said. I just called Berkeley and checked up. He isn't worried about the police, but he says we've got to protect our client. He's afraid of the friends of the man in that house. The sleeping chap, see? Free. Said that he saw. I'll be sure everything is right outside and get in for a peek, then we'll know how to move. Our client might have made a mistake on what happened, Hammond said. She didn't, Parker, but handle it that way and then call me. Free was smiling a little as he hung up. Hammond was seldom sure about women clients' stories, but he was sure about the one this client had told. And it had been a pretty wild story. He picked up Crail, one of the agency men, at his flat, and 20 minutes later they were on a quiet village street, not far from 10th. Free said, If a cop comes along, tell him you are off duty and looking for Joe Saline. Saline had a beat around here a few weeks ago, but got himself transferred nearer his home. Don't get too far away from the place, unless you have to. I don't want anyone coming inside, Crail said. Right. He walked along the sidewalk near the house front. His police uniform fitted him. Pretty well lewd, went up 3 or 4 steps and into a clean vestibule. It was almost dark. He tried the knob of the inside door, and when nothing happened he got a few keys from his pocket and went to work. After about 2 minutes the door opened. As he went inside he turned and saw Crail strolling in front of the house. Inside everything was quiet. It was dark, but not absolutely black. Free went through 2 rooms downstairs, neither very large. The place was furnished nicely, and didn't look as though it had been used much. He went up 1 flight of stairs and went through another room. There was a narrow hall leading towards the rear of the house, and there seemed to be a door at the end of it. When he got close to the door he saw that it was tightly fitted. His left hand was gloved. He found a knob and opened the door slowly. The air in the room was bad, and it was very dark. There were no windows, or else the windows were heavily covered. Free got a small flashlight from a pocket and snapped the button. There was a heavy explosion. Free's body, pitched to the right, struck against the open door. His right hand jerked a Colt free of his pocket. The flashlight struck the floor and rolled a little. There was a second roaring explosion, and the bullet made sound as it tore into the carpet somewhere near the flashlight. Free, on his knees beside the open door, let his body fall. It made thudding sound as he struck the carpet, which was thick. He lay motionless, his gun at his side, one arm thrown out. Faint light from behind, from the narrow hall, came into the room. The flashlight beam was still streaking light. Across the carpet, with slitted eyes, Free saw a motionless hand, caught in the yellow-white beam. A diamond glittered on a half-stretched finger. There was the sharp odor of gun smoke in the room. The beam of the flashlight suddenly caught shoes, brown shoes. There were the cuffs of trousers, narrow and gray striped legs moved across the beam. Free's slitted eyes could see almost to the knees of the moving man. Then the color was gone from the beam of light. There was a faint swishing sound, a very soft thud, as though a heavily padded door had closed. Free lay, motionless for almost 30 seconds, his Colt gripped tightly in the fingers of his right hand. The hand was beside the open door. When he pulled himself to his knees, he reached for the flashlight, moved it slightly. The beam struck Tony Bandor's body. Bandor's head was twisted to one side. His eyes were staring. His lips were drawn back slightly from white, even teeth. The diamond on a finger still shot color out. He was dead. Rito listened, as faint sounds seemed to come from the hall or the stairs, or a room below. He snapped out the flashlight, stood up with his gloved hand. He found the knob of the door, went into the hall, and closed the door very softly behind him. He stood for several seconds listening, and then moved to the head of the stairs. It took him almost 5 minutes to reach the floor below. The entrance door was heavily curtained. but as he neared it, he saw the figure of Crail stroll past the house. A cab cruised by, and Crail looked towards it blankly. Don Free put his colt out of sight, opened the door, and went to the vestibule. He closed the door behind him, then turned the knob. There was a spring lock, and he could not open the door. He pulled his brown hat low over his eyes, saw the rip in the cloth of his coat sleeve that the first bullet had made. His lips were pressed tightly together as he went from the vestibule. Down the few steps, Crail's back was to him, and he walked along behind the uniformed man. At his side he slowed down a little. There were people on the street, but no one was near them. Free kept his head low and fumbled with his hat brim with both hands. "Hear anything from inside?" he asked. Crail said softly, "Yeah, 2 shots. Not too loud, though. 2 cabs were passing and there was L racket." Free said, "All right, I'll be seeing you." Crail spoke thickly. "You Okie? Okie." Free was a little ahead of the uniformed man. "No one came out ahead of me?" Crail said, "No." Free walked faster, took his hands away from his hat brim. He stopped at the corner and lighted a cigarette. When Crail passed close to him, he said, "Get out of the uniform and stick around the flat." Crail nodded his head very slightly and went on. Free went around the corner, and after a few seconds hailed a cab. He pointed to the street along which he had just come. "Go down there about halfway, and park on the south side if you can," he said. "Kill your engine, but stay back of the wheel. Don't turn or talk to me, even when I tell you what to do next." The cab driver nodded. Don Free got inside, hunched down in a corner of the seat. The cab moved forward and around the corner. The driver took it halfway eastward on the block and parked on the south side. The house in which Tony Bander was lying dead was about 50 yards to the eastward, and on the north side. The street was a quiet one, but 10 persons passed the 3-story house with the green window boxes while Don Free watched. No one was passing when a medium-sized man came from the house. He wore a gray overcoat and hat, and his trousers were gray. From the distance, Don couldn't distinguish a stripe. The man held a handkerchief over his mouth, looked up and down the street, barely noticing the cab. Then he moved down the few steps, turned eastward. Jim Lanner, another agency man, came along from behind the cab and stopped near it. Without looking at Free, he said softly, "I had a damn bad stomach ache when you called me from Crail's flat. Is that my man?" Free said, "Forget the stomach ache and don't lose him. He counts." Lanner nodded and went along in the same direction as the one who had come from the house. He had a tabloid in both hands and he read it as he went along. Don Free straightened and was about to tell the driver to keep Lanner's tall figure in sight when a cab came eastward fast and halted 2 houses past the one occupied by Bandor. A woman got out and paid up. She was young and slender and looked good at 70 yards. The cab went on, and the woman stood near the curb, fumbling in a bag she held in her right hand. A messenger boy passed her. She looked at the cab twice, then took something from the bag, snapped it shut. Instead of going into the house before which the cab had halted, she walked rapidly westward, made a sharp turn, and went into Bander's place. Her figure was lost from sight in the vestibule. You'd whistled softly and hunched back in the cab again. A minute passed, then another. A uniformed officer came westward slowly, and when he was 100 yards or so from Bander's place, the street was very quiet. The first scream was shrill and terrible, but it reached the street faintly. The second got outside the house more loudly, and the uniformed officer heard it. He increased his pace and was almost in front of the green window boxes when the woman came out. She screamed again in the vestibule, and the uniformed cop ran towards her. Reen's cab driver was stiff in the seat, but he didn't turn his head. Free was frowning. He leaned forward a little and said, "All right, 7th and 40th Street, and make it fast." The driver twisted his head and looked at him with hard blue eyes. Then he shook his head. "Wait till that cop comes out of there," he said. Free narrowed his gray eyes on the driver's. "What happens in there won't make any difference to me," he said. "Get going." The cab driver shook his head. "You picked me up at the end of this street and had me come back here. I want to know what's wrong in there before I take you anywhere." Free swore softly. Then he smiled a little. "Know who lives in there?" he asked. The driver shook his head. "And I don't care who," Free interrupted. "Tony Bander lives there," he said very slowly. "And what happens in there is his business and maybe mine. It's not yours." He watched the eyes of the cab driver get wide and the hardness go out of them. He said thickly, "Tony Bander." Free nodded. "That's the name," he said, "and I want to get to 7th and 40th very quick." The starter made sound and the engine made more sound. The driver muttered something that had the word "sorry" in it, and the cab jerked forward. When it passed Bander's house, Free saw that the door of the vestibule was half opened. Then the window boxes were behind. He settled back in the cab. The one with the gray coat and trousers was not in sight ahead, nor was Jim Lanner. The cab turned northward and moved along at good speed. At 40th and 7th, Free got out. He tipped the driver $1, and the man said, "I wasn't figuring to be nasty back there." "Just careful like." Free smiled and nodded. "Sure, it always pays to be careful," he said. The driver grinned, then his eyes got hard again. "It sounded like that woman had seen something pretty bad in there," he breathed. He grinned again. "But you never can tell about a woman." Free smiled a little tightly. "Never," he agreed. J. Carl looked up from her machine and smiled at him. He went over close and looked at her hair. "I like it better all the time," he said. "Has the man-killer gone?" She nodded. "About 10 minutes after you left, she was crying." Free nodded. "Tim didn't go with her?" She shook her head, and her eyes grew smaller. Free nodded again. "I am expecting a call," he said. "Get it right to me." "Tim's inside." "Inside," she said. Her eyes widened as she stared at his coat sleeve. "You've torn your coat, Free." He looked in the wrong place first, then found the rip. He whistled in surprise. "Now, how the devil did that happen?" he breathed. "In the cab, I suppose." She looked doubtful but didn't say anything. Free went along the corridor and rapped on the door of Hammond's office. Hammond said, "Come in." He went in. The agency head was seated back of his desk, and Free went over and sat on a corner of it. Hammond looked at him without speaking, and used his eyes without missing the cloth tier. He leaned forward and looked at it more closely. Then he swore. "Bullet?" He asked. Bean said, "Bullet. The other one didn't come that close." Hammond cleared his throat. "What did yours do?" he asked. Reen shook his head. "I didn't use any." He pressed his lips together tightly, then parted them. "What's the game, Tim?" he asked. Tim Hammond looked puzzled. "Game, you know, as much as I do, more." He said. Reen shook his head. "Not one way. Tony's dead. I didn't stick around long enough to learn just how he got it. I had Crail outside in a cop's uniform and Jim Lanner up the street. When I went inside this radio room or whatever it was, someone took 2 shots at me. I went down and let my flashlight roll. I think whoever fired was satisfied he got me. He got out of the room without using the door I'd opened. He wore gray striped trousers with a narrow cuff. I took things easy getting out of the house, but this one left after me. Lanner picked him up, and I am waiting for a call at least. Lanner picked up a fellow with gray trousers who came out of Bander's house. Then a woman came along in a cab, went in tall and slender and dressed nice. She yelped and ran out screaming, and a cop was on the street. They went back in together, and I came on up here. Hammond tapped on desk wood with knuckles. "So the police know Bander's out of things," he said. Reen nodded. And someone else knew it before I got there, he replied. Hammond frowned. You didn't see the face of the one who shot at you? Free shook his head. He must have heard me coming up the stairs. He had the lights out. My flash was on the floor and he crossed in the low beam. I could only see to his knees, but I think Lanners got him tailed. Hammond nodded slowly. Then the Reynolds girl did finish Tony, he breathed softly. Wheely said, think so? Hammond narrowed his eyes and sank low in the chair. You don't, eh? He replied. Rain shrugged. She isn't young. She is fresh-looking. She doesn't look like the sort of little fool that would chase along to Bander's place without expecting to be kissed, Tim. Hammond shrugged. You're getting old. Free. What she expects doesn't count with us. She went down there, and naturally she'd pull the innocent stuff on us. She's worth a lot of money. Something went wrong, and she finished Bandor. Then she got scared. She went to Berkeley. And that was wise. Berkeley knows what to do in something just like this. He sent her over here. They're both thinking the same way she killed Bandor, and someone will guess that she did. Then they'll close in on her. We've got to stop that. Free smiled coldly. The agency is getting up in the world, he said grimly. We now protect man-killers. Hammond swore gently, then smiled. How about taking 5 minutes out, and we'll both weep for dear old Tony Bandor, he said with sarcasm. He'll be missed at church on Sunday. I don't imagine he spotted out more than 8 or 10 guys, and he only beat 3 stick-up indictments. Free smiled cheerfully. All right, Tim. A girl comes and says she killed Tony and she's frightened because his friends might guess that she did and come after her. I go down to check up on her story. Tony's dead, but someone inside opens up on me. Why, there wasn't much light on me. I'd been away 10 days. I don't know much about Bandor's mob. Supposing the girl who went in and found Tony's body had gone in when I did. What would have happened? Hammond grunted. What would? He asked. Wen smiled with his eyes narrowed. She'd have got the same dose, only more of it, because she wouldn't have had sense enough to fall and stay down, he said. That Jen in there was expecting someone he wanted to kill. That's my hunch. I wasn't the one. Hammond looked thoughtful. Or he was in the room and figured he'd better play safe. Maybe he thought you were a dick, or maybe he was nervous or hopped up. We can't figure what he thought. He missed you, and he got outside. And Lanner is tailing him. That's good enough. The police know Bandor's dead. That's all right if Miss Reynolds wasn't seen. Dawn Free looked at the knuckles of Hammond's right hand and he spoke slowly, softly. You wouldn't fool me, would you, Tim? Hammond closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they held a hard expression. Jen's been talking to you, Free, he said. She's been worried lately. I've had some conferences, and just my luck the ladies have been nice-looking. Jen's been getting nervous. She had her hair done over. Notice it? Free smiled. I noticed it, he replied. You wouldn't fool me, would you, Tim? Hammond said sharply. You don't think Miss Reynolds finished Bandor, is that it? There was a little silence, and then Free spoke in a quiet voice. The Bandor mob is a hard one, Tim. We both know that I am working for you, but I am not dying for you, not if I can help it. I am entitled to know all the truth, kicking around, and I don't think I know all of it. Tim Hammond stood up and looked squarely at Free. His eyes were expressionless. You are my best man, and I'd hate to see you quit the agency, Don. You got this the way I got it. Free said, You were talking to Miss Reynolds before I came in, and after I went out. She didn't say anything of importance, anything I don't know, Hammond said. She didn't say anything of importance, anything you don't know. It comes down to this. She's been living a pretty quiet life around the city, without too much money. She inherited a lot of money, and her life hasn't been so quiet. Instead of doing the usual and losing her money, she won some more, Cronin couldn't pay, and he turned her over to Bander. Bander went at it too fast and left a gun laying around. He got the works, and the girl didn't throw hysterics. She calmed down, got out of the house with the gun, went to Berkeley. He sent her here, you know the rest. Free sighed. All right, Tim, he said. What next? Hammond frowned. You better find out who the fellow that shot at you is. We can learn how the police are thinking. And T. Here is Cronin. Miss Reynolds has changed her apartment hotel and is going to sit tight under another name for a while. The phone on Hammond's desk made buzzing sound. He lifted it, then handed it to Free. Free said, Yes? Jim Lanner's lazy tones came over the phone. The stomachache is better. My man took in a Western picture at a small house. For 15 minutes, I think he had a shot. He picked a chair near a wall, in a dark spot. He was pretty shaky going inside. Dropped his ticket twice. We're in a speak now. He's drinking beer in another dark corner, and he's alone. I've got a hunch he's meeting someone here. He goes for his wristwatch every few minutes. After the picture, we took a short walk, and that helped the stomachache. Free said, That's fine. Talk some more and work in the speak address. If I get down there too late and you gone, I'll go over to Crail's flat, and you call me there. We'll stay apart, if you are still in the speak. He might have spotted me inside the house, and your stomachache might get worse, if that's the case. He could hear a radio yapping over the wire. Lanner talked and worked in the address, he went on. I've got a wall phone, and I can see my man. He's just met his pal. He's smooth-shaven with a long nose. He's big and wears clothes like a plain clothes man. His left arm is in a sling, black cloth, neat, but not gaudy. They're sticking around. The bad arm one is sitting down. Free said, All right, I'll be right along. He hung up. Hammond said, Lanner's got your man in a corner. Free nodded. What's this bookie look like? Did Miss Reynolds mention him? He asked. Hammond said, He's a big fellow with a long nose. Smooth-shaven and middle-aged, he broke his arm some time ago and wears it in a sling, she said. He seemed rather nice, and she felt sort of sorry for him after she'd won this money. Free grinned. Lovely client, Tim, he said. Feels sorry for bookies, murders mob leaders. Hammond interrupted sharply. The personal habits and feelings of our clients are not important. Free. The ripped cloth of Free's coat felt jagged under his finger. He took the finger away and smiled coldly. Cronin's with the fellow who shot at me, he said. I'll go down that way and see what happens. Hammond swore. That's bad, he breathed. Cronin is liable to have known Bander took the girl to his place, and he owes her the money. With Bander dead, he hasn't got the out he figured on if he goes for the girl. Free pulled the brim of his hat low on his forehead. He looked at Hammond's dissipated face. He doesn't know where the girl is. New York's pretty big, and it gets small in a hurry, Hammond breathed. Free looked at the agency head narrowly. Well, if they get her and she won't pay, they'll kill her, and that'll make it even up. Hammond swore. His eyes were very small. It won't make it even up for us, he said. We're being paid for keeping her in the clear. Free smiled narrowly. That's so, he said. I almost forgot that. You better eat without me. Hammond nodded. I'll have something sent in and stick around. Give me a buzz when you get a chance. I am glad you got back in time to handle this. Free. Don Free moved towards the office door. He didn't speak. At the door, he turned and smiled. Closed the door behind him. He went down the corridor and into the office. Jen was taking a call, she said. Wait a second. She motioned to Free. Crail was on the wire. Just got a tip, he said. Tony Bander's been done for, in a soundproof room of a village house he used, under cover, or maybe you knew about it, free. Free, said. Yeah, but what do the police know? Crail said. 2 slugs in the body, 1 close to the heart. No gun around. No one heard the shots. A flame of his is being held. She found the body and got hysterical. She says she thought he was a real estate operator. She's a showgirl. Her name's Gray, and the police think maybe she did the job, then came back and put on an act. Free coughed. That all? He asked. That's all so far, Crail said. The soundproof room had a couple of radios in it, and Tony was supposed to have been a nut on the dial stuff. But there was a tight-fitting door and stairs going down to the first floor. And the police think the room was used for the kill stuff. It isn't pretty enough for a love nest, that's all. Free said. I'll lay 5. It'll be a love nest in the tabs just the same. All right, Crail, buzz in again if you run into something. He hung up and Jin said, Still like the hair? Free grinned. When your hair is turned to platinum, I will love you just the same, he sang, off-key. Has Miss Reynolds called since she left? Jen Carroll frowned. No, she said, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did. Free looked at the Lincoln picture. Be nice to her if she does, Jen, he told her. She's very young and innocent. The secretary made a sniffling sound. She's very young, she agreed, and Free went outside towards the elevators. Lanner looked at Don Free blankly as he passed close to the tall one's speakeasy table. Free picked a chair at a table that kept his back to the one at which the gray-trousered one and his companion sat. He faced a mirror that wasn't too good, but it was good enough. The one whose arm was in a sling had small eyes, a long nose, and thin lips. It was the left arm that was in the sling. The shorter man with the gray trousers kept his head low, and after 5 minutes of beer sipping, Free hadn't been able to get a good look at his face. He seemed to be about the build of the one who had come from the house with the green window boxes. Feed finished the beer, lighted a cigarette. The tall man rose and said a husky, So long. He had to pass close to Free's table, but the agency man did not look at him. Someone called from near the bar. How they runnin', Eddie? The one with the arm in a sling shrugged. So, he replied, and went towards the hall that led to the entrance door of the Speak. It wasn't an exclusive Speak. Free had got in easily on the strength of mentioning 2 political names that counted in the village. He imagined Lanner had worked it the same way. The one with the gray trousers ordered another drink free, called the waiter, and paid up. He passed close to Lanner's table, dropped a box of matches, and leaned over to pick it up. A radio was making sound. Stick with your man, I'll take Cronin, he said. I think they'll get together again. Lanner looked blankly towards the radio loudspeaker. Free picked up the matches and went outside. Cronin was hailing a cab. Free almost lost the one with the slinged arm before he could pick up a cruiser, and the cab driver almost lost the other taxi in traffic on the way uptown. At 7th and 40th, the cab they were trailing pulled over against the curb, and the long-nosed one descended. Free leaned forward and said, This'll do. He paid the fare, got slowly from the cab. Cronin wasn't hard to keep track of. He moved slowly, almost wearily. When he went into the building that held the offices of the Hammond Agency, Free swore softly. Cronin bought cigarettes at a small counter that was still open. 2 elevators were running. Cronin headed for one that had only the operator inside. Free didn't follow. The elevator doors closed. The indicator showed that it stopped at 3, it went on up to 7, and came down with a messenger boy. Free got in and said, 3. When he went into the Hammond Agency office, Jen was pulling a small hat over her platinum-colored hair. She looked at him and raised eyebrows. Back so soon, she said. Reen grinned. Did Tim just tell you to send a big man with a long nose and an arm in a sling inside? He asked. She nodded. "A Mr. Harper," she replied. Ned nodded. "Yeah," he said. "That hat goes nice with the hair, but you should use a lighter-colored lipstick." She thought it over and said, "I think you are right. Thanks, Free. Shall I buzz Tim?" He shook his head. "Never mind. I'll wait around a bit." She finished fixing her face and said, "Don't mind if I leave you. I've had a rotten day." Free looked at the picture of Lincoln. "Run along," he told her, "and don't worry." She looked at him with her eyes almost closed. "Don't worry," she repeated. "About what?" He smiled and shrugged. "About anything," he said. "Just smile. Be happy. Laugh and the world laughs with." She swore at him and went to the outer door. Beside it, she stopped for a few seconds, turned and looked at him. "A lot of things can happen in 10 days, Free," she said very grimly. "Or maybe, you know that Tiv suspected it," he said. "Let's see. I was away about 10 days. Yes?" she said very softly. "Yes." She went out and closed the door behind her. Don Free stood near her desk, frowning. After a few seconds, he went along the narrow corridor, knocked on the door of Hammond's office, and opened it. Hammond was seated back of his desk, and Cronin stood near a window. Hammond said, "Hello, Free." Free nodded. "Hello, Tim," he replied. Cronin smiled just a little. It made him look very good-natured. Hammond said, "You tailed Mr. Cronin back here, eh?" Free nodded. "Yes." Cronin rubbed a lower lip with knuckles of his right hand. "One of your boys," he said, a little throatily. "Damned efficient." Free said, "Thanks, Mr. Cronin." Cronin chuckled. "Not at all," he replied, and made a gesture with his tight hand. Through the black of the sling cloth, Free could see the white of the plaster cast. Hammond said, "Is Miss Carl still outside?" "Free?" Free shook his head. "She just left," he replied. "Said she'd had a rotten day." Hammond raised his eyebrows slightly. Cronin was looking at Free with a slightly puzzled expression. "I've seen you somewhere recently," he said, "but I have a can't remember faces." Free nodded. "I am the same way." Cronin looked more puzzled. "But in your line of business, that's bad, isn't it?" he asked. Wayne smiled. "It's not good in yours either, is it?" he asked Pleasant. Cronin narrowed his eyes. "In other words, we were both lying," he suggested. "You were at Mac's place down in the village," Free nodded. Hammond said, "Mr. Cronin came in about a serious matter. Someone murdered Tony Bander a few hours ago in a house he sometimes used down in the village." Free said without any expression in his voice or eyes, "That's too bad, I suppose." Hammond tilted his chair back slightly. "Mr. Cronin knows who murdered Tony." Free smiled at Cronin. "That so?" he said almost pleasantly. Cronin smiled back at him. "It's so as hell," he said throatily. Lee coughed. "I'll bet the police will be interested," he announced. Hammond looked at Cronin, who was watching Free with half-closed eyes. The bookie took his eyes away from Free and spoke to the agency head. "Does he know why you had him tailing me?" he asked. Hammond shook his head. "No, but he can know now. He's all right, Mr. Cronin." Free said nothing, and Hammond spoke slowly. "I wanted you to pick up Mr. Cronin, Free, because a client of ours believes he owes her a large sum of money." Free said, "Sure." Hammond said, "This client is wealthy, and she nicked Mr. Cronin for $40,000 at a nearby racetrack, on the level, of course. Things have been bad for Mr. Cronin for some time, but he's always kept his books on the square. He couldn't pay the $40,000, but he was acquainted with Tony Bander. In fact, Tony had promised to fix this matter up. I didn't know all this, of course. I simply knew that our client was anxious to have me talk with Mr. Cronin. Well, everything looked all right. And then Tony Bander was murdered. That would have made it bad for Mr. Cronin." Free said, Would have made it bad? Hammond nodded. Would have, he repeated, except for the fact that Mr. Cronin knows who murdered Bander. Here was a little silence, and Free said finally, Well, let's see. It would have been bad for Mr. Cronin's money man to be dead in about every case but one. The client who wanted you to find Mr. Cronin must have murdered Tony Bander, Tim Bren. Cronin said very grimly, That's the way it went. Hammond looked at Free, and neither of them spoke. Hammond shifted a little in his chair. Traffic sound came up from the street. Hammond said finally, May I ask why you have come to the agency, Mr. Cronin? Cronin smiled a little. I knew Tony pretty well, and I know some of his boys. One of them was around when Tony and Mary Reynolds went into his place. When she came out alone, it seemed a bit funny to him, strange. He chased along. She went to a well-known lawyer's office, then came here. She was pretty nervous. When the body was found, I put two and two together and figured she'd gone to Berkeley for advice, and he'd sent her here. Hammond nodded. Uh-huh, and what did you think she'd said here? He asked quietly. Cronin shrugged. I had a hunch she'd told the truth. Said that Tony had got rough and that she'd shot him in self-defense. I had an idea she might have thought you could fix up an alibi for her, or Berkeley might have thought of that. Or maybe she just came to tell you she was worried. Free said, with a faint smile. With her looks and a straight story, I don't think she'll need an alibi, Hammond said. Or maybe she just came to tell me she was worried about what? Cronin said, She isn't a fool. She was lucky at the track. But she used her head, too. I think maybe she knew more about Tony Bander than he thought. And after she'd finished him, she kept her head and got scared. Scared of his mob, Hammond nodded slowly. It's a thought, he agreed. There was another silence. Then Cronin smiled a little and spoke softly. It should be worth a lot of money to her to have the boys calmed down or tossed a fall guy. In a way, I don't blame her. Tony was tough on women. But I'm a businessman, and if she comes at me for that 40,000, he shrugged, and the smile went from his lips. Hammond said, getting at it more directly, You think that she murdered Bander. You know the mob pretty well, and you are willing to toss them someone to take the slam and let her out for that 40 grand. Cronin lowered his voice, and the smile came back again. It was in his eyes and hard. For that 40 grand and about 60 more, he said. I told you I was a businessman. Hammond rapped on the desk with his knuckles, and Free looked at the ceiling. Cronin said she inherited over $500,000 from some relative she hadn't seen for years. It was easy to take. It shouldn't be hard to hand over a small chunk, a stretch in a female big house. She wouldn't like that. Free smiled. And then there are Tony's boys, he said. They might rather strangle her. Cronin looked serious. They might, he agreed, and half closed his eyes. Hammond stood up. You are sure you can make the fix, Mr. Cronin? He said. And having made it, that'll be the end? No blackmail. Just a business deal. Cronin nodded. I am sure I can fix things, he said. And if it wasn't just a business deal, I wouldn't come to you. You don't blackmail through a detective agency. I just thought your advice to her might count more than any suggestion I could make. Hammond walked back and forth, nodding thoughtfully. Free said, Atterdy, here is just one thing. She was seen going into Bander's house with him, and later she came out alone. She was followed to a lawyer's office, and then here. Bander's body was discovered. That doesn't exactly make her a murderer, Mr. Cronin. Cronin coughed and shrugged. Still, he said very slowly, I think she might be willing to forget about 40 and to pass over 60, to have the boys convince someone else murdered Tony. Hammond frowned. I think maybe you are right, Mr. Cronin, he said. Where can I reach you after I get in touch with her? Cronin coughed again. I'll ring you in an hour, he suggested. I move around a lot, and it's difficult to say just where I might be at a certain time, Hammond said. All right, I'll be here. And I hope I'll have been able to get in touch with our client. Cronin looked at Free and said grimly, I hope so. He nodded to Free, bowed very slightly to Hammond, and went from the office. After a few seconds, Free went outside, looked around, and locked the outer door. Then he went to Hammond's office again. The agency head was slumped in his chair, frowning. It doesn't look so good now, Free, he said. That was what I was afraid of. They were seen going in together, and she was seen coming out, going to Berkeley and coming here. And this Cronin has an inside with the mob and some brains, Free said. You could turn her over to the police, let Berkeley be her mouthpiece, the police would protect her, and it's good odds she'd get off. Hammond shook his head. Too much muck. Her looks might not help enough. The prosecution would yap that she was just another of Bander's girlies. Even if she did get off, it would cost her as much, maybe more. There was a little silence. Then the agency head said, tossing the mob, a slam guy is better. Free half closed his gray eyes, smiled with his thin lips, and said, I've been away 10 days, Tim. You got over liking Jen Carl in that time, Hammond said nastily. What's that got to do with this man-killer case? What if I did? Free shrugged. The agency racket is tough, and Mary Reynolds is a swell looker. I wouldn't rush things, Tim. Hammond swore at him. It's my agency, he said. Roon nodded. I am not too much of a church guy, Tim, but this office used to have a certain code. Things have changed suddenly. First you protect a man-killer, then you throw in with a blackmailer to try and save her. Hammond made clicking sounds and smiled sarcastically. The big point is that I believe the girl, Tony Bander, was no good. She killed him in self-defense. I want to get her off in the easiest way. Free looked at Hammond narrowly for several seconds, then shrugged. You're the boss, Tim, he said. Lanner was sticking with a fellow who came out of Bander's house shortly after I was shot at. What about that? Hammond shrugged. One of Bander's mob got it before that showgirl arrived. Naturally, he didn't run out yelling for the police, but when you popped in, he got scared and let loose. Bet Cronin to tell him things. Free said coldly. Why didn't he figure I might be another of the mob? Was he just in there popping at anything that opened the door? Hammond said slowly, Listen, Free Bander's dead. Mary Reynolds admits she shot him to death. Cronin is wise that she shot him to death and gives her an out, a money out. Let's worry about that, and not why one of Bander's boys squeezed lead at you. Free lighted a cigarette and smiled coldly. Okey, he said finally. What next? Hammond spoke quietly. I'll go to the girl and advise her to pay up and take a long trip. She can play the ponies in India and see something else besides the Empire State Building homicide. The police won't get anywhere, or they'll get the guy Cronin figures should be tossed along, and that goes for the mob of Tonys. It's the best way. Free was silent. Hammond said, Let Lanner stick with his man. You go out and eat, and come back in about an hour. I may have things fixed by then. Free said, Calling me off, eh? Hammond shrugged. Unless Miss Reynolds doesn't agree with me, then you can stick around and try to keep the mob from finishing her. Free grinned. Fine, he said. Well, I guess you were right, Tim. Hammond grunted and reached for his hat. Sure I am right. She was lucky against Cronin. But her luck didn't hold out with Tony Bander. She won, and she lost. And now she's got to forget about 40 grand and dig in for another 60. Maybe she's learned that green window boxes don't make a romance. Free went with Hammond towards the outer office. He said, It seems to me we're getting our hands pretty dirty on this deal, Tim. Hammond swore, We're protecting a client to the best of our ability, and we're going to be paid well for it. He said, Reen shrugged. If you turned her over to the police, she'd have one tough fight, a legal one. She'd win, and that would stop any blackmailing. Hammond swore again. I can take care of Cronin, he replied. He'll get his money just once. Free smiled doubtfully. They switched out the lights, went outside. Hammond closed the door and locked it. They went down in the elevator. In front of the building, Hammond hailed a cab. Free said, I'll go around the corner to a chop house for my feed. Hammond nodded. See you in an hour or so. That was a swell job you did in Philly. Free. He got inside the cab and slammed the door. The cab moved away. Free went towards the corner of 41st, his lips pressed tightly together. 10 minutes later, as he was going into the agency building again, he was thinking the same thought, and he breathed softly to himself. But it isn't such a swell job you're trying to do in New York, Tim. When Jim Lanner came into the agency office with the gray-trousered one, Don Free was seated in a chair that faced the vacant one behind Hammond's desk. The chair was tilted against a wall of the office. Rod Farley, of the Times Square precinct, was seated in another chair. Free said, Hello, Jim? He came along without crying. Lanner smiled narrowly. I've still got a gun on him, he said. After I phoned you, he got suspicious, and I can't say he wanted to come up here. Free smiled cheerfully. The village air is milder, he stated. You've met Farley. Jim Square plainclothesman, one of the best around this section. Lanner nodded to Farley, who was looking at the gray-trousered one. Farley said cheerfully, Pokey Lake's the name? Didn't know he was lined up with Bander. Free. Used to be a tough guy. Some years ago. Got the Pokey tag because he was always eager to take a crack at somebody. I'd heard he'd quieted down. Lake had blue, expressionless eyes, small features, and thick lips. He looked at Farley, who was tall and red-faced, and spoke a little indistinctly. I don't know what this is all about. This guy jumped me with a rod and said, Come along. I figured he was after my $12, but I guess not. They all smiled and Free gestured towards some spare chairs. Sit down, boys, he said. The others'll be along soon. Sorry I can't offer any drinks, but I can send down for some ice cream. Lake sniffed and said, Take the rod off me and I'll go get it. Free grinned. Keep it on him, Jim. It makes me feel more comfortable. Lanner smiled and went over and sat down. I searched him sort of quickly, in the cab coming up, he said. No bang-bang tools, Free continued to smile. Keep it on him anyway, he said, just for fun. Lake sat in a chair, scowling. Even a private dick can get in trouble putting a gun on a guy and making him go places, he muttered. Free said, Were you the fellow that did this, Lake? He had his overcoat on and lifted the damaged sleeve. Lake looked puzzled. What is it? He said. Dirt? Free shook his head. Bullet rip, he replied. A guy named Bander, Tony Bander, was shot out, down in the village, in a house down there. The house had green window boxes, very pretty. I got a rumor that he was dead, and went in to see. Someone let go twice at me. I thought maybe it was you, Lake swore. If you are trying to pin the Bander kill on me, Free interrupted. You came out of the house a few minutes after this guy tried to get me. I thought maybe there was some connection. Lake widened his eyes. Me? He breathed. Like hell I did. I was in Jersey until I walked into Mac's place. Farley grinned and shook his head. Stick to the facts, Pokey, he advised. The New York state line starts down along the Hudson water somewhere. Lake closed his eyes and looked bored. Free said, Flow about it, Jim. Lanner said, Well, both of us saw him come out of that house with the green window boxes. That's where I picked him up. Lake swore very hoarsely. It's a frame, he breathed, and it won't take. Free shrugged. A door made a slam sound and there were footfalls. After a few seconds a voice said, Hammond? Free called. Come on in, Mr. Cronin. Lake's eyes were expressionless. The footfalls grew louder, and Cronin came through the half-open door. Into the room he saw Lake almost at once. His mouth opened and he yawned. After the yawn, he looked around. Free said, "This is Eddie Cronin, boys. Cronin, that's Farley over there. Precinct, Detective Lanner. There. Is out of this office, you know. Pokey Lake, I believe." Cronin said, "Yeah, sure. Hello, Pokey." Lake swore again. "It's a frame, Eddie," he breathed. "They're trying to pin Bander's kill on me." Cronin raised his eyebrows a little, then looked at Free. "Here's Hammond?" he asked. And there was a peculiar tone in his voice. Sayers tilted his head, resting the back of it against the wall. He half closed his eyes, looking at the ceiling, and spoke almost absently. "He should be along any minute, unless he found Miss Reynolds difficult," he said. Pokey Lake's eyes narrowed a little. Cronin stood near the desk, looking at Free and breathing quickly but evenly. His injured arm moved a little in the sling. Farley said, "Who's Miss Reynolds?" Free closed his eyes. "Lovely lady," he said, slowly, casually. "She says she murdered Tony Bander." "Tim believes her." Farley blinked at Free. "She says she—" he checked himself. Cronin was facing Free, his right hand, fingers clenched at his side. His big body was tense, and his lips bared. His teeth. Lanner said, "And you don't believe her? Free?" Free opened his eyes and smiled at Lanner. "Hell no," he replied. Her story was lousy. It had more holes in it than Tony had in him. Cronin was breathing more slowly now, his right hand fingers unclenched. The outer door made clicking sound, then closed softly. There were footfalls that grew louder in the corridor. Tim Hammond came into his office. He halted just past the door, looked from one face to another. He had a cigarette in his left hand, and after seconds he went around behind his desk and squashed it in an ashtray. Free said, "Hello, Tim. Did she hand over the 60,000? Hammond pulled back his desk chair very carefully, put his hat on the surface of the desk, and seated himself. He looked from one face to another. His skin was pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly at intervals. After a little while, he leaned forward and placed elbows on the desk, closed his hands and held fists at his ears. "What's all this, Free?" he asked very softly. Free smiled at him. "Gathering of the clan," he said. He slipped his right hand in the right pocket of his gray coat and pulled the pocket material up so it rested on his right leg just above the knee. "Did the Reynolds girl hand over the 60,000? Hammond's face twisted. "I am running this agency, Free," he said in a hard voice. "You've been getting yourself too well known around town, even if you've only been back a short time." "I don't like that. What do I owe?" Don Free continued to smile. "Let's see. Counting my expenses on the Philly trip, and 2 weeks' pay ahead, say about 500, Tim." Hammond nodded slowly. He reached down at his left and opened a drawer. Candlelights made jangling sound in his fingers. He closed the drawer, opened another. He tossed bills on the surface of the desk. 5 of them, Free, stood up, walked over, and picked them up. Hammond was looking down at the keys. He said suddenly, "Good. 1. Free backed away from the desk, smiling coldly. When Hammond's eyes lifted and met his, Free nodded. "Sure the key to the gun drawer isn't there, Tim," he said. "I came back, used it on the drawer, and took the gun out. I looked it over. And I didn't put it back in again." Hammond's eyes got very small. Free said, "It was like this, Farley. This Reynolds girl brought along the gun she said she'd killed Tony Bander with, and Tim had it locked up." Farley nodded. "Well?" he said questioningly. Lean stopped smiling. "She didn't kill Bander with it, or with any other gun," he said slowly. Pokey Lake said hoarsely, "It's some kind of a frame, Eddie." Eddie Cronin kept his eyes on Free. but Free was watching Hammond. He spoke quietly. "Lanner, you watch Lake. I am leaving Cronin to you, Farley. I'll take care of my ex-boss, Mr. Hammond." Hammond said very slowly, but in a strained voice, "Get the hell out of my office, Free. You are fired." "Get moving right away." Free shook his head. "I came back here just in time to sit in on the tail end of a racket, boys," he said steadily. "I've been getting too virtuous for Tim, or he's been getting too crooked for me, one way or the other. Lake's right. Except for the tense he used, it was a frame. A two-way frame. I was to be made permanently quiet. That chance just came along. It looked better than sending me out of town all the time. The Reynolds girl was to be nicked. 60,000 now and then, some more every once in a while." Hammond spoke very softly and huskily. "He's talking rot. He knew I was going to fire him," Free chuckled. "Hammond's too dumb to run an agency," he said. "He'll be a good-looking trustee in stir. He'll have some company, Farley. Too bad Tony Bander can't be along." But there was a slip-up. Tim Hammond was swaying his body a little from side to side. Very slowly his hands rested on the desk surface, and the fingers moved nervously. The others were all very still. Free stood with his back near the wall, opposite the desk. "It was Hammond's idea," he said slowly. "He might have got improvements on it from Bander, or Cronin, or even Pokey Lake. Anyway, this Reynolds kid had come into some money, and she liked to play the horses. Maybe they fixed it so that she got the right tips and won, or maybe she just was lucky. And that gave them the idea. Cronin said he couldn't pay up, but he had a backer. He brought in Bander. Bander was nice, and the Reynolds girl was beautiful and dumb. She went down to the village, saw the green window boxes, and went inside. Bander had a gun planted. He put on his act. He'd fixed it so she'd seen the gun, and she'd seen movies. So she grabbed the gun and let him have it. He went down. That was all fine and dandy, the way things were supposed to go. All the gun did was make noise, and Bander didn't even get a powder burn. The Reynolds girl took a quick look, and was sure he was dead. She got out of the house, calmed down a little, remembered what she'd read in the tabs about Berkeley, and went to him. That was a break for the house of Hammond, Berkeley and Tim. Here they get on together. Miss Reynolds was sent over here. Not that it would have made any difference. Tim would have got after her anyway. He paused, and Hammond said heavily, "It's the damnedest line I've ever heard." Free smiled coldly. Bander was in a bad spot. Before they figured this deal, he was worried about his health, the police, and money. He was supposed to drop out of sight. I suppose Tim here would have told the Reynolds girl things had been fixed quietly. And then he would have started the bleeding process. $500,000 is nice to shoot at. There was a split with Bander, for playing dead, and there was Cronin to take care of. But plenty for all, Farley whistled softly. And after Bander played dead, someone really got him, he breathed. May nodded, his eyes on Hammond's. "Sure," he said. "It was too good a chance. The girl was framed. Why not finish Tony and make it right?" Farley drew in a deep breath. "It was a natural," he muttered. Mim Lanner spoke softly. They had their man-killer all lined up who really got Bander free. Free shrugged and looked puzzled. Then he smiled pleasantly and looked around at the faces in the room. "It wasn't Hammond," he said. "He was too busy here in the office. Too busy figuring how he could get me bumped out." Free narrowed his eyes on Pokey Lake. "Was it you, Pokey?" Lake made a strange, chuckling sound. "Now I'll tell one," he said hoarsely. Free looked at Cronin. "I guess it was you, Eddie," he said. He looked at the black sling of the left arm intently, and he nodded. "Sure it was," he breathed. "You were in the house, you and Pokey, but you could get close to Bander without him being suspicious with your gun all set in that left-hand cast." Cronin's eyes went to Hammond's. He said shakily, "This is a hell of a joke. Me with a broken arm." Free said to Farley, "You know most of them at the tracks. Remember this one?" Farley nodded. "I'd never forget that nose," he replied. "Yeah, he used to pay off left-handed. Think they called him Lefty Cronin for a while there." Free's eyes were on Hammond's again. "Well," Cronin finished Bander, "he got clear or he stuck inside. I walked in and surprised Pokey putting around. Pokey let go at me, but he missed. I caught the gray of his trousers in the flash beam. He came out and Lanner picked him up. I think maybe Cronin made a quick duck after the kill and then met Pokey to learn if it had been right at Mac's place. I've got a hunch that Pokey might have been tipped I was coming down. He seemed to be ready for me." Hammond tipped. He's been getting careful of the old-timers around here lately. Jen Carl, his secretary, she was slated to be fired pretty quick. Even a change of hair color couldn't have saved her. Free smiled at Hammond. It was a hard, bitter smile. "When I walked into Mac's, Cronin got a jolt. So did Pokey. But Cronin came up here and told Hammond what he already knew, that I was still alive. They decided to bluff on through. Well, here they all are." Farley nodded. "How'll we work it?" he said slowly. "Take 'em to the precinct and knock hell out of them." Free nodded. "Pokey'll talk first. Have the doctor look at Cronin's left arm. He'll find it's never been broken, probably." "I've got the gun the dumb beauty thought," finished Bander. "It'll show no bullets came out of the muzzle. They didn't cover up on that because Hammond didn't figure the gun would count. I can identify those trousers of Pokey's. We'll dig in and find out how Mary Reynolds won so much at the track from Cronin. It may take a little time, but we've got them, Farley." Farley nodded, and Jim Lanner said, "That's what comes from Tim hiring good men to work for him." Hammond leaned across the desk and smiled with his lips. He looked at Free. "How'd you do it, Free?" he asked. His voice was dull, almost lifeless, smiled coldly. "I was willing to believe Mary Reynolds beautiful enough to be dumb enough to go to Bandor's place," he said. "I couldn't quite see her using the gun. And I certainly couldn't see Tony leaving one loose in sight. And you were pretty tight with that gun she brought in, Tim. There was a time when you would have let me see it. And those 2 shots were fired at me too quickly, Tim. I was expected, when I got a look at the gun the girl was supposed to have used, I sat here and did some thinking and I figured out how you might have framed the girl and how someone might have finished off Bander. That was worth something to someone else, and Cronin knows who." "Did you get the 60,000 from the girl, Tim?" Hammond didn't speak, and Farley said in a hard, low tone, "We'll get all that. At the station, Free. Let's start moving." Hammond took both hands out of sight and shoved the desk forward and over. He swore hoarsely. Cronin turned and his plaster cast made movement within the sling. The first bullet from his gun chipped plaster from the wall just to the right of Free's moving head. Farley's gun crashed, and Cronin bowed his head, slumped forward. Dark metal spilled in a hunk from the plaster of the cast. Hammond raised his right hand and Free squeezed steel. Both guns crashed at once. There was a little stinging pain along the side of Free's left hand. Hammond swung his body so that his face was to the wall behind his desk. He let his gun drop and leaned against the wall, arms at his sides. After a few seconds, his body slipped downward. Pokey Lake didn't move from his chair. His eyes held a dead, doped expression. Free looked at a scratch on his left hand, went over, and looked down at Hammond. He heard Farley say, "I guess Cronin's through." Hammond looked up at Free as he leaned against the wall, a twisted smile on his lips. "You had it right, Free," he said weakly. "Only Cronin finished Bander, and tried for you too. He got out of the room as you were falling, and Pokey crossed in the light of your flash. The Reynolds, girl's check for 60 grand. It's in my pocket," Free said. "The dumb brat," Hammond said hoarsely. "First and last payment." He shivered and closed his eyes. Farley looked at Free and said, "You hit?" Free shook his head. "Just a scratch. Stick around. Pull from the outer office." He went from the room and down the corridor. He was calling an ambulance when an elevator operator stuck his head in through the half-open door space. He looked frightened. "Anything wrong in here?" he asked. "I thought I heard shooting." Free said grimly, "You heard shooting, but here is nothing wrong." When he'd finished calling the precinct station, the operator's head was still showing. His eyes were wide and he said stupidly, "Is anyone dead? What's it about?" Free sighed heavily and reached for a cigarette. His fingers were shaking a little as he lighted the tip of it. "Somebody's dead," he said tonelessly. "You can read all about it tomorrow." The operator stared at Free. "Somebody's dead," he repeated thickly. "What's it about?" Free went towards the corridor that led to the office. He said half to himself as he went, "It's about a gallon with more looks than brains, and an agency boss who thought he could make her a man-killer." End of Man-Killer by Raoul Whitfield. The Box in the Hold by H. Bedford Jones. The Black Mask, February 1932. "R. Gregg?" "Yes, sir." Gregg paused in the cabin doorway. The skipper peered up at him from the desk in that queer way of his, as though he were afraid of this stalwart, level-eyed mate with the shock of black hair and shaggy black brows. "I don't like that chap Barker, mister. Keep your eye on him, and when you are figuring over them charts, tell him to lay off the bridge." "Yes, sir," said Gregg. "Anything in particular wrong with him?" "There is," said the captain, his voice complaining and querulous. "He's the dead spit of a rascal that cheated me once, up to Hong Kong 6 years ago it was. A regular land shark. And I've never forgot him. You look out for this Barker." "Very good, sir," said Gregg. He kept the contempt out of his voice, tucked the roll of charts under his arm, and left the cabin. On the bridge he found Watson, the second officer, who nodded sourly. "Well, any signs of life from the captain's quarters, Mr. Gregg?" "Plenty," said Gregg cheerfully. "I am expecting to hear of yellow elephants and pink monkeys any time now. Anyway, I've got the position and the charts. You'd better come in and lend your valued judgment to the matter." "I will that," said Watson. "Be along in 5 minutes." Gregg went on to the chart room. Watson, of course, resented the fact that Captain Carson had stuck down in his cabin drunk most of the time after the first day out, leaving everything to his mates. Anyone would resent it, especially in view of the circumstances. Gregg himself resented it keenly. In the chart room, Gregg lighted his pipe, spread out the chart on the table, and pinned it down. The Clipperton was chugging along at 8 knots, heading into Appii Passage. Off to starboard rose the hills of Borneo's northwest coast. Far to the port were the white breakers and distant blue dots on the horizon, the first of the Natuna Islands that extended north in a ragged string of islands and reefs for nearly 200 miles like a spike from the Borneo coast piercing the China Sea. Watson lounged in, took out his pipe and pouch, and dropped into a chair. "All's well," he said briefly. "Won't be nearing those 5-fathom patches for another hour yet. Ready with the dope?" His eyes touched curiously on the sealed envelope in Gregg's hands, and the mate nodded. There was reason for Watson's curiosity, for the old skipper's maudlin uneasiness. Some weeks previously, a coasting junk pile and island trader named the Seacrest had gone to smash on the reefs off Sir Hassan Island. Some of her crew and one officer had got clear. The Dutch Complor, the only white man on Sir Hassan, for the Natunas were Dutch-owned, had sent them to Singapore with a report confirming their story. The Seacrest was a total loss, but at the underwriter's sale, The wreck had been bid in by a group of men in Singapore. No one knew just why. This group had chartered the old Clipperton and sent her out, with their agent Barker aboard, together with a Scaphandre half-suit diving outfit, and a diver named Harper, a surly, odd sort of chap. There was a great deal of secrecy about the whole affair. Barker had been something of an island trader, a man who had knocked about the islands for years. The officers and crew of the Clipperton, with the exception of the black gang, were all white, but had been hurriedly recruited from hither and yon. All hands knew it was a charter to do some salvaging from a wreck on the Natunas, and this was precisely all that anyone knew from the skipper down. But the skipper received an intimation that it might be dangerous in some unexplained way, and involved a fortune that was not shown on the manifest of the wrecked steamer. So Captain Carson took to liquor and left all responsibility to his officers. "Here," said Gregg as he tore at the envelope, "is what they gave the skipper. He was to open it when he got into Apia Passage, and he hasn't the guts to do it. He's scared of this Barker, too." "Barker's no angel," said Watson dryly. "But he's the owner's agent, and my guess is that he knows what he's after, but not the exact location of the wreck. The bearings given by that Dutch official don't mean a darn thing when you are looking for a ship through a maze of reefs." Gregg produced a strip of paper and studied it. "Right you are," he said, and passed it over. "Nothing but a set of bearings. No doubt the survivors told the truth. They were making for Royalist Haven. It was in a blinding rain they piled up, you know, and instead of hitting the anchorage, hit the westward channel with nothing but coral reef and islets ahead. And they hit something sweet," said Watson, bending over the chart and laying a finger on the approximate position of the wreck. "Only navigable for boats, it says, and then only at high tide if you ask me. Don't you go heading for the haven in any blinking rain squall. Mount Cody bears about alike from either way, and I ain't anxious to pile up." Gregg laughed a little and got out instruments and pencil. "We'll find she's sunk in a pocket of the coral," said Watson confidently. "Else why bring the diving helmet and the diver? Bet you it's 8 to 12 fathom anyhow. They'd have shipped a couple of native divers otherwise." "No, they wanted a man they could trust," commented Gregg, and worked silently for a space. "Whoever took those bearings took good ones from every angle. Now for the last intersection there. Works out perfectly. She lies at the edge of the reef just under Coconut Island, south of the Gordons, a half-mile or so, 4 fathom marked." "Aye, and that's impossible," said Watson. "Old man say anything about anchorage?" "He said nothing about anything," returned Gregg rather grimly. "I'll steam into Royalist Haven since that's sheltered. We'll not be having any bad weather now in September, but there is a more or less steady sou'east wind and we'll need to be well sheltered. We'll be off the haven, I make it, about 8 bells this afternoon, maybe a bit later," said Watson, rising. "I am taking half speed past those 5 fathom patches." "Right," said Gregg. "I'll relieve you at 8 bells, or before if we get off the haven, and take her in. You have to get an exact bearing before entering, and again before making the anchorage." Watson nodded and was gone. The first officer had just refilled and lighted his pipe when another figure darkened the port doorway. He looked up to see Barker and waved his hand to a chair, making no attempt whatever to hide the outspread chart with its penciled lines. He was not at all afraid of this lean, bronzed, dark man whose eyes were steady as the eyes of a reptile and whose amiability masked a hard and purposeful efficiency. "Well," Gregg said negligently, "I know where we're bound for. You know what we're after. What say we swap information? I am curious." Barker laughed amusedly as he surveyed the seaman. Something of what passed in his mind could be read in his look. Here was a rough fellow, a young chap who had worked his way up in a rough school. All rough corners. No social graces to him whatever. And Gregg saw in Barker the sort who liked club verandas, long whiskey pegs with a pretty girl to share them, evening clothes, and the softer things of life. Not that he was soft himself, not for a minute, and reading all this in the careless survey, Greg took warning. Such a man was dangerous. "So you are curious, eh?" Barker repeated, without accepting the offer of a chair. "Yes, I suppose so. You are the one real man aboard this ship. Well, there is no harm in telling you. Your proposal is accepted, Mr. Gregg. That's the position, eh?" His eyes, keen and sharp, struck down at the chart. I see. We'll have to leave the ship in Royalist Haven and go over to the wreck in boats." He straightened up and waved his hand. "Very good. So you are wondering what we're after, Mr. Gregg? Then I'll tell you. Aboard that ship was a scoundrel, a thorough scoundrel, mind you. He's still aboard her, by the way. He was her captain, and like many ship's masters, opportunities of fortune, graft, cumshaw, came his way. Unlike most ship's masters, he accepted them. We're here to obtain a little box of cloisonné which is now in his cabin. A box not like any box you ever saw, 6 inches long, worth perhaps $100 gold in a tourist shop. And if we get it, Mr. Gregg, you and I may talk a little business. You are the one real man aboard here, I repeat, with the exception of myself." With a cool nod, Barker turned and went from the chart house, leaving Gregg staring after him. A ship chartered, men engaged, thousands of dollars spent. To obtain a box worth $100 at most. Gregg sniffed incredulously. He did not like the ironical tone of Barker. The whole thing was preposterous, yet he had the conviction that Barker spoke the truth. Gregg took the ship into the 600-yard channel leading between the reefs, into Royalist Haven. The skipper by this time was dead drunk in his bunk and breathing stertorously as the Chinese steward reported. They steamed in at slow speed, Mount Coty dead ahead in line with David Point, the high rocky hills of Surasan rising to the right, the shoals and islets off to the left. "Watch the detached rock off Clapper Hoke," Gregg cautioned the second officer, "when it bears 319 degrees in range with the northeast tip of the main Gordon." "Watching for it, sir," said Watson. "Coming right up now." A moment later, the ship swung slightly to port, passing within 50 feet of a coral bank that was barely awash even now at high tide. The engine ceased, fell into silence. The Clipperton forged ahead a trifle more. Then the anchor plunged sullenly and the chain clanked out through the hawse hole. Barker came up to the bridge, and Gregg turned to him. "If you are going to see the compteur, now's your time," he said. "At high water a boat can reach the wharf that comes out across the coral reef. The creek is around that curve of shore to starboard. He'll probably come aboard, though, if you leave him alone." Barker shrugged. "Let him come, then. One of those fishing boats we saw making in will probably fetch the Dutchman out to see about Praptique, and so forth, eh?" Gregg nodded. Half an hour later, indeed, with the sun almost at the western horizon, a boat appeared with a white umbrella in the stern, and the Dutch flag at the staff. Gregg rigged the ladder, and the compteur came aboard, an amiable little man, who was everything from port doctor to local magistrate for the little native village in the mangroves. He looked over their papers, called up all the men, touched each one, pronounced himself satisfied, and lingered for supper. As Gregg had already observed in approaching the haven, there was no sign of the wreck above water, and the Dutchman confirmed the supposition that she lay in a deep pocket of the coral just off the reef. "It is very bad water along there," he said with a shake of the head. "The natives will not go near it. I do not know why. They are afraid of all that stretch of water. It holds many such pockets along the reef proper, although the channels are all shallow. Some of the depths are astonishing. Once I tried one that the natives said is bottomless. I found bottom, but it was close to 800 fathom. "What?" exclaimed Gregg sharply. "Are you sure? Nearly a mile deep. Why, man, that doesn't seem credible for a pocket." The other shrugged. "I believe that there is some enormous fissure running along here, going far down into the ocean bottom," he said calmly. an ancient fissure as old as the ocean above which the coral has gradually mounted. It is interesting as a scientific study, and I have already ordered the proper equipment to take soundings in all the pockets along the reef. Well, gentlemen, you will have no trouble with your wreck, for she lies in only 8 or 9 fathom. When you desire fresh water or fruit, send a boat to the village, and I will see that you are supplied." So he departed. In the cool starlight, Captain Carson had made his appearance at dinner in a shadowy sort of way, saying very little and looking all red and white, blotched and horrible. When the visitor had departed, Watson came and joined Greg at the rail and grunted, "Old man's killing himself, mister. Bet you $1 he's dead inside 3 days. And did you notice how he looked at Barker? Couldn't keep his eyes off him. What do you think about this pocket theory of the Dutchman's? Anyway, I never heard of a mile deep except out at sea in the Big Fall. Don't look reasonable." "His theory is reasonable since there is more than one of these pockets," said Greg. "What do you think about it, Barker?" The agent had approached them, cheroot tip glowing redly. "Anything's possible in seas and formations like these," he replied amiably. "I am glad I am not doing the diving here, that's all. If the natives are afraid of this water, then you can lay to it. They have some reason to be afraid." "What's there to be afraid of?" said Greg. "No sharks of any size inside these shallows, and sharks don't live in pockets." "Other things do," replied Barker. "Lots of other things along the edge of a coral reef. That's where all the slimy rascals hang out, from moray eels to devilfish. A big octopus always comes from deep water, you know. And at the breeding season they come in pairs." "Where the devil did you learn about the breeding season of octopuses?" demanded Watson with a chortle. "Octopi," corrected Barker genially. "Well, it's common knowledge. So's astronomy, but I don't know it." And the second officer laughed. The yellow steward approached Greg and touched his arm. "Mebso, you come quick," he said. "Him Captain velly sick. Say, forget you." "It's come," observed Watson calmly, as Greg departed in haste. He was right about that, too. It had come, as Greg knew, the moment he stood beside the skipper's berth and looked down at the poor broken old man. The queer part of it was that Captain Carson did not look a bit drunk. His eyes appeared sane and rested and sober. "Shut the door, Greg," he said in a faint voice. "Got to tell you something, that's right. She's your ship, mister. You watch out for that Barker. Something crooked about him, I tell you. He's playing some sharp game. Him and that Saunders between 'em." "There is no game they can play, Captain," said Greg. "Here, you let me feel your pulse." "No use," said the skipper composedly. "Can't do me no good." "But don't log the liquor. Like a good chap, leave me with a clean ticket for the sake of the missus, won't you?" "Trust me for that," said Greg. "You hold steady till I get a hypodermic." "Hold steady," said the skipper, and smiled, and died. Greg summoned the second officer. They arranged for the burial immediately. Day broke as Greg wanted to steam out of the Bight before putting the body over the side. To log the death as due to heart failure was simple enough, and undoubtedly true. The old skipper had merely run down like a fast-driven machine. Barker and Saunders. Saunders, that hulking, heavy-jawed, silent fellow who had signed on from nowhere as assistant to grizzled old McIntyre, the chief engineer. Was this another hallucination, or could there really be anything up between the agent and the assistant engineer? McIntyre, the old chief, was extremely affected by the skipper's death, for Mac had sailed with him for years past. "I seen it coming," said Mac, as he smoked his pipe that night on the bridge. "Aye, this long while back I seen it comin', and I'll not be far behind him. Let me tell you, Captain Gregg, it is now, eh? Well, I always says to the skipper that I'd hang on till he went, and then I'd be a few knots back of him when he made the last voyage." He shook his frail white head and puffed at his pipe. Barker and the diver, Harper, stood at the other end of the bridge talking together in low tones. Greg had the distinct impression that they were in dispute about something, though neither voice was lifted. He turned and approached them. "I wouldn't do it for 1,000 quid, he heard Harper say, then check himself abruptly as they noted his approach. Barker swung around to him. "Hello, Greg. Captain Greg now, isn't it?" "Sorry to say it is," replied Greg. "Can you tell me how long we're to be here, Barker?" "I am not sure if you were kidding me or not. The other day when you said—" "Oh, I know, cut in Barker swiftly, as though to prevent repetition of what he had said to Greg. "I was just discussing that with Harper, Captain. It depends altogether on how the wreck lies and what condition she's in. As soon as Harper has taken a look around, we can give you some idea of how long the job will last." "Fine," said Greg. "You'll tackle it in the morning then, right after the burial?" "You bet," said Barker. "Can't come too quick to suit us." The diver turned. "I understand, Captain Greg," he said, "that you've had experience in tending lines. They told me that when I signed on for the job." "Yes, some," replied Greg. "Not much, but perhaps enough to serve our turn here. And I know Mr. Watson was with a pearler for a year down on the northwest coast, so we'll be able to run the gauges and lines properly." "Thanks," said Harper. "I'll feel better if I know you are at the lines, sir." Greg assented and passed on. Yet some subtle intonation of the diver's voice lingered with him. Of course divers had to trust the men who tended their lines. Perhaps that explained it. But what was it that Harper would not take £1,000 to do? Was Barker playing some deep game here? The old skipper might have been right after all. Dying men usually are right in the things they half know, half sense. With sunrise the Clipperton slipped out beyond the haven into deeper water, and there the skipper's body was slid over to its last repose, and the ship steamed back again to her anchorage. Breakfast over, the big life raft was unshipped and launched. The diving gear was broken out. With the 6 men at the oars, the no bore us. One boat took the raft in tow. Greg and Barker and the diver helped to load down the boat, Greg standing in the bow to watch for coral, while Barker took the tiller. Skirting the edge of the main coral bank, enclosing all these islets, they entered the break between Piraeun and Hadji, which the officers of the ill-fated Seacrest must have mistaken in the driving rain on that night of the wreck for the entrance into the haven. Avoiding the outflung jaw of coral which must have ripped the bottom out of the doomed ship, they went on to the point where she now lay, according to the findings. There was no sign of her. The oars dipped slowly in the slight depth, varying from 1 to 4 fathom. Greg could see every detail of the bottom, the fishes darting below the boat's shadow, the faintly streaming seaweed of coral growths, the branching forest-like forms of the coral itself. To right and left, jutted from the water, the rocky pinnacles of the islands. Then suddenly Greg ordered the oars up. The boat and raft floated quietly, for there was no current here. They were at the indicated spot below. The water showed clear blue, indicating great depth, thinning again to greenish 100 feet away, where the reef curved outward again. Within this indentation, not above 300 feet across, was the deep pocket. The sun had risen high by this time. With the hot rays behind him, Greg looked down as the boat slowly floated across the surface of the water. A sudden exclamation broke from him. "See her, Harper?" "Aye," came the response. They could see her now quite plainly. Even here, with some 60 feet of depth, everything was clear at the bottom and distinct. That is to say, where the wreck lay. Out from her, a little way, things wavered and lost shape. Deeper there. "Not half bad," exclaimed the diver, leaning over in the stern sheets. "Laying on her port side. Starboard rail ain't more'n 30 foot down. Nothing to this at all, gents. 6 to 8 fathom work, and she's clean, too. Coral bottom, sure. Ripped the whole bow out of her getting here. Outer reef did that, stripped away her keelson and half her plates." "Whew, what's over to port, here?" "Deep," spoke up Barker. "Looks deep there." "Lord, she's on a shelf, Harper." Greg perceived that this was the case, very probably. The wreck lay upon a shallower ledge, and beyond that ledge was a great drop into the depths, not wide across perhaps, but all the more singular for that. "Well," said Harper, "let's get to work." In his tone was a vague stirring as of doubt or apprehension. Greg recalled it later. By the time the pumps were rigged on the catamaran and pressure was in the tank, Watson came along in another boat rowed by 6 of the Chinese black gang. Watson understood the complicated gauges of the English outfit, and in no time at all was thoroughly in charge, while Greg tended the lifeline. Harper, belting a long knife about him, got into the half-suit, went over the side, and signaled to be let down. All was well. They could see his figure distinctly, every move apparent as he descended. Then a sharp exclamation broke from Watson. "See that, Greg? By jollies, there is more current than usual down there." Submarine currents were strong all along the reefs, naturally, but the gyrations of the diver as he descended gave evidence of unusually strong eddies near the wreck. He seemed as though hurled about in a violent wind. However, he reached the wreck at last and paused. The Seacrest lay with her keel, or what had been her keel, towards the reef, her superstructure, towards the great precipice that shot down into unknown depths. Presently Harper signaled for more line and clawed his way to her starboard passage and vanished. The lines paid out regularly, indicating that he was meeting with no obstacle. Then came a halt and a signal that he was all right. "He's found the cabin," muttered Barker, more to himself than to the others. Greg flung a glance at the man and was astonished at the tense excitement of Barker's visage as he gazed down at the scene below. That dark, hard countenance was streaming with perspiration, was set in breathless suspense, seemed almost agonized by the tension of the man's concentration. Here was no concern for a diver's safety. Here was no mere agent's worry over the outcome of operations not interesting him. Here was complete personal absorption, a rally of every faculty, a man's utter life and death suspense. Why? The query remained unanswered. At this depth, of course, a diver could remain down indefinitely without danger. The time passed occasionally. Greg signaled, and Harper immediately responded that all was well. The lines and air hose had not been fouled. Everything was as it should be. Yet a feeling of uneasiness crept over Greg. He began to wish desperately that the diver would come out of there and ascend. Barker from time to time wiped the sweat out of his eyes and resumed his ceaseless staring. The sun beat down upon the glassy, unruffled water with fearful force. The men at the pumps had stripped. The other boat lay nearby with the Chinese stokers watching the depths, likewise with an impersonal, unconcerned air. It seemed ages that Harper remained invisible, apparently immobile. Actually, it was only a trifle over half an hour. Then came the signal. The lines came in slowly, steadily, and then Harper came into sight, carrying a burden under one arm. He was drawn from the almost perpendicular deck, was tossed about by the invisible currents. Over to the left, something seemed to fill the vasty deep of the pocket. Something shapeless and formless, gigantic, inchoate, appeared to be present there. Greg looked directly at it and found nothing. A trick of the brain, perhaps, or some play of the sunlight upon the depths. The diver was brought up steadily, with the proper pauses, but at this slight depth there was no danger of the bends, and he was soon being lifted aboard the raft with his burden. When his helmet came off, he met the tense, strained look of Barker and nodded. "Right where you said," he observed, indicating a plain box of wood, a foot square, which he had brought up with him. It was passed to Barker, who laid it aside in the bottom of the boat with apparent negligence. Only Greg observed that the man's hands were positively trembling with eagerness. Only Greg perceived the tremendous effort by which Barker forced himself to restraint. "Going down again?" asked Greg as Harper stretched out on his back, resting. "Not right now," said the diver. "I've got to get into the strong room, but that means blowing in the door. Not only is the steel door locked, but it's fast jammed and buckled by the twisting of the hull. We'll come back and do it this afternoon. I have everything needed." "Right," said Greg. "Then we'll leave the raft and pumps moored here. Better pass over that tarp from the stern, Watson, and cover up the gear and air hose from the sun. Take Harper back in your boat when he's ready, and we'll hit for the ship." He noticed now that the 6 men at the oars of his boat were all watching intently. Watching, not him or the diver, but Barker and the wooden box in the stern. He joined Barker and took the tiller, and a moment later the oars dipped, and they began to move towards the ship. Sitting there beside the silent Barker, looking at the 6 men who faced towards him, Greg realized suddenly how silent they had been during all this while. They had indulged in little horseplay, had spoken infrequently. One would have said that they too were utterly absorbed in what was going on, yet it should have meant nothing to them, except a relief in the monotony of shipboard work. And now, returning, they one and all appeared to be consumed by a suppressed excitement. It was, to say the least, singular. When they came back to the ship, they found Saunders, the big hard-faced assistant engineer, leaning over the rail, smoking his pipe and eyeing them with his sullen manner. "Captain Gregg," he said as Greg came over the rail, "you might take a look at the chief, if you will. I don't know if the sun got him or what. He's in his berth, talking wild." Dropping everything else, Greg sought the chief engineer's cabin. There he found the yellow steward, applying cold compresses to the old chief's head. McIntyre was purple in the face, and lay there motionless, but muttering away under his breath as he stared up with wide eyes. He did not reply to Greg's queries, seemed not to know Greg was present. The steward had found him this way half an hour ago, and knew nothing about the cause. His rambling talk was all of Tyneside and Scotland. Obviously he had had a seizure of some sort, and looking down at him, Greg reflected that his prediction might be only too true. Knowing that Barker had knocked about everywhere and had all sorts of experience, he went to the door of the agent's cabin and rapped sharply. "Who's there?" came Barker's voice, astonishing in its suspicion and anger. "Captain Gregg." "Oh, half a minute, then." Presently Barker unlocked the door, did not open it, but stood peering out. "Would you mind coming and taking a look at the chief?" said Gregg. "He's had some sort of attack, and it's past me. You might be able to identify it." "Right," said Barker, but with a frown that told of acute irritation. "I'll be along in half a jiffy. Join you in his cabin." He closed the door again and locked it. Gregg turned away, repressing an oath of anger at the manner of the man. There was something, the box. Barker had it in his care, of course, and probably was examining it. Naturally, he would not like being disturbed. 5 minutes later, Barker, standing at the side of the berth, completed his swift survey of McIntyre, who had ceased his muttering and lay staring up with wide eyes. "Stroke of some sort looks to me," said the agent. "You notice he seems unable to move his arms or legs. Undoubtedly a stroke hit him. He may last this way for days, or he may go out all in a minute. As I understand it, depends entirely on the breaking of blood vessels around the brain." "Nothing to do for him?" Barker shrugged. "Someone will have to stand by, that's all. By the way, about the work, Harper says he'll have to blow in the strong room door. He'll do that this afternoon and take a look inside. It appears that the owners want a report on what's there." "We can jerk everything out of her in no time," said Gregg. "Well, see what Harper says," returned the other evasively. "Maybe nothing. By the way, Gregg, I wish you'd do something for me. You know what the Dutchman was saying about opium. They're ashore, so much of it. I'm going to take a few tins back to Singapore. I can pick it up here dirt cheap, and smuggle it in easily enough. Naturally, I couldn't keep you from knowing about it. Keep your mouth shut, like a good chap, and it'll be worth your while." Gregg surveyed him ironically. "You couldn't make it worth my while, Barker," he said. "Eh?" The other looked at him, surprised. "Mean to say you wouldn't do it?" "Exactly that. But man alive, I never dreamed you were so puritanical." "Puritanical, hell," said Gregg. "You missed the point. I don't care what you do, so long as I am not concerned." I am not your keeper. But when you tell me about it, then I am made a party to the business. That's different." "How is it different?" asked Barker with a keen look. "Involves my ticket, my duty, my job," said Greg. "Involves my self-respect too, but leave that out of it. For practical reasons, I'll not risk having a black mark against my license or my reputation. That's the one thing a man has for which he is wholly responsible, and mine remains clean." Said Barker, and smiled. "I see your viewpoint all right, and I am not arguing against it. I am satisfied, but just for instance, would such a decision still hold good if some big thing were involved? Suppose, instead of talking about a few dollars, some chap came and talked £1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000, enough, say, to set you up for life somewhere. I am merely curious to know what your reaction would be, you see. Not your righteous ship's officer's pose, but your real honest reaction. Seems to me that'd be worthwhile, wouldn't it?" "Are you proposing such a thing?" asked Greg bluntly. Barker laughed. "Lord, no. I am merely trying to get at your psychology. I should think you'd grab at it." "Think again then," said Greg. "From a standpoint of dollars and cents, it might be worthwhile, yes. Not when one's self-respect is considered by Ginger. I want to be able to look myself in the face every morning. A sneak thief can't do that with any luck. Hell, I'd break any law that took my fancy, but not the law of self-respect." Barker shrugged. "Well, I don't savvy it. Don't expect you would." "Eh?" The other swung around. "What do you mean by that, Greg?" Greg met his angry eyes. "Exactly what I say. No two men have the same notion about what's right and wrong, have they?" "Well, I don't appreciate your tone by a good deal." "I don't care a damn what you appreciate," said Greg flatly. "We'll do our job here without any quarreling and get back to Singapore. Nothing to quarrel about anyhow. If you want to buy some mud ashore and sneak it back, that's your business and not mine. I'd not squeal on you, but don't expect me to be in on the job." "Right." Barker nodded, and his face cleared. "I see your point, Captain, so we'll not go into the matter any further." Forget it. Greg took up the job of remaining with the stricken chief, in order to relieve the steward for work. Watson, he decided, could relieve him at noon, and the steward could take over when they left to resume diving operations. As he sat there, occasionally changing the cold compresses, Greg thought of his conversation with Barker. Something more than a bit of smuggled opium behind it, he felt convinced. What was it that the diver had said on the bridge last night? Something he wouldn't do for £1,000. What had Barker proposed to him? That talk about opium was all one big bluff, decided Greg. He was feeling me out in regard to something else, that's what he was doing. "Yes, sir. The old skipper had the right hunch about that chap. Barker's got some dirty work up his sleeve." So convinced was he of this theory that upon being relieved by Watson, he went to his cabin and looked up the automatic pistol he had packed aboard. To his astonishment, it was clean gone. He unlocked the skipper's cabin and found a pistol with cartridges to fit, and tucked it away under his mattress. Now he had something more than theory to think about. Somebody had stolen the pistol from his cabin, and he felt the theft was connected with Barker in some way. What the agent might have in mind, what rascality he might be planning, was clear past Greg. But now he was definitely suspicious. The loss of that pistol showed him that something was going to happen, and he would be just out of luck if he were not prepared for it. Things happened this afternoon, however, which were certainly not down in anybody's calculations. Greg remembered, from their hot journey to the raft, that Barker had said previously that if the cloisonné box were found, he might talk business to Greg. Had it been found, Barker had said nothing about the wooden box fetched up by Harper. His blind about the opium was undoubtedly an approach to the business he had meant. Now that he was assured of Greg's position, he would probably not broach anything further. The agent did not accompany them this trip. The diver, Harper, had made ready some Gelinite charges, with a small battery and coils of wire. Obviously, he had come prepared for anything. "I'll go down and place the charges," he said to Greg and Watson as they approached the raft. "Then I'll come up and set 'em off. Wait for 20 minutes to let her do any settling, and go down and take stock. If there is anything in that strong room, we can get it out. You see, we don't know what might be there." "And did a syndicate buy in the wreck?" said Greg dryly, not knowing whether anything worthwhile was aboard her. "Search me, Captain," returned the diver with a shrug. "Some of her cargo was well worthwhile salvaging, I believe, and I was to make reports on the No-2 hold especially, but that's all off. Her cargo is scattered all over the bottom of these reefs and passages. There hardly seems to be anything down yonder. When the bottom was ripped off her, the package stuff just plumped out." Greg decided he would have a chat with Harper that night and discovered just what Barker had proposed to the diver. Then, to his surprise, Harper turned to him and mentioned that very conversation. "That Barker's a queer owner's agent," he said abruptly. "Derned if he didn't want me to get him the captain's papers. In that box I got and then quit the whole thing. Report her not worth salvaging in cargo or strong room." "Is he crooked?" "All things are possible," said Greg. "Why do you shoot out a question like that?" "Well, you are straight," said the diver. "Anybody can see that. But I have my own notions about some other people. I've been wanting to have a talk with you." "Not here, then," said Greg promptly, jerking a thumb at the men and Watson in the bow. "Tonight's the time." "Right." The discussion was at once abandoned, but Harper's words gave Greg very satisfactory food for thought. With evening he would know something, would have something on which to act, if action became necessary. And, he reflected, with grim amusement, he would certainly have some fun with Barker. Upon reaching the catamaran, the pumps were rigged and pressure established. Without loss of time, Harper got into his outfit and descended. The afternoon was partly gone. Under the perpendicular rays of the sun, the wreck below was even more clearly visible than in the morning. The diver took his charges with him, paying out the wire as he went down. This wire was not connected with the battery as yet. It was heavily insulated, waterproof. The deeper portion of the pocket to the left of the shelf on which the wreck lay showed translucent and clear, apparently bottomless. "He's down," said Watson, as the signal came back to them. They could see Harper clawing his way to the entry beneath the bridge. Then he vanished from sight. The lines were paid out slowly. He signaled all well, and came to a halt, evidently having reached the strong room door. After a pause, he signaled, and was presently coming up to the surface. "Nasty job keeping the hose from fouling on that wire," he observed when his helmet was off. "Everything's set. Give me the battery and wire, and stand by." When he was ready, he glanced at Greg, received a nod, and pressed the key. The wreck far below gave a jarring motion, then everything was clouded from sight by sand and coral mud. The boat heaved violently as the muffled report sounded. "All hands knock off to enjoy the cool sunlight," said Greg, lighting his pipe and pulling his cap over his eyes. "No use trying to find any shade on these islands, so we may as well grin and bear it. Wonder how the chief's getting along?" "He'll kick out," said Watson casually. The time dragged. Gradually the water below them lost its roiled appearance and became clear, but only by slow degrees. After a bit, Greg beckoned to Harper and pointed down. "Does it look queer to you?" The diver stared down. The depths seemed clear enough now of sand and debris. The wreck apparently had not changed position. Yet the water had an odd, murky look. "Like ink was in it, eh?" Harper started suddenly, leaned over. "Ink, that's exactly it, Captain. There is a squid down there, or an octopus somewhere around the ship, and the blast stirred up the critter. Then you'll not go down again now, I suppose?" "Ha!" Harper turned and grinned. Me stay up on account of a squid? Don't worry, Cap'n. I've met up with those devils more than once. Can't say I like 'em, but this isn't deep enough to hold any very big ones. They always hang out at the edge of a reef, you know. They like an up-and-down wall with holes in it for hiding places. If there was any big fellow down there, I might think twice about it, but the big ones stay down in dark, deep water. So I'll slip over right now. All set, Watson. Get the needle up and I'll go. The pumps were set to work, and presently Harper was over the edge and dropping down through the depths. Greg, tending the lines, watched those depths narrowly all around the wreck, but could see not the least sign of danger, except that the water continued dark and murky. Watson, who had also observed this condition, wagged his head soberly. "Looks to me," he said, "like that black stuff was coming up from the deep hole over yonder. So much current down below that you can't see the drift of it, though." Greg frowned uneasily, and wished Harper had not gone. He remembered now about the natives being afraid of these reef pockets. Beyond a few fish brought to the surface by the explosion, nothing was in sight, and the sun-shot depths of coral around the wreck showed no menace. Harper was down now, slowly making his way through the wreckage of the cabin passage, and was out of sight. The air hose got foul, but after a minute Harper signaled all. "Well, looks to me," said Watson abruptly, "like the murk is getting thicker, Cap'n. And if my God, look, what's that there thing? A snake." In his excitement he dropped the air hose, then caught it up again. Greg looked down. The cloud in the water was certainly getting darker, but he was looking at the thing which Watson had seen. This was a moving gray streak, which seemed to be coming from nowhere and moving into the passage on the trail of Harper. It was no snake, however. It seemed no more than a thin, shadowy substance. "There is another." A frenzied yell burst from Watson. "4 jerks, quick!" Shouts, oaths, exclamations of terror burst from the watching men. Greg had already given the emergency signal of 4 jerks. Even as Watson spoke, he also had seen that second wavering gray thing. And behind the two, somewhere in those murky depths, a huge and shapeless form, as though the whole ocean bottom were moving up sluggishly. It was a giant octopus, rising from the depths. "Tail on these lines!" Greg's voice leaped at the men, and they obeyed with a scramble. "Careful of that air hose!" They caught hold and pulled, only to look at Greg from frightened faces. "It's caught, sir. It don't come." The lines fouled. Greg, suddenly in a fearful cold sweat, handled the lines, made a signal. There was no response. Then came a distinct, slow tug at the line, a continuous pull wrenching it out of his hand. He caught it again. The other men seized it, set their weight upon it. The terrific pull continued. They braced themselves. The line snapped. Watson was screaming incoherently like a man in delirium tremens, flailing with both hands at the air. Greg looked down stonily, fighting off the spasm of fearful horror that threatened to overwhelm his senses. Where the forward part of the wreck had been was a formless blot. All the water was murky. Now this blot was the mass of the monstrous devilfish that had come up above the edge of the wreck. Its tentacles had seized upon the lifeline, reaching out to find the man there inside the wreck. Another of the men screamed out horribly. Greg nodded. Up through the water came a long rush of iridescent bubbles to burst at the surface. Harper was done for, his helmet crushed in. To stand here and know that the man was dying, dead, there in the depths, and to be entirely helpless, was horrible. Greg looked at the men. Watson was in a hysterical spasm. The others were cursing, screaming, or stupefied with sheer fright. "Silence," ordered Greg, and his voice lashed through their panic. They looked curiously at his immobile, harsh features. Only the deepened lines in his face showed what the effort at calmness was costing him. Greg drew his knife out, leaned over and slashed at the air hose. The severed end went curling and spiraling away through the water. Watson cursed him, and with one buffet he knocked the second officer flat. "Harper's dead," he said, his voice rising with a curious calm effect over the storm of oaths and wild cries. When that air went out of his helmet, he was dead. Probably was squeezed. Better for him to stay where he is. "Well, blasted, get us out of here," yelled one of the men frantically. "It's coming up at us, I tell you." Greg glanced over the side. The wreck was hidden now. Everything was hidden in a flood of murky black. "Cut the moorings of the raft and take it in tow," he said. "Never mind bringing up the kedge anchor." The men worked frantically and then fell to the oars in frenzied panic. Watson was white as a sheet now, all a-tremble, and even the calmly curious stare of Greg could not reach through his horror. As they drew away from the spot, however, he gradually came to himself. "I am sorry, Cap'n," he mumbled to Greg, when they were outside the fringing reef and headed for the ship in Royalist Haven. It sort of got me." "It got all of us," said Greg calmly. "I am coming back and blow that devil out of the water, if there is any more explosive in Harper's stuff." "Good." Watson rallied instantly. "Good. I am with you, Cap'n. Good Lord, I'll see that gray shape rising through the water to the last day I live." Greg reflected ironically that Watson would probably have some excuse to seek the soothing effects of opium each night. After this. As they came over the rail, Barker met them. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Harper heard you chaps yelling like mad, not done for." Greg nodded. "Octopus, a monster. We're going to dynamite him." "Good," exclaimed Barker. "Count me in, poor chap, but I say, Cap'n, Harper didn't go alone, you know. The old chief checked out while you were gone." Greg made a helpless gesture and turned towards the cabins. Behind him, the eyes of Barker went to the second officer. And then, going to Watson's side, he spoke softly, rapidly. 5. Going below. Greg found that Barker had reported truly. The old chief had died in his sleep, quietly, peacefully. Summoning 2 of the men from forward, Greg ordered the body prepared for burial, then went to the cabin Harper had occupied. He had not far to look. The diver had brought a plentiful supply of gelinite wire, fuses, everything necessary. As he made ready, there in the cabin of the dead man, Greg reflected on the series of fatal incidents. None of them had been avoidable. Each death had come without any human intervention. That of Harper, frightful and horrible as it appeared, had actually been the most merciful, for the diver had died the instant his helmet glass was broken. He might have been flung from his feet, might have dashed the glass against the passage wall, might never have suspected the presence of the monstrous octopus. The odd thing about these deaths to Greg was that they caused not a ripple of passing interest to the other men aboard. Watson, though fearfully shaken by what had just taken place at the wreck, was entirely callous to the fact of death itself. Barker appeared quite unmoved. Saunders. Just where was the sullen engineer? "I'd better have a word with him," thought Greg, gathering up his stuff into a neat bundle. "Anyhow, there'll be no more diving. Whatever is down there in the wreck will now remain there, so far as this ship's concerned." In the passage, he encountered Saunders and checked the sullen engineer with a word. "How soon can you get up steam, Chief?" "In an hour, sir. The fires weren't drawn, you know." "Better see about it then. We'll pull out of here by sunset." "Very good, sir." In his own cabin, Greg changed into fresh whites, then slipped a hand beneath his mattress and got out the pistol he had hidden there. He slipped this into his hip pocket, where its bulk would not be visible under his jacket, and proceeded on deck. He found Watson and Barker standing at the rail together. By the gangway, 4 men were still in the boat waiting. "Both of you going along?" he said, and they nodded. "Then take an oar apiece, will you? 2 of the men are attending to Mac's body." Barker shrugged and assented. Watson led the day down to the boat, and a moment later the boat put out, with Greg at the tiller. "No sign of anything above the surface?" he asked. "We were watching," replied Barker. "Didn't see a thing. The devil didn't break water." Greg indicated his bundle. Harper had some pipe here all fixed up. I brought along several sections, explosive charge in each, with a time fuse, light the fuse, plug up the end, and down she goes. It's simpler than the battery and wire, especially for depths. We'll see something happen. That first discharge caused everything, asked Barker. Greg nodded, stirred up the depths considerably, and fetched up the monster. Well, things have worked out for you, haven't they? Barker gave him a quick, direct look. How do you mean? In what way? Greg's lips curved in a thin smile, but there was no mirth in his eyes. He was thinking that the diver would never have that chat with him now. Dash it, man, went on Barker after a moment of silence. Just what are you driving at? I don't savvy you a bit. We'll go into it later, said Greg, with a calm restraint that infuriated the other man. By the way, did you find everything you expected in that box? Yes, said Barker curtly. He did not speak again. His bronzed, lean features were like hard mahogany. Greg thought of something, just here. Singular that it had not occurred to him before this, but now things were coming clearer. Captain Carson had been worried about Barker. Why? Because some proposal had been made him. He had seen disaster ahead, or dishonor inescapable, and had drunk himself to death over it. Question is, just what does this rascal want? Queried Greg, inwardly wondering at the whole affair. I can't see where he has any opening for bribery, any reason or excuse. Yet he's certainly got something on hand. All those fellows were so confounded eager about that box, too. Am I the only man aboard who isn't in on the game? No time now to think of all this, however. They had arrived over the wreck. Watson, staring down through the clear water, uttered a sharp exclamation. The others craned over the side. Greg presently made out a shapeless gray thing blotting the forward part of the wreck. Our friend is still there, he observed. See him, Barker? A low whistle of amazement broke from the agent. Tremendous, that gray mass, that's it, eh? Doesn't seem possible, Captain. Do you know the thing could shoot itself up out of the water in the fraction of a second? What? Exclaimed the second officer, startled. You mean that octopus could swim? Hell no, Barker laughed. I mean what I say. The creature has a hydraulic suction arrangement that makes it absolutely the fastest thing in the ocean. That's its great defense against sharks. It can move twice as fast as a shark can swim. Good Lord, Watson paled. Suppose it darts up at us then, in that case. And Barker chuckled. Somebody collects our insurance. But cheer up, all hands. It won't come to the surface unless forced. Here, catch hold and stop talking so much, exclaimed Greg. He passed each of the others a 2-foot length of pipe with corks cut to fit. I'll take no chances on fluking this job. These all have different fuse links. We'll light 'em at the same time, cork 'em up, and drop 'em over. There is plenty air in the pipe to keep the fuses burning. Then I suggest that we put in the oars and go away. You are ruddy well right, said Barker cheerfully. Say when. Greg himself prepared 2 of the lengths of pipe, gave the word quietly, held a match to the fuses. Swiftly, he corked the pipes and sent them over the side. As the other 2 men followed suit, the boat was, at this moment, directly above the forward portion of the wreck. Swiftly the oars dipped, and all 6 rowers strained at the ash, not attempting to hide their anxiety to get out of reach of the monster below. Greg uttered a grim laugh. Then abruptly behind them came a heaving eruption of the water, followed by a quick succession of muffled explosions, 3 almost together with a 4th a few seconds later. A sharp cry burst from the men. Something long and thin, like a great snake, flung up out of the water, thrashed the air, and then was gone again. Quiet ensued. Row over there, commanded Greg. Do you hear me pull? It's all over. He came up to the surface in one final spasm, threw out a tentacle, and that was all. Row! My lord, it was 50 foot long. exclaimed Watson, tugging at his oar. "More like 30, said Gregg calmly. The second officer stared at him. "Are you made o' stone or what? You are no more worked up now than you were before, when I got harbor." Gregg smiled a little and looked at Barker, finding the man's gaze curiously on him. "You are unduly nervous, mister," he replied, and his eyes wrinkled up whimsically. "We'd best all have a good drink when we get back, then get out of the haven and get squared away on our course. Got to bury poor old Mac, too. Well, here we are, way enough. Lie on your oars and take a look." The boat drifted. Over the side they craned once more, and nervously enough too below. The clear water was badly roiled. However, Gregg fancied that he could see an enormous grayish mass, slowly drifting. He could not be certain of it, though he was certain enough about the effect of the bombs. "Let's get away," exclaimed Watson, strained and agonized. "Right," said Gregg. "Pull." Odd that the dead brute wouldn't come to the surface. The oars dipped quickly and the boat shot away. "You wouldn't find any dead octopus at the surface," said Barker. "He'd die slowly and would dart back to the bottom and cling there. Not even death would loosen the tentacles." No one else spoke on the way back. Smoke was pouring from the funnels of the ship, and Saunders was evidently getting steam up fast. When they came aboard, Gregg ordered the men to get the boat and life raft stowed again, then invited Barker and Watson to his cabin for a drink. Encountering Saunders, they pulled him along and celebrated the occasion with a stiff one all around. "And now, mister," Gregg said, clapping Watson on the shoulder, "get along up forward and fetch in the hook, then join me on the bridge. Saunders, you'll have to make the best of things in the engine room. No relief for you now." "That'll be all right, sir," said the hulking engineer. For an instant his eyes went to Barker, and Gregg caught the look. "Then let's be off out of here, and on our way." Presently the Clipperton was standing slowly out into Apia Passage, then hove to while all hands were mustered. Gregg read the burial service, and the body of McIntyre was slid over into the sunset-reddened depths of the China Sea. When the ship was again under way, Watson came up to the bridge. Gregg saw him mounting the ladder and went out to meet him, beyond earshot of the man at the binnacle. Gregg checked the other and gave him a swift, direct look. "Well, mister," he said incisively, "is it true that Saunders has come into the job too?" Unsettled as Watson had been this day, the shock was a bad one. He stared at Gregg, his face going dead white, and what he found in those hard, uncompromising blue eyes beneath their shaggy black brows gave him no reassurance whatever. How did you know?" Gregg laughed a little. "You poor fish. Didn't you know I was in on the game?" Relief unspeakable flooded into Watson's features. "Oh? Then it's all right," he blurted out. "I thought you'd turned it down." "Yeah? And what did you think was going to happen if I'd turned it down?" "I don't know." Watson's eyes shifted away. "And didn't give a damn either, eh?" said Gregg. "Now listen here, mister, and pin back your ears. You given the whole show away. Savvy? I am not in on your damn bribery work, and I am not going to be in on it. Neither are you. Neither are the men. Understand me." Watson's pallor returned and his eyes bulged at Gregg. "What?" he stammered pitifully. "What? But you just said—" "Come out of it," broke in Gregg harshly. "You heard me. And you'd better believe me, mister. You set up here on the bridge and you stick here. And don't open your yap to the wheel, man. And don't leave the bridge till you get orders. And God help you if you disobey me. Lay a course for Singapore, understand? Smack for the Straits, in with you." Watson shrank past him. Gregg took the pistol from his hip, shifted it to his jacket pocket, and went down to look up Barker. He encountered the yellow steward, who summoned him to mess, with word that Barker and Saunders were awaiting him there, and he nodded grimly as he followed. 6. Joining the other 2 men at the table. Greg nodded and took the captain's place at the head. He flung Barker a whimsical smile. "I want to have a bit of a chat with you when we've eaten," he said. "It'll be dark by that time." "What about?" said Barker. Greg chuckled and decided to plunge. "About the course. Watson was just having a word with me. Understand?" Barker surveyed him and whistled softly, his keen eyes narrowing. "So," he said, while Saunders gaped at him in half-startled surprise. "So." Greg nodded cheerfully. "Just so. But let's not talk about it now." "What's this? A real curry? Fine. What's the game?" demanded Barker. Greg looked at him with twinkling eyes. "That's what I've decided to find out. Might be worthwhile." "Oh." The agent shrugged. "Fair enough, Captain. Fair enough." Greg noted the significant glance that Barker, after a moment, shot at the engineer. Something was up sure enough, and by taking the offensive he had got a bit ahead of Barker's plans, whatever they might be. The meal passed off without incident. Greg told the steward to take a tray to the bridge for Watson. By the time they had finished, evening had come and the lights were turned on. Saunders rose and left the table. With a growl about his engines, Barker produced cheroots and shoved one at Greg, who accepted with a nod of thanks. "Want to come to my cabin?" asked the agent. "Might as well. The box is there, isn't it?" Barker grinned and led the way. When they reached his cabin, he turned on the light. "I gather," he said, "that you've thought over your refusal to consider anything." Greg laughed. "I am waiting to hear something of interest, if you want to put it that way. But you'd have to come clean if it's as big a thing as Watson let on." "Watson? That fool doesn't know the half of it," said Barker contemptuously. "You are different. You're a real man. I'll come across with the goods, and you'll see. Here is the box that the diver fetched up from his first trip." He produced the square wooden box and slid back the lid, to produce an object voluminously wrapped in fragments of old brocades and silks. A carved stand of red teak came to light, then the bit of cloisonné for which it had been made. This Barker set on the stand and put it on the chair beside his berth. "There you're," he said, a glitter of eager triumph in his eyes. Greg beheld what appeared to be 3 6-inch cylinders, one on top of the other 2. The enamel and gold-fired bronze represented in effect 3 sacred Buddhist scrolls, complete even to the pins holding the binding strings in place. "You call that thing a box?" he asked. Barker chuckled. "Yes. You never saw one like it either. It was made originally, I presume, to hold 3 sacred law books. Now it holds something else. If you press the ends a bit, the covers lift off, like this. Catch hold." Greg caught the topmost cylinder. As Barker pressed at the ends, it came off in his hand, and the other 2 showed themselves loose. Within the 3 long troughs, thus brought to light, there lay a scintillating glitter of green fire. Greg caught his breath sharply. "My lord," he exclaimed, "not emeralds, not real ones, nothing else but," said Barker jubilantly. "That's the great emerald collection of the Procom, Watt in Siam. Been hundreds of years in the forming. It disappeared last year, after an earthquake knocked over the old temple." Greg knew nothing about precious stones, but needed to know nothing. He picked up some of the green baubles. They were of all shapes and sizes, but mostly large, and of the most superb deep green imaginable. He had heard that fine emeralds were vastly more valuable than diamonds, and could well believe it. "How to get aboard that craft?" he demanded. "Who does it belong to now?" "Whoever has it," said Barker. "I told you the skipper of the Seacrest was crooked. He took this aboard in Saigon, thinking the box held opium tins. A Chinese shipped it with him to be kept in his own cabin. Naturally, they wouldn't tell him the actual contents. He was to deliver it to a chap in Singapore, just as he had delivered other things. That's why our syndicate bid in the wreck. I was sent along to take care of this and let everything else slide. They had to let me in on the know and offered me £5,000 if I landed it safely. Grunted the staring Greg. What's it all worth? Any guess you want to make? Say, $500,000 gold? The Siamese have offered £20,000 for the return of the collection intact. So there is no great reason why I should be content with a bare 5,000, is there? Greg replaced the stones he had taken out and leaned back. Oh, I see, he observed. And what's your idea about it? Why have you let in most of the officers and crew of this blasted hooker on your secret? I haven't, said Barker. That is, they don't know just what it is, or its value. Enough of the crew will divide £1,000 among them, and the same to Saunders and Watson. He told you the crew were in on it, eh? He didn't need to, returned Greg dryly. I guessed why spend so much money to buy silence and help. Instead of returning to Singapore, take the ship into Macassar or Kuching, or anywhere I can get a Dutch boat to Batavia. Break down the engines. I disappear. You get back to Singapore in time, tell a likely yarn. And that's that. You yourself will get £2,000 in cash before I leave you. See? Said Greg reflectively. That's a lot of money, Barker. It'll be well spent. And suppose I don't agree? Why, in that case, and Barker laughed softly, you'll understand just why I spent so much money. You might as well come in and not put up a useless argument, Captain. You'll gain nothing. Every white man aboard here now is in with me. If you stick out, it'll be just too bad for you. That's all. Greg looked up at him with a flashing smile. You don't think the men would mutiny, do you? Change your tune, Captain, said Barker abruptly. His lean, hard features became very purposeful and downright. This is nothing to joke about. I've come clean. Here is your chance. Here and now. What's the answer? Do we work together or not? We do not, said Greg, a hand slipping into his jacket pocket. I'll take over this trick box and its contents as the property of the owners. Don't forget that I am master here. Barker's keen eyes narrowed. That's what I figured, he said slowly. And that's why I took the cartridges out of that gun under your mattress while you were gone today. All right, Saunders. Greg came to his feet, pressed the trigger of the pistol in his pocket. It clicked emptily. Barker stood there grinning at him. The cabin door opened and the hulking Saunders came in and stood waiting. Our good skipper, said Barker, is working for the Chinese syndicate that chartered this lousy ship, Saunders. 2 of them are Chinese at all events. Now, just what shall we do with the upright skipper-chief? Do what we planned, said Saunders. Right. Barker's hand slipped down to his own pocket. You! Swift as a flash, Greg fell forward on his hands. His right foot drove out and up, behind him, with fearful force. Saunders, struck in the breast, was knocked backward into the passageway. Greg was no such fool as to come upright and face the pistol Barker was jerking out. The Frenchman, who had taught him this trick of savate, was a crafty man. Greg, as his blow behind him drove home, flung himself sidewise, and his outstretched hand gripped Barker's ankle, brought the man down floundering. His fist crashed into Barker's jaw twice. His gun knocked away. Barker lashed out with the ferocity of a wounded reptile. The 2 men, clinging together, fists driving like pistons, staggered slowly upright. Barker got in one deadly crack that sent Greg backward against the cabin wall, and leaped after it with a low and vicious blow under the belt. Greg writhed aside enough to take it on the hip, and swung his knee up under the chin. Barker only grunted and bore in for a clinch. Saunders lay prostrate out in the passage, groaning terribly. For a moment Greg hammered his man across the cabin, taking punishment himself as the iron fist smashed in kidney punches. His knee again, and Barker staggered. Greg drew back a pace and brought over a swift left to the angle of the jaw. His right followed, but missed its mark and crashed into Barker's mouth instead. The agent fell back against the wall, and a gasping oath burst with the blood from his cut lips. Greg was after him, instantly sent in a left that toppled Barker forward and met him as he came with one sweet, clean crack fair at the jaw's angle. That crack did the business, and he knew it. Then a rush of feet from behind, he whirled. Too late. He had a swift glimpse of 3 men from forward, weapons in their hands, and that was all. A large spanner crashed down over his head, and he dropped like a log. 7. "Is that done for him, Joe?" said one of the 3, turning Greg over and whistling at sight of the blood. "Caved in his dome, all right." Barker staggered over to the berth and dropped his jacket above the cloisonneau box with its gleaming green contents. Scarcely able to stand, yet he knew these men must not catch sight of what lay there. He turned groggily, stared down at the figure of Greg. "Dead. Drag him out of here," he ordered. "Clear out. W, here is Saunders. He's bad off," said one of the 3. "Looks like he's all stove in." "Get him into his berth, then," ordered Barker, and collapsed with a groan on a chair. "I am done up. Clear out. I'll be outside in a minute." His main incentive was to get them out at once and give himself a chance to put the box out of sight. In this he succeeded. 2 of them dragged Greg out into the passage and on into his own cabin nearly opposite. There they paused. "Chuck him on the berth," said one, "and let's get us a drink. Plenty of liquor here if we can find it. The ship's ours now, so get busy." Greg's body was heaved unceremoniously into the bunk. Saunders, dragged into his own cabin, was left to groan and spit blood at his own sweet will. The 3 seamen plunged into lockers and chests, and their search for liquor was swiftly rewarded. Barker, meantime, set his battered self together, poured water lavishly over his bleeding face, and went to the berth. The open cloisonne box had been upset. Emeralds were strewn over the blankets in green glory. Jerking his jacket aside, Barker scooped up the shimmering stones and replaced them in the 3 troughs, closed the lid, and placed the cloisonne box in the larger wooden one. Then, tenderly feeling his swollen lips and jaw, he got out a cheroot, lit it, and left the cabin. A yell greeted him. The 3 men standing there, passing about a bottle, had just been joined by 2 others from forward, the 6th man being on the bridge. No one was on lookout, but this mattered nothing to them. "Have a drink, boss," cried out one, extending the bottle to Barker. He shook his head. "Not now, boys. Make the best of your good time. We'll need you at work again before long. You certainly turned up at the right time. W here is the cap'n, laying in his berth," answered one with a laugh. "Dead as a mackerel he is." Joe mashed his head in with a spanner. "Look at the blood on the deck." Barker nodded pleasantly. "And Saunders in his own cabin. Heard bad, looks like." Barker passed into the cabin of the engineer and inspected him. Saunders was certainly badly off. He was unconscious, and blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth with every breath. Barker turned away with a shrug. "Clumsy fool. Well, he can wait until later." He sought the bridge. Behind him, the 5 seamen, emboldened by his disregard of their conduct, plunged into the cabin of Captain Carson, located the late skipper's supply of liquor, and proceeded to make themselves at home. Watson and the helmsman were talking low-voiced when Barker strode in upon them with a cheery greeting. "Get some supper, Watson, did you?" "Well, everything's in shape now. Did you see the cap'n?" queried Watson nervously. Barker chuckled. "You are the cap'n now, as far as that goes. Greg's dead. Somebody hit him with a spanner and scattered his brains." "Ha," said Watson. "You look like somebody had hit you with a pile driver. Who done it, Greg?" "Exactly," returned Barker. "And now that the ship's ours, what about the course? You won't go to Singapore, naturally. So Greg's done for, is he?" Watson drew a deep breath. "Well, sir, that's great. I never looked for that, he was so cocksure. Why, about the course. We could turn right about and make the Sarawak River by morning. Could slip into Kuching or any of them ports. But we might better head down the west coast and hit one of the Dutch ports, so's you could get a packet boat to Batavia." "That sounds better," said Barker, with a nod of assent. "Right. I'll leave it to you then. By the way, Saunders is hurt laid out? I don't know a thing about engines. Do you?" "Lord, no!" exclaimed Watson in dismay. The seaman beside him spoke up. "I ain't got no blinkin' engine room ticket, sir, but I knows quite a bit about 'em. If you says the word, I'll slip down and keep an eye on the gauges and them yeller chinks." "Can do proper, sir." "Good," said Barker, relieved. The man departed, and Watson called after him to mind the signals. "We'll have to go on half speed when we head out of the passage," he explained to Barker, with an anxious air. "I can't trust any of that outfit, and I can't keep going day and night, both. You are no seaman. But you might spell me watching the course when we get past those 5-fathom patches, though we'll be all clear, and I can snatch an hour or so of sleep. Then I'll be good until tomorrow afternoon anyway." "Fair enough," commented Barker. "The watch are all drinking down below, but if you like I'll stop along here topside with you, Watson. When you hit clear water, give me the course, and I can hold her to it, while you get a bit of sleep." So it was arranged, and by help of the steam steering gear, the Clipperton forged ahead all that night, without a hint of trouble. Morning found her heading down the Borneo coast, definitely off her course for Singapore. Saunders, with 2 broken ribs, managed to crawl down to the engine room. Barker, who had turned in, was roused about sunrise by an unholy racket, and found Watson at it, driving the men back to work. They had been scattered all over the passage in drunken stupor, and with his jumpy nerves somewhat restored to order, Watson had assumed charge of the ship in no uncertain terms. After kicking the men forward, he went off cursing lustily to find the yellow steward who was hiding somewhere aft. Barker, who awakened plenty stiff and sore, descended to the forward well deck where the men were sluicing one another with buckets of water, and joined the party. Considerably refreshed, he returned to his cabin and dressed in leisurely fashion. There he remembered that the body of Gregg must be got out of the way, and his brain awakened to practical details as he crossed the passage. The place was a mess and must be cleaned up, and the bloodstains taken care of before they put into any port. He went on towards the bridge to give orders about it. 8 gust, flooding in at his port and striking Gregg's face, wakened him with its level beams. He opened his eyes. The sun was just tipping over the Bornean mountains that rose against the eastern horizon. Gregg swung his legs to the floor and sat up. Horrible pain assailed him in an overwhelming wave. He sat fighting down the recurrent swirls of agony, put a hand to his head, and found it caked with dried blood and enormously swollen. Not so bad as might have been. Then the swelling indicated that the skull had not been caved in, at least. He remembered everything now, felt the useless empty pistol in the pocket of his torn jacket, and sat for a little in a daze of despair. Barker had been too clever for him after all. Then voices pierced to his flagging consciousness and roused him. He heard Watson out in the passage, cursing the men for drunken swine and booting them forward. He waited expectantly, but Watson did not enter his cabin. "Damn you, move!" he caught Watson's voice. "I am in command here, and you wharf rats had better realize it." "That's better. Forward with you, Watson in command." Was he? Gregg laughed shakily and came to his feet. He swayed for an instant, caught himself, crossed to where his water bottle was slung in its rack, and drank the warm, insipid fluid thirstily. He dumped the remainder over his head, and this cleared his fogged brain considerably. He stood for a moment, taking stock. He was fearfully weak. His head was a jarring, aching mass of hurt. Still he was alive, and they had evidently thought him dead. And he had the empty pistol. What was more, there were cartridges in the captain's cabin. Extra cartridges. The voices and sounds had died away outside. Going to the door, Greg pulled it open and glanced out. The passage was empty. The door of Captain Carson's cabin stood ajar. He passed out and went to the other cabin. Twice he nearly collapsed, and walking was a fearful effort, but he got there. The place was a mess. A glance around told him that the men had found Carson's liquor. A bottle of whiskey nearly empty stood on the desk, and Greg caught at it, dumped the fiery fluid down his throat. This pulled him together. As he stood, he heard a door slam, heard a step outside. Greg chuckled grimly as he heard Barker depart for the bridge, and then he began his search for the cartridges. In a moment he had located them. "I've got one chance, just one chance," he reflected as he slipped them into the heavy pistol. "If I can jump 'em before they realize I am alive, well and good. Otherwise it's all off. And Barker's the one man to fear, too," he reflected swiftly. If he went straight up to the bridge by either forward ladder, they would see him ascending. That would be rank folly, but going aft along the passage, he could gain the bridge by the after ladder and come on Barker from behind. There lay his sole chance of success. He was alone, extremely shaky, and, except for the pistol, helpless. If he could pull himself up by his own bootstraps, he might win out yet, but it meant a pull. Another thought struck him, a weapon that might help his game. He entered Barker's cabin. Presently he headed aft. His right hand held the pistol, in his left hand was the cloisonné box, shimmering with its splendid color in the sunlight. He realized perfectly that he must stake everything on one throw of the dice, one grim and merciless cast. Up on the bridge, Barker and Watson stood talking for a while, left the wheelhouse by the starboard door, and headed for the side ladder, descending to the deck below. Then Barker whirled, with one low amazed oath, his hand jerking to his pocket. There, at the port side of the bridge, stood Greg. His left hand, extended over the rail, held the glittering cloisonné box. A pistol was in his right hand. "Careful, you," warned his voice. "Hands up, both of you. Over it goes. Barker, if you try any tricks." A frightful cry broke from Barker as he realized that the fortune for which he had planned and schemed and killed hung there above the depths. Watson, white as a sheet, caught at the handrail, staring at Greg as at a ghost. Barker was flung off his keen mental balance, just as Greg had figured he would be. "Hands up, I said," barked Greg. Blind fury seized upon Barker. His fingers closed about the pistol in his pocket, and he pressed the trigger. Two reports blended almost as one, but that from Greg's pistol was the foremost. Barker whirled about and collapsed. His bullet struck the pipe rail under Greg's left hand. The cloisonné box slipped away and was gone. Greg clutched after it and missed. From the wheelhouse burst the seaman Joe, the same who had smashed Greg over the head the previous night. He came with a rush, but a bullet crashed into his chest, and he fell on his face and slid over against the rail, almost touching Greg's feet. "Hands up, Watson." Watson obeyed. Greg strode over to him, grim-faced, and patted his pockets, then took out a pistol. It was his own lost weapon. "So," he observed, "you yellow dog, you are done. Get below and stay there. Send the steward here, and do it quick." Watson went scrambling down the ladder, completely crushed, terror in his white face. Voices and a scramble of feet sounded. Greg went to the bridge rail and looked down at the men below. They were staring up, gathered for a rush at either ladder, struck speechless by the sight of him there. He laughed grimly as he lifted the two pistols, one in each hand. "One of you report up here for duty, and smart about it, you limey. The rest of you get forward and stay there. Want to argue it?" One man threw up a pistol. Greg shot twice, mercilessly, and the man crumpled, his weapon unfired. With a yell of terror, the survivors broke. The man Limey slowly mounted, the latter frozen with fright, Got a gun, have you? Snapped Greg, and frisked him as he mounted. All right. There is a smoke 2 points. To starboard, change the course to head for it. Then break out an ensign and send it aloft upside down. Then get back to the wheel. Move. With a whine of terror, the man obeyed. Presently the yellow steward came up the ladder. He was shaking tremulous, his saffron features contorted with fright as he carried a tray. "Hello, Wing," Greg gave him a cheery greeting. "Breakfast, eh? That's good. Now you slip down to Mr. Barker's cabin. There is a pile of green stones on his berth. Savvy. Gather them all up in the blanket, make a bundle of it, and fetch the bundle here. Savvy?" "Me savvy plenty good, sir," chattered the Celestial, and fled below. Greg ignored the tray for the moment. He walked over to the body of Barker. Not daring to stoop, he turned over the body with his foot and saw that his bullet had smashed the man's shoulder. He kicked Barker's pistol, and the weapon flew out and jumped over the side. "You limey," ordered Greg, "lay forward here and get a bandage about this man's wound, so he won't bleed to death. First, however, put this tray in the wheelhouse." "Aye, sir," came the hurried response. Presently Greg was sitting on the cushioned berth behind the wheel. At his side was a blanket bundle, and he sipped his coffee with appreciation as the Clipperton, flying her distress signal, steamed at full speed towards the ship now lifting above the horizon. Greg thought of Saunders down in the engine room and chuckled. "Saunders will get a surprise," he observed whimsically, "and so will the owners when I show up with the green stones all intact. Too bad that box went overboard, but when you haul yourself up by your bootstraps, something is liable to bust." And the Clipperton steamed on, with dead men alow and aloft, and a blazing-eyed ghost in command. End of the box in the hold by H. Bedford Jones.
The Cross by Ximado by J. des Ormeaux.
"Slender threads of evidence that led to a riot of crime got my wire?" says the chief. "Here I am," I says. "Sorry to cut short your vacation," he says, "but the main reason I wanted you back was to open some letters that have come for you." "Letters? Why didn't you go ahead and open them?" "Well, I thought it was just possible they might be something personal, but..." He takes out a packet of envelopes. Instead of handing them to me, he holds them to his nose. "Take a sniff," he says, and passes them across. I do so. Our eyes meet above them with the identical expression. "Am I right?" he says eagerly, leaning forward with his hands on his knees. "Lavender, am I right? Chendo." "The Lavender Kid," he agrees. Chortling, I begin. "For the love," turning them over and staring at the slender feminine hand. "Another tip-off," he says, rubbing his hands together. "Hurry up, McGuire, open 'em up. The last time it was Tony Abruzio with 2 truckloads of real mums. Who is it this time? Who is it?" I arrange them in the order of the postmark, dating. He's leaning over my shoulder as I rip the flap of the first, practically taking the single sheet out for me. On it is one word, Maddox. He says. "Now who or what the hell is Maddox?" He turns it over and over as I open the second. We read together, "San Pedro." "Getting better," says he. "That's Los Angeles Harbor, where they're postmarked." I rip the third and last. Began a single word, Ximado, wall 3, are in the same delicate, twisting handwriting as the address. The chief arranges them on the desk in a neat row. He sits down, shoving his hat back. "Not so specific as the other tip," he says. "He must like this playmate more." I am examining the postmark again. 3 days old, I say. "No more since then." He shakes his head. "What do you make of it?" "A tiff. The old itch got Chendo to tip off on the bird, and then they make up. Too bad it didn't last a day or two longer. We'd have got it all. See how each word comes a few apart," says the chief, with an expression like he's handling a dead cat. Can you feature people like that in the world? Why the hell do you suppose he does it? He does it, that's all. It's enough for us, I say. If you want to ask questions, why should he send them to me? You were the one got him that time coming across dressed as a girl. But there were two of us. Gresham found the coke. The chief shrugs. He must have remembered your name. What do you make of this Z.I.? Z.I. He looks again at the letter. I shake my head as we both study it. Maddox sounds like a name, I say, and San Pedro's a place, he says. Ximado sounds like a city in Mexico. Got a Los Angeles telephone directory? I ask. He looks vaguely around, shaking his head. I'll call the exchange operator. He bites at his thumb. Damned if I'll turn this over to French. We'll sneak it out from under his nose. You be getting your stuff together. You are going up to Los Angeles, me, and on just 3 words, sure, you. This Chendo's stuff, when he spills it, has always been good. This time he started to tell something and stopped. It's up to you to pick up one of those 3 leads and unravel the rest. By the time I get back, my bag being still unpacked, he's finished phoning. Got it? He says. Not under Maddox, under Ximado. 144 Covarrubias Street. No first name, just Ximado. I write it down. Okay, I am on my way. Wait a minute, he says at the door. Work alone. Don't call those other babies in unless you have to. They're always getting all the gravy for our stuff. Let's see. Who's that bird up there at the Enforcement Bureau? Carstairs. He snaps his fingers. Carruthers. That's it. He's all right. He's got an office you can use. I'll give him a ring before you get there. I wait long enough to drop my bag at a hotel and stop in and shake hands with Carruthers before going out to Pedro. The town has the same fishy smell and is as full of bright sunshine and seagulls as it was the last time I was out there. The fleet's coming this morning, and the streets are wandering with gobs. Covarrubias Street is a grimy lane winding out from the main drag over towards the inner harbor, ending up finally at a slough full of oily water near a bunch of Union oil tanks. Sitting on the edge of the slough is 144, a narrow house looking out of 4 windows at the backs of a lot of signboards that face the high road to Los Angeles. Although there is a lot of activity around, it's pretty isolated. The tanks come in behind, and back of them some orange funnels and masts stick out of the harbor. Canond, up it's the seedy relic of what was once a pretty nice house. Looks as though it had been moved there. Lot of ornamentation over the windows, from which the paint is curling. Across the front is a long stein, Ximado, Egyptian palmist, and below, a little to one side, astrologer I passed by once. Stop to light a pill, look back as if making up my mind, throw away the match, and come back to it. I push open a squeaky gate, cross a yard littered with old papers, and come up on the front porch. Over the bell is a little sign saying, "Walk in." Nothing could be better. I do, coming into a narrow, grimy room like a reception room, empty except for a wooden settee with no cushions in it. I sit here for a second, staring at a dead rubber plant whose leaves are covered with dust. No one appears. It suddenly occurs to me that the house has the sound of a place completely empty. To make sure, I step out and ring the bell. It buzzes all over the place without raising even an echo. This is my play. I step over to the door leading from the reception room, reaching for my keys. It's an ordinary inside lock. A 10-cent passkey's good. I come into a somewhat larger room with a hanging card having the signs of the zodiac on it, a table before it, a glass ball on prongs, a skull, a pentagon painted on the floor, the usual palmist layout. Beyond the curtain is where the professor listens, in another table, this time with a half-eaten bowl of Chilean beans dusted with ashes and a snipe stuck in the middle of it. In back is the kitchen, pretty clean. Before I go any farther, I take a pint from my pocket and plant it in back of the cupboard under the sink. One bedroom is pretty much of a mesh shoe on the bed. Blankets full of whiskers where they've fallen on the floor. In the closet are a couple of robes with capitalistic symbols, no business lately. The other bedroom is neat. Bed made, silver-backed brush on the dresser. Layout of cosmetics, atomizer that squirts lavender. This would be Ximado. I am not wasting time on personal effects. I am going over the groundwork, stamping on the floors, tapping walls. I do the whole place carefully and thoroughly, and don't find a thing. As soon as I am satisfied of that, I come out to the front again, lock the door behind me, and sit down in the reception room to wait. If I had an idea of what I was, after I could get along a lot faster. Cheap dive. Looks like little stuff, but Ximado never tipped us on one bottle monkeys. Is it hooch or dope? I don't like this walk-in, and leaving all the doors open. Whoever the professor is, he doesn't live here permanently. There is too much scarcity of clothes. I've buried the second snipe beside the rubber plant when somebody comes up the walk. It's the professor, that's obvious. Spade beard, yellow mug, a wad of hair crushed under a phony hat. He's got a loaf of bread under his arm and stops to spit at the bottom of the porch. Instead of coming in the front, he goes around the back. I hear him open the back door and make a few noises in the kitchen. I realize he hasn't seen me from the front by the way he keeps passing back and forth there without coming forward. After a little, I hear a noise that makes me tilt my ears. It's a groan from the professor, a long groan, as though he feels something pretty bad. At the end, he cusses a few times. After a minute or two, he does it again. Then I hear the whir of a dial phone. The professor clears his throat. "Pacific Long Distance," he says in a peculiar, rasping voice. "Oh wait, then, Altadena, 292. I am putting this in my mind. Altadena is up beyond the city in the foothills." "Hello," he says after a while. "Me again." "Yeah, you better make it sooner. There is some talking at the other end." "Me drive," he says. "It's too much of a risk." After a moment he says in an irascible tone, "Sooner," I said. "Tonight." He listens again. "When?" "No, I'll be out till midnight." "Say 1. "Yeah, 1 o'clock. Right here. Right here." He hangs up. If I could get out now, I would, but I can't. I slump down with my chin on my chest and my eyes shut as I hear his feet in the dining room. He comes no farther for a few minutes, but then he must have smelled the cigarette smoke. He walks forward and unlocks the door. I know he's looking at me around the edge, though I can't see him. Then his feet go back. There is a little wait. I am trying to figure what would look suspicious about somebody asleep in his reception room and can't find anything. Is he putting on the astrologic robe? I hear him moving around in the bedroom. After a bit, he isn't moving anymore. It's quiet, except for occasional small sounds like he picks something up and puts it down again. This is not so good. If he's suspicious, he ought to get out by the back door. If not, he ought to come in and wake me up. You can't figure a guy that calmly lets you be. My left arm falls asleep. I've about decided to wake up on my own account when I hear the feet moving again. This time there is no mistake. They come right towards me. He enters the reception room and walks to the settee. I can hear him breathing for a second as he stands and looks at me. Then he shakes my shoulder. I've been warming up for a big bust of surprise after the first bleary moment, but one look at the guy, and it's unnecessary. The beard's gone, the hair's gone, he's got an ordinary hat on his head and a toothpick in his mouth. For sake, I say, staring at his yellow mug. Where the hell did I fall asleep here? Do you want to see the palmist? He says with a total lack of curiosity in his voice. Why, yeah, that's what I'm here for. I guess I must have fell asleep. Are you the guy? He shakes his head wearily. The Palmistane here. Oh, ain't he? Where is he? He's sick. It's no lie. He looks sick. The yellow is kind of gray around the cheekbones, and his eyes have that dull look of a person who doesn't care who the hell you may be, so long as you go away and don't bother him. Well, no matter, I say. It doesn't make any difference. I'll come some other time. He says nothing to this but comes out after me, locks the door, and goes off down the street as though I was nowhere around. Boys at the office, I say to Carruthers. I am going to shake down a dump late tonight. Can you lend me 2 men? He says, I hate to help you guys, but I'll give you the lousiest ones I got. They're 2 boys named Pasco and Martin. Martin's got gold teeth and looks sidewise out of his eyes, so I decide to send Pasco to Altadena. Look here, I say. The telephone number's Altadena 292. Camp on it, but don't stick your face in the door. Call here to keep in touch. To Martin I say, meet me at the P Depot in Pedro at midnight. Then I go home to unpack. The next morning Carruthers says, Did you get what you were after last night? I say, no, with bad grace. Not a soul showed up. Went in there at 12 and had it to ourselves till dawn. Complete blank. Has Pasco called yet from Altadena? I think so, he says. Ask the secretary. She says Pasco rang 10 minutes back. I call the number. Hello, I says. Have you been all night locating Altadena? Lord, he says, I couldn't find a drugstore. They closed this town at 9 p.m. What was I to do, let loose a carrier pigeon? Well, what's the layout? It's a hospital, he says. A what? Yeah, sort of a hospital, sanitarium, little dump, kind of private. While I am digesting this, he says, I went up and tried to get 'em to take me in. Nurse said sorry, but they were full up. You're burying genius, I say. And then what? Nothing. They brought a bird in a car about 12:30. He sure painted the air. Well, I say, come on back. I turn from the phone and the outside buzzer rings. It's the secretary. There is a man out here to see you'd me. I say, send him in. It's no pleasant look I give the bird. He's oldish, quietly dressed, with a set to his face like he's going to do something that takes a lot of willpower. He says in a curious, formal way, Are you the federal agent charged with narcotic investigation in this territory? They told me outside there to come here. Yes, I says. Or I'll do. I look at him again and say, Sit down. He's not the type you keep standing. He sits down kind of rigid, turns his neck around to look at the door, turns back to me, moistens his lips and says, Mr. McGuire. Frost is my name, he says with a short bow. He seems to notice that his hands are gripping his hat out of shape and unloosens them, setting them before him on his knees. They're strong hands, very white and well kept. Would you mind, he says with the twist of the neck again, closing that door? I would like to talk to you in private. Not at all, I say, getting up to close it. While I am doing so, he clears his throat a few times and plants himself more bolt upright in the chair. By this time, I've got over my surliness and my curiosity is somewhat whetted. When I sit down, I swing the chair a little sideways and play with a paper knife to watch him less directly. Mr. McGuire, he says, you will understand my position after I have talked to you for a few minutes. I am here to give you information about a very considerable traffic in drugs. Yes, I say. My interest deflates immediately. An Iowa banker retired to Hollywood who has found a snowbird in the apartment above him. I mean, he says, and he begins to fight his breathing, to expose an entire organization, to name every man if necessary, especially to put the principals in your hands. This is something of unusual extent, Mr. McGuire. It is a serious business. He stops to get more breath. For me, it is costing me a great deal to come here. I've stopped playing with the paper knife and am looking at him full. Before I do so, he says, I must be assured of complete immunity from the law. Naturally, I say. Pardon? He says, that's understood. I say, he exhibits considerable relief. To what extent are you involved? I say, there is, he says. A private hospital maintained for the sole purpose of handling customers and employees of the organization at times when the ordinary hospital will not serve. I am the doctor in charge. What's its telephone number? I says. He gives a shift of surprise. Altadena, 292. After a moment he says, 3 days ago they brought my daughter up there to me. He's the first to go on more quickly in looking away. The fact that there is such a place should show you that the traffic is considerable among a wealthy class. I ask. There is one other restriction I must make, he says, looking at me full. I must reserve the right to keep secret the names of all my patients, anyone who has passed under my hands. Of course. Then I get up. I take a deep breath, expanding my arms a little. Doctor, I says, there comes a time in every man's life when he falls on a great thing. At least there has to be. You are it. My only fear now is that something might happen to you. I am almost afraid to have you sitting in this room. If this bunch is as big as you say, they're going to blast you. What are you doing away from the hospital at this hour? He actually blanches. You don't often see it. I have a place in Los Angeles, he says, and begins to swallow 1, 2, 3, 4. Doctor, I say, if you don't object to a little monotony, I'm going to put you in jail. In, he says. It's upstairs on the 9th floor, and it's nice and tight. We'll put in a real bed, and you'll have a special menu. Except for the confinement, nothing could be more pleasant, and we'll both be able to sleep nights. I never sold a jail before, but my heart's in those few phrases. I finish up by slapping him on the shoulder. Oh, he says, his eyebrows contract. His face is a puzzle of thought. I am watching close and anxious for it to clear favorable. Man, I says, I can't let you out on the street. You don't understand, he says. I am thinking of my patients. A doctor can't just clear out like anybody else. I'm not quarreling with the idea. I am trying to think if it can be arranged, while he thinks I light a pill and give him my best moral support. Finally, he says, perhaps if I could do a lot of phoning. In private. In strict private. I hand him the instrument. I'll go out. Just rap on the door when you want me back. He nods. As I reach the door, he's thumbing a little notebook. I talk to the secretary in her office for 10 minutes. After 15, I get impatient and put my head in the connecting door to take it out quick if all's well. My head stays there. The doctor's gone. I run in fast and stand there looking around like someone who's run head on into a piano. I jump for the corridor, to the elevator. There is 6. The shine who drops me down hasn't seen him. On the street floor, there is a dozen people. He's none. I skid out to the sidewalk and run around in little circles like a wild man. Then I am back to the elevators. The third boy remembers him because he kept crowding so close to the front he nearly got hooked on the floors. That was 15 minutes back. At 11 o'clock, I close the directory with a snap and say to Martin, that's all the Frosts in Los Angeles. Rem County. Going collect paste. We're going to Altadena. He goes out but stops with the door half closed and says to someone in the corridor, in here? What? Who? He cocks his ear forward, taking off his hat. No, not me, he says. The guy's right in there now. He steps back a little, and a woman comes in. She's somewhat in the shadow. I see a pale face and 2 panicky black eyes. Yes, miss, I say, getting up. She seems to be in some difficulty with her voice. She puts one hand in a nervous way to her throat and says, "Oh, and stops. Did you want to see me? I ask. No, I. Again there is that movement of her hand. It was about my father. About your father. What about him? I just wanted to ask what you've done with him. I stare. What's this? Who is your father? Dr. Fuchs. Doctor. I grab for a pad. Spell that, will you? To me it spells Frost, my recent visitor. She does so. Moistening her lips and getting paler and paler, I run around and pull out a chair. See here, sister, I say. I am not going to bite you. I've nothing but love for your family. Come over here and sit down. We're going to have a nice long talk. She comes over as gingerly as a cat. To relieve her nervousness, I step over to the window and fiddle with the shade. As soon as she's seated, I release the cord in the shade, flies up to the top. She jumps like I'd shot at her. I am sorry, miss, I say, coming over and sitting down. Just what was it made you think your father was up here? I knew he was coming, she says rapidly. He told me so. He left me on the way uptown. That was 2 hours ago, and he hasn't come back. He was going to meet you? I ask. Yes, she says with a quick motion of her head. I lean thoughtfully across the desk for a package of cigarettes on the other side. In the middle of my reach, I shift and get her by the chin. Down, I says. By Chindo, you ought to be old enough for hair by this time. He gives a squeal, trying to pull back. I shift my mitt and yank him down by the whole face. Stay there, I say. You are not going to run out on me, are you? The skin of his face squirms under my hand. I hold him until I've finished my reach for the cigarettes and then shove him back in the chair. You should think you'd know better, I say, than to try something like that on me. He comes up blubbering and throwing his head quick around towards the door. His whole body's keyed for the jump. I say, don't try it. If I have to pull you down again, I'll blot you. Oh, Mr. McGuire, he bleats in a piping voice. I didn't want to do it. I swear it. He throws out 2 delicate hands to me. Please let me go, Mr. McGuire. I didn't want to. I didn't know it was you. The sweat is running the makeup down in streaks. The pupils of his eyes are dilated in 2 big, soft black rings. Too bad, I say. Back to Ione for you, Chindo. This time it'll be until your majority. He begins to move his head from side to side, beating his hands on the desk. I haven't got anything on me. I am not trying to do a thing. Look at the big wires I've been giving you, Mr. McGuire. Yeah, I say, and you are going to give me another. He makes a sort of convulsion of sincerity. I'll tell you everything I know. All right. I light the pill. Who sent you up here? 2 big guys up in Hollywood. Who are they? Their names Kinsella and Vane. You ain't got a prior on them, they're clean. What's their stuff? They got a big dope racket. What were you supposed to find out? What you've done with Fuchs. Why, oi? They want that baby. How did they know he came here? He shrugs. Must have had somebody on him. Who is Fuchs? I say, he gives a twist of his neck. Don't you know that, Mr. McGuire? What I know is one thing I am asking you. He's the hop rest up in Altadena. He runs it. His daughter up there. He gives me a funny mixed look. A kind of an attempt at a smile. That was a fast one, Mr. McGuire, he says. Huh, I says. Why, one, he says. There ain't no daughter, there couldn't be. He gives a kind of sickly laugh. What does he want to give away the rest for? He looks at me sort of full and vacant. I don't know a thing about that. Come to the end of your knowledge. He leans forward over the desk and his piping voice is trembling. Listen, Mr. McGuire, he says, if you ask me a lot of stuff about Kinsella and Vane, I can't answer. I can't answer because I don't know. I can tell you where I talked to them last, at the Carmichael Arms. But you won't find them there. You won't find them anywhere. And if you did, you wouldn't have anything on them. They keep themselves clean. See? There's only 2 guys can give you the whole layout. You got one, you think I know the whole inside, but I swear I don't. I just know the edges. He stops to moisten his lips, his eyes on mine. Well, that's tough, I say, because then you can't tell me enough to make it worth my while to let you go, and I'll have to turn you over to the city. Oh, he bleats in desperation. You got folks. What do you want to pump me for? Why, you know, I say, that folks isn't on the up and up. Well, but one, he says, what he tells you is. What he tells me isn't enough. It's enough to get the big boys, he says, almost crying, for sake. What else do you want? Do you want to pull in a lot of punks? That's all there is. Aye, you can do that any day. Listen, Mr. McGuire, for sake, what good will it do you to stick me back in the can? I can do you some good if I'm out. Well, do me some good. I come in. For sake, you haven't done me any yet. He stops and begins to lick his lips. Will you let me fly if I tip you the end I know? What is the end you know? He says. If I show you 100 pounds of dope in Pedro, I come up straight on the chair. You'll show me 100 pounds of dope in Pedro? He nods, saying wildly. The receiving end. It's all the piece I know. I wouldn't mind tipping you on the whole gang if I could. Do you think I love them, Almighty? Do you think Kinsella and Vane have sent me up here if I actually knew anything? All right. I cut him down. Give us your story. You'll let me go if I do. If you show me 100 pounds of dope in Pedro, I got your word. You'll let me go on the sidewalk in Pedro after I show you? Tell me. All right. All I know is 2 things. One's free. See? A bank was mixed up in the racket and it burned last night. You probably know that already. The Seaward Bank of Pedro, that's where the monkeys got their payoff. The other's about the receiving end where the crude stuff comes in. That's at a place called Ximado's, a fortune teller's in Pedro. How does it get there? They got a mate on a ship. Don't ask me, that part I don't know. But it's crude. It comes there and it goes out for adulteration. It's there now. Where? In a case under the closet floor. You got to hit it with a sledge. I can show you the place. Is that what you were going to tip me on in the letters? Yes. Yes? That was it. Where does Maddox come in this? He's the other guy I told you can shoot the hole inside. Who is he? He runs that end and calls himself Ximado boy with a yellow mug? Yeah. So Ximado is only his phony name and he's really Maddox. Huh, yeah, that's it, Charlie Maddox. Where is he now? Nobody knows. He was taken up to the hospital last night, and now he ain't there. He slipped him along with Fuchs. There is something funny going on. Maddox shoots his mouth when he's that way. See? If you could lay your hands on that guy, you'd have somebody. I'll save him for the present, I say. Just now I'll take the dope. I put the punk in some pants and go out to Pedro. About a block from the house he begins to put up a big argument about not going in there, saying he'll tell us just exactly where to look and what to do. I figure if he's going to do us any good when he's out, he's probably right, so we leave him in the car with Martin, and Pasco and me go up together. There is nobody there. It doesn't look like anybody's been there since we were there last. It's the closet where Maddox keeps the astrological robes. Pasco hits the 5th floorboard with the sledge, and it keels up on end like a lever. I bend on this according to instructions, and a few feet more of the flooring comes up neat, like a wedge of pie. We shove this over like a trunk lid and stick our noses down together into the hole. It's a good-sized galvanized iron box. We drag it out into the living room and spend a while whacking the cover off. After that, there is a watertight compartment. It's gummy stuff like a lot of black molasses. It's new to Pasco. He sticks one finger in it and smells it. Chendo flew a little high. Lucky if there is 60 pounds. Some's been used. We're just carting it down the hall to the back door when the front doorbell rings. We look at each other over the box and set it down quietly. You stay here, I say. I go up front and open the door. A big shine in a chauffeur's uniform is standing there. In the background by the curb, a long enclosed Pierce is glistening and making contented noises. You're supposed to come out, he says, showing a lot of teeth and indicating the car. Who, me, I says. Yes, sir, that's what the lady said. I begin to wonder whether this is Christmas or whether I am going to the spot, and between the two I get down to the curb in a somewhat floundering way. A woman rears up from the back seat and gives a squawk. You are not the one, she says. What you hear is Charlie. She looks like she'd been set to throw herself into my arms. I am taking in the ermine coat, the blonde hair, the 3-carat white on the left hand. Oh, Charlie, I says. You mean Charlie Maddox? She's giving me a stare out of 2 wide-spaced china blue eyes. Say, who are you? She says. She's got a queer, heavy, husky voice. Oh, me, I says, blinking fast. I am his cousin. The stare continues. I begin to realize I've never looked into a dumber countenance. It's the eyes, mostly, the way they're spaced and the color. Is he here? She asks. No, he's sick, I say. Can I do something for you? Ain't they brought him back yet? She says. That ain't make something click. For all the furs and jewelry there is the hallmark of a harbor mall, here someplace. I expect him any time, I say. Where can I have him reach you? The same place, she says. 224 16th Street. Oak. I say, wave my hand, and the Pierce rolls off. Coming back with Pasco and the box to the car. I say to Chendo, who's the dame with the big blue eyes and the tuberculosis scar on her neck? Oh, her, he says. Some broad Maddox been playing around with? She's nothing. Do I go now? I sign to Martin to open the door. He scrambles out on the street side like somebody was going to grab him from behind. Then he turns around quick and sticks an agitated face back at me. It's working like a puddle in rain. I've been saving something for you, he pipes shrilly. Something I know that even Kinsella and Vane don't. I know where Maddox will be tonight. I hate that one, see? He's a 1200 Runnymede Place. At 9. Then he streaks off through a vacant lot for all his feet will do. Back at the office, I locate 1200 Runnymede Place as being listed too in Jacob Folks. This is good. The two may be running together. I have the girl ring it, but no one answers. After some difficulty, she gets in touch with the flat below, where they say no one has been around since late last night. They're very obliging and offer to ring us if they hear anyone come in. That's fine. I tell the girl to call me if they do and go off to the couch in Carruthers's office to snatch a little of the sleep I lost last night. Pasco and Martin aren't so lucky. They've been yanked for heavy duty with the county. When I get up, it's dark, about 7. I mean to be early. The girl has nothing to report. I grab a little quick lunch and take a cab out to the Wilshire district. A few blocks from the address, I dismiss it. 1200 Runnymede is a nice place. Quiet and well kept. Set back from the street, behind a couple of big palms. The letterbox has a neat card. Jacob Folks, Maryland. This end of the racket is respectable. There is no light in the corresponding flat, at least from the street side. As a matter of form, I touch the bell, To my surprise, the buzzer answers at once. My jump, for the door is 3/4 pure shock. I come up the cushioned stairs on a fast run. I turn the corner of the landing and the door to the flat is opening. Inward, with no one showing. I slow to a walk and come to it. I look into a lighted living room. A bird I've never seen before is sitting at a table, shuffling a deck of cards. He looks up pleasantly and says, "Come here." I step across the threshold and my hand begins to slide inside my coat. "There is no need of that," says the bird at the table. "We're all friends here." My eyes swerve to the one behind the door as he shoves it shut with his foot. He's a big one with a .45 in his fist. My own is a little late. The big one grins out of 2 little hard green eyes like marbles. He grins because he likes it. "Sure, we're all friends here," he says. I can hear the one at the table still shuffling his cards. "Don't forget me, McGuire," he says. "Let's put 'em all away," says the big one. I realize the kid has put one over. The big boy is still grinning as he pockets the .45. There is few who could, without busting something on this boy. It don't even make a ripple. "Come over and sit down," says the one at the table. "Don't be so unsociable, McGuire. We've been waiting a long time for you to come." "Hell, I am not unsociable," I say, coming over to the table. "You got the advantage of me, that's all." "Which is Kinsella. I want to get the names straight, so folks has been spouting," says the shorter one, lifting his eyebrows. "Well, well, maybe we got to you just in time. What else did he tell you?" "Say, listen." I say, "I don't know exactly what you've got me here for, but it probably wasn't to pass the night asking foolish questions. Let's get to it. I don't think you want to shove me out. Of course, you may have somebody standing behind the window drapes and this is just your way of leading up to it. But if so, let me tell you for your good and mine, that you are wasting energy. There is 3 or 4 boys back at the office primed on the whole business. What I know, they know." "Oh, shuh," says the shorter one. "We don't care what you know." "Huh." I say, "No, of course not. No," says he. "You think we care what folks told you?" "Not a bit. If you'd come to us, we'd have told you the whole story. Better than he could, wouldn't we?" "Vain? Sure," says the big one with a laugh. "Make 100 arrests," says the other. "We'd be glad to see it. This racket is over." I say, "What?" staring into his lazy black eyes. He holds me for a second half mockingly. "A bank bust yesterday," he says. "The C-word of Pedro. When it did, we did. Luckily it burned before the examiners got to it. We're pulling out." He flops one leg over the other and looks at me almost quizzically. "Yes, well, I see. That's all," he says. "Then what do you want with me?" He slaps the knee that's up. "We want Fuchs." "What for?" Vane, on the other side of the table, growls and shifts position. Kinsella looks at him and then looks back at me. He reaches in his coat and takes out a long, flat wallet. "Let's not be all night," he says. He takes out a $1,000 bill and, holding it between 2 fingers, this asks where Fawkes is. "Well, boys," I say, not to waste your time and mine, "I don't know where he is." Kinsella looks faintly pained. He takes out 4 more and spreads them with the other like a hand of cards. "Cut it short," he says. "This is the top. Where is he?" I look at him and say, "I told you I don't know." Vane comes in with a new look on his big mug. "Lay off the stalling," he says, letting down the front feet of his chair with a crack. "We had him tailed to your office. He didn't come back. You are stuffed with the whole inside of this. Now you are trying to tell us you don't know where he is. I admit," I say, "I am getting kind of tired repeating it." Kinsella lifts his lip for a laugh. You just opened your hands and let 'em fly away, he says, after the first paragraph or two. I can just see it happening. I didn't get what I know from Fuchs, I say. The sentence doesn't seem to register for a second, and then they're both looking at me kind of blank. What? Says Kinsella. I say, I got what I know from someone else. There is a pause then that's like a jolt of electricity. Kinsella's neck gives a yank like someone pulled it with a rope. Vane jumps clear to his feet. Maddox, he bellows. You got Maddox, says Kinsella. For a moment they just keep there, staring at me like I am a fabulous jewel. Then Kinsella leans low over the table. The 5 bills flutter once with his breath, and then he takes them in his hand. Give us Maddox, he says. Talking so fast his lips gum and he trips on the words. We only wanted Fuchs because he had Maddox. Give us Maddox. We double the offer, $10,000. I suppose it's because they're so riveted on me that what happens then could happen. The door from the back opens, and Fuchs comes in the room. He's got on a hat and light overcoat, and he stands there moving his head from one side to the other in little jerks. His sleeves to the elbows are covered with blood. His shirt is daubed with it, and there are splatters of it on his face. He's fumbling in his coat pocket to take out a gun. I look at him and I don't seem to be able to lift my tongue. The guy is off his bean. The expression on my face, as much as the sound behind them, makes the two whirl. For an instant they stand perfectly still. Bain's chair falls over. Folks begins to say something, and at the third word his voice goes up in a scream. He fires point blank into the middle of us. The jump the 3 of us make is absolutely wild. The gun in Folk's hand is bucking and belching and throwing his hand back. He's simply spraying the room. I don't know whether I am hit or what I am doing. Vane hits the side of the wall like a shorthorn bull. The lights go off. There is a second punctuated by flashes in which Falk's voice is screaming, "Do it, Maddox, I'll kill." And then a horrible screaming curse and the sound of running feet, Falk's beating it. With that, I jumped for that end of the room, swinging my gun butt down. I hit a chair, somebody else bumps into me. I take a cut at him, and he nosedives out of my hands. I realize the next instant I am alone in the room. The trouble is, I don't know the lay of the apartment. Feet are stumbling down the back stairs, and I plunge that way blindly. It's 2 minutes before I get through to the kitchen. There my hand hits the light switch, and I snap it on. It's empty. The door gapes upon a dark porch. I dive through it and down the steps. Feet are going down a ways below me. More feet are clattering across the concrete court. It's pitch dark. I slide to a stop at the landing and hop over the rail, dropping from arm's length. I hit the pavement about the time the guy ahead comes out at the bottom. I don't know who it is. It may be Kinsella. I dive at him and miss. Being completely off balance, he swings around in a half circle sidewise, cursing and spitting and streaks for the alley. I hear gears meshing somewhere back there and run for all I am worth. The car is just hauling up the alley with somebody on the running board as I come out. I take 1 pot and get 2 back. It swings around the corner. By the time I get there, there is nothing but a roar in the air, and 1 pedestrian going for all he's worth in the opposite direction. The next thing in the morning I get a call from Chindo. "I want to put myself square with you, see," he says in a sort of whine. "I had to send you up there yesterday. They'd have got me proper if I didn't, and I am scared of Vane. I don't want to get you down on me, Mr. McGuire. I am your friend, I say, the best I can." That's fine. This seems to give him new animation. "I know a lot more than I told you," he says, "and I want to talk. But I want to keep my liberty. See?" "Why," I say, "if you'd talked, you could have had all the freedom you wanted." "I like my freedom where I've got it," he says. "Now listen, are you listening? All I am doing." He clears his throat and begins more low and rapid. "I know from what the 3 of you said in the car when we were going out to Pedro that you made a try at Ximato's the other night. What time was that? We were there from 12 on, he gives his snigger. Too bad. You were just a little late. If you'd been there about an hour earlier, you'd have put your hand in some business. Just by that, you missed the whole thing. What was that about 9 that night? He says, Kinsella and Vane with Hayward were over in the seaward bank grabbing up everything convertible and stuffing the rest in a bonfire they had made in the vault. Hayward's the president. You see, he'd been playing the market on his own with the racket's money. That's mostly what was there. It's just a little bank. It's for that. The Wall Street bust got him. The other two didn't know until he came sweating words they had to clear. The bank was going to crack wide open. The records would be out. Do you see? I see, I say. So they burned it. No, he says, that was an accident. They only meant to burn the records. But they had to hop quick once it started, and they threw the last of the records into the big brown bag, with the rest of the haul, for fear they wouldn't get burned. Do you get me? Not quite. They thought the fire might be only partial. They were going to make sure of the records in private. Then they took the bag over to the depot and checked it while they did some other business. What must have been pretty pressing. It was. They took Hayward out to the top of Point Furman, and he walked over the edge in the dark. Oh yes, body was dragged up this morning. A good goat. A dead goat. Then they came back to the depot for the bag, and the bag was gone. Gone? Not there. That's what all the fuss is about. Do you see now? I see, I say. What was in the bag? What they'd hauled out in cash and bonds. I don't know what it comes to. Make them hustle like that. It must be something big, and the records so that nailed the run out. I say, cold, he says. But they're turning the town over to find it, and the moment they do, they'll be gone so fast there'll just be a blur in the air. All right, I say, talk fast. How did they pin it to Maddox? Pure accident, he says. One of the guys who ran him up to the hospital said he kept yelping about a bag. Maddox's house is only about 6 blocks from the depot. They couldn't put it together, but they jumped to Altadena for Maddox. He stops and laughs. Well, I say, they found the hospital pretty upset, he says. Maddox had been brought there all right, raving worse than usual. Only about 2 o'clock in the morning he busted out of the ward and is gone. I don't get this, I say. Why, he says, Fuchs ran him out. When Maddox gets that way, he shoots everything. Fuchs just sat alongside his bed until he picked it all up and then took him and stuck him somewhere. But Fuchs came back to the hospital, I say. Sure, he says. That's why they didn't suspect him at first, but when he hopped out in the morning for the Hall of Justice, then they knew. He was going to shoot the works figuring you'd glue Kinsella and Vane long enough for him to screw the bag out of Maddox and get clear. But something's happened, I say. Yeah, he says. Something's happened. Just get the night checker at the depot in Pedro, that's all. Listen, Lives at 26,034 Valley Boulevard. You got that? You got that? Yes, use it. I hear the click of the receiver. I got a hunch the kid is going to shoot some more, I say to Pasco. It's a mania with him. I'm going to have the head operator trace any more calls that come in. I do so while Pasco's getting his car off the county lot. He's the only one I can get. Seems like he'd rather do most anything than his own work. I'd like 3 or 4 after my last experience with an address from the kid. We made time out to the east end of the city. The address is a long way out. If this is the night checker, it's a long way from Pedro, says Pasco. Nearer Pedro. We have a wild time locating the place, running back and forth over 5 or 6 miles of road, where the houses are few and full of Jap truck gardeners' families. Finally, we get to what most nearly corresponds to it and finds it's a scrubby-looking orange grove. "Oh," groans Pasco, "all this for this." "No," I say. "There's a house on it back there. Don't you see it?" "Oh, that," he says, "that's a dog kennel." But he gets out after me and heads towards it with his nose in front. "You take the back," I say. "It's larger, on nearer view. 3 or 4 rooms, but low to the ground." I look it over while Pasco is detouring. Nobody around the front door seems to be open an inch or two. I cross to it from an angle, heaping the crack away from me, and yank the door wide. There is nothing but the noise of Pasco coming through the back. The living room is full of dust, with a lot of sodden blackish footprints on the rug. "It's a sellout," comes Pasco's voice. "Somebody was here but went." Then he stops all at once, and hollers, "My God!" I jump into the hall and see him standing at the other end. I give an ejaculation and try to jump out again. Between us is a pool of blood that stretches the length of the hall. It's discolored, drying at the edges, shining in the middle like black lacquer, wandering through the crevices into adjacent rooms. "Take the bedroom," I say. "I'll take the ones on this side." I've just swung into the bathroom when Pasco yips. I come across as fast as my feet can pick places. Pasco is standing in the bedroom, holding up one end of a sheet from the floor. Underneath is a man. He would be on his back, only his hands are bound behind him and twist him on his side. Lying across his face is a big wad of adhesive plaster which has been ripped from his mouth and is still attached to one cheek. The skin is pale, so pale it looks almost transparent. His feet are bound, there is no sign of a struggle. Little blood is around the body. Just one wide smear from the direction of the hall. Pasco reaches down and lifts back the adhesive tape. He jumps at my whistle. "God," he says. "I'd know that mug anywhere. It's Maddox." Pasco says something, but I don't hear it. "Good Lord," I say. "This is Folk's hideout." I am having a vivid picture of Folks standing with his sleeves covered with blood in the middle of his living room floor. "Say, where are the wounds?" says Pasco. "I don't see a mark on him." We bend closer to examine. The skin seems unbroken except for some minor cuts around the hands. Nothing to account for what's in the hall. "Is there anyone else around?" says Pasco. We go through the other rooms but find nothing. Only on the hall floor, just outside the bathroom, we come on a razor wedged against the door with its blade up. "That ought to be it," I say. "But how did he use it?" "You'd think he'd been hung up like a pig," says Pasco. "We go back to the body tied," says Pasco, rubbing his chin, gagged with adhesive. "Now what the hell was the sheet over him for?" "There has been somebody here after it happened," I say. "Dragged him in here and covered him up now. Why? How do you make that out?" asks Pasco. "No blood in here. He must have lain in the hall for hours. If he'd been brought in here right afterward, he'd have bled in here." But I don't get this at all. How was it done to him? "There is a phone," says Pasco. "I'll get the local boys and have them bring a doctor." When they arrive, we all troop into the bedroom after the doctor. He says, puts his bag down, breathes on his glasses, polishes them off, puts them on, and kneels down. When he gets through, he goes into the bathroom and washes his hands. Then he comes out and breathes on his glasses again. "Not murdered," he says. "No pee, bled to death." The man was a hemophiliac. A what? A bleeder. The only cuts are on his hands and wrists, trying to get loose, no doubt, rubbing himself on the razor. When I can, I say, "How long ago did it happen, doctor?" He shrugs. "Yesterday sometime." I look at Pasco. Pasco looks at me. Folks came back to this. "A little too much, I guess, after his day and night. That's what put him off his bean and got him all bloody." When we've given the local boys what we can, we head across the city to Pedro. At the depot, the day checker on duty is a young wop with a mug full of juicy fruit. He leans his wrists on the counter, the weight of his shoulders on his wrists, tips his chin up with his eyes closed and shakes his head. "But the manager's here," he says. We go back to her, an elderly woman who looks nervous. "The night checker," she says. "No, sir. Gone since the night when the gentleman came back for their bag and couldn't find it. But we never told the police. The gentleman asked us not to." "What does he look like?" I asks. "Who, the gentleman?" "No, the checker." "Oh, it's not a man, it's a girl about 25. Toyne is her name, Mrs. Maisie Toyne. You know where she lives? I have it here somewhere." She rummages around. After a while she comes up and pushes the hair out of her face. 224 16th Street. I screw up my face. "Now that sounds familiar." She looks at me like I am about to produce the girl out of my mouth. Then she rescues her hanging lip and says, "A blonde girl. She's got funny blue eyes, and she's got a big scar here across the bottom of her neck." I reach at Pasco. "That was the dame I talked to outside Ximado's, and that's the address she gave me." "Huh. What?" he says. "So that's what she was down there for." I say, "To pick Maddox up for the grand fade-out. He gave it to her to salt away. I'll put $10 on it and the furs, the hardware. She's been getting returns on some of it. But to come down there in broad daylight. And why should she tell me he could find her at 224 16th Street? "She was giving you the run around," says Pasco. "Must have. But that dumb look, and to come there, Pasco to drive right up to the door. They probably got her by this time," says he. "The manager can give us little more." We go out soon after and head for 224 16th Street. It's a frame cottage in a row of frame cottages. A wide old lady opens the door. She starts to close it again. "No more of you," she clucks in a heavy German voice. "No more. No more." Pasco has his foot in the space. "Cut it out," he says. "It's the police." At this, she blinks and looks mixed and allows us to push in by her. "Mrs. Toyne live here?" I ask. "She is my daughter." "Is she in the house now?" She moves her head ponderously from side to side. "You are not hiding her, are you?" says Pasco. "No," she says explosively. "If I knew where she was," she spreads her hands. "You don't mind if we look and see, do you?" I say, "Look," she commands. "Look everywhere." "I have not seen her since yesterday in the afternoon you go through," I say to Pasco. "What did she say when she was here last?" She started to say something, and then I told her 2 men had been here looking for her. After that, she didn't say anything more. 2 men, eh? When was that?" She screws up her forehead. "The night before last night." "That's about the time," I say. "When—" "Oh, my goodness," cries the old lady, heaving up from the sofa. "I forgot what she brought me. I'll show you." Her face is all at once beaming. She goes to the mantel, takes the cover off a little jar, and digs down into it with a little scattering of dried rose leaves from inside. She comes back spreading a $1,000 bill in her hands. "Look," she says. She's so pleased. "Nothing will do but I must take it in my hands and examine it." I hand it back saying, "That's wonderful. Now didn't Maisie leave some telephone number for you to call her by? Something for Charlie when he came?" She stares and shakes her head. "Charlie," she says. "He is that one who is so yellow. I do not like for him to be around. That is not good." Pascal comes in. "Nothing," he says. The old lady for the first time seems to come to a realization of things. "Is Maisie in trouble?" she asks. I lean over and waggle my finger in her face. "She won't be," I say, "if she comes in and has a talk with me." You tell her that if she calls you up. See? You tell her everything will be all right if she does that. Here, I'll give you the number. Now don't forget that, will you? Won't, she says. She follows us to the door in a dismayed way. We stop at the nearest drugstore, and Pasco calls the office out of a guilty conscience for the county. He comes out of the booth and says, "Say, the girl's got something for you there on a boat." I go to the phone. "Hello," she says. "While you were away, a call was relayed here from the central office, something about a boat that's docking tonight in the outer harbor, the Ellen Key. Do you know anything about that?" "Not a thing," I say. "Well, he said it was carrying dope behind a false bulkhead in the first mate's cabin, docking here at Pedro." "Yes." I looked under the shipping news, and such a boat is listed, due from Singapore. Who was it phoned it in? "I don't know." "Some man." The voice was kind of queer, as though he'd been drinking. "What else did he say?" "That was all." He hung up again quick. I say, "Did they trace the call as you told them?" "Yes," she says. "To the Ambassador Hotel." "What?" I say, "Oh, come now. You'll be telling me next it was Owen D. Young or one of the Vanderbilts." She laughs and says, "It's true, though." The Ambassador Hotel. "Well," I say, "line the boat up the best you can, will you? I'll be coming right over." Back in the car, Pasco says, "What are you going away from Pedro for?" "The boat's coming here, isn't it?" "I'm not so much interested in the boat," I say, "as I am in the other end." "What do you mean?" says he. "I'd give a nickel to know who phoned that in." "Oh," he says, giving me the stiff neck, "you think it's mixed up in this?" "The idea has been playing with me," I say. "Chendo said something about a mate on a ship. Oh, yo." He snorts. "There's only 1,000 mates on 1,000 ships. What would be the idea, in any case, of anyone tipping you off on him?" "I don't know," I say. I answer, kind of vaguely, "Another idea is biting me. It's a wild one this time. I push it off and it keeps coming back." Pasco has got us into the main highway to Los Angeles by this time, and I try to concentrate on what he's saying. Finally I think, oh well, what harm will it do? It won't hurt to try, so I butt in and say, "Who's the house, Dick?" "At the Ambassador." "Do you know him?" "Yeah." "Sure," he says. "Harry Shelley." "Why?" "Oh, Shelley," I say. "Is he there?" "I know him. Stop somewhere. I want to talk to him." Without answering what he asks, I go in at the next block and make connections. As soon as I've warmed the approaches with Shelley, I say, "Harry, I want to ask you about some people at your place. Now listen and try to think." A lean bird weighs about 150, pretty long in the legs, gaunt face with heavy black eyebrows and kind of sleepy eyes. He dresses very nice, see? Soft grays, shoulders padded pretty much to bring him out. Long wrists and big bony hands that hang away down by his legs. You'll have noticed that if you don't notice anything else. Name is Kinsilla, or it might be anything else. Have you got him? "No," he says. "This one." I say, "This boy's a mammoth. Looks like he might be the strong man in a circus, 220 if he's an ounce. Big fleshy mug, clean shaven, no hair and eyebrows to speak of. Pair of little round green eyes. A hard look, see? He's big and he knows it. Name is Vane. Nope." "Well," I says, "here's a woman. You, kind of washed out blonde with starry blue eyes, set wide apart, scar from tubercular gland operation on her neck, wears an ermine coat, big sparkle on one hand, husky voice like a man's. Name, Mrs. Maisie Toyne." "Yeah," he says. "Maisie Devereaux." "She." "What?" I says. "Wait a minute," he says. "She was here, but she's not now." As a matter of fact, we had to run her out today for being too much of a nuisance. She had a suite on the 6th floor and was trying to fill it with all the gin in the city. Wanted to pull a big party tonight beginning about 11 this morning. I am holding the receiver, like to break it in half. Do you know where she went? I haven't a notion. She was half-cocked then. We found she left a lot of her personal effects in her suite. We left them there thinking she'd be back after them. Can you hold them there until I come over and have a look? Sure, easiest thing in the world. Get out to Pasco and say, Towing was at the ambassador. She's left her stuff in her room. And I have to get back to the office, he says enviously. Here, take my heap, I'll grab a cab. I think I forget to thank him for that. The engine and me get to the ambassador in about the same heat. I come in the lobby and see Shelley in conversation with somebody behind the desk. Go ahead, he says. I haven't been up yet, but it's open. 611. I'll be right up. The elevator takes me. A little dog in a jacket, and a fuzzy-haired old lady who looks at me out of a lorgnette. On the 6th floor, I lope around a corner or two and finally locate 611. The door is open, as he said. I step in and close it behind me. It's a living room, done in soft blues with a grand piano, and 2 big windows on the other side. Sitting in an armchair with his feet out before him and his hat pushed back is Vane. The shock I can feel in my knees. He puts his hands on the arms of the chair, bellies up slowly, and says, "Forsake." Well, this is luck, I say. He keeps the same position, his eyes neither moving nor changing. I say, "You are not going to get away from me this time, big boy." "Get away," he says. "When did I ever try to get away from you? You tried hard the other night. We'll forget that now." "Why," he says, "I could pull you down with one hand." I say, "You've looked at the gun long enough, put 'em up." I see now that the emotion that has been working into his is amazement. "Why, I'd never let a cheap dick get me," he says. "Do you want me to give it to you?" I say, "Reach and grab." "For you," he says. I say. The door behind me opens. My mind flashes only one thing. Kinsella. I swing on one heel and Vane hits me from behind. The way he hits me is flat, with his whole body weight off the floor and everything in him headed in one direction. My gun arm, on account of the angle, I start to spin like a top and tangle with him as I fall. The gun flips up in the air and lands, when we all do, very heavy, very hard, and all together. I reach out my left hand for the gun. His foot is there, and he socks it down on my wrist and busts it. This is the second. The gun goes out between my hand and his foot like you'd spit out a bean. Howe has come in the door. Is Shelley. He simply stands there looking at the riot like he's turning over 3 or 4 things in his mind. Finally, he elects to dive into the pile. He hits on Vane's back, clamping around him crab fashion, to pin him while I get from underneath. I can't. I seem all wrist, and Vane is kneeling on that. Shelley hauls back his arm and socks his fist into the side of Vane's jaw. Vane reaches back and wipes Shelley's face nearly off his neck. But Shelley still clamps. With that, I get my feet on Vane's chest and heave from the shoulders. The big boy starts a parabola and comes down on one elbow and part of Shelley. It's time enough for me to roll to the gun and get to my knees when Vane comes up. Shelley's not very big. Vane takes him off like he'd take off a coat. Then he comes for me again. I am set to sock him with the gun, and I do, right in the middle of the face where the teeth show. He fumbles around at this, starts to sit down, and as he does so, Shelley pops him from behind. It's a dumb thing to do. I don't know whether it hits him or not. He turns around in a slow, surprised fashion with his knees still bent and says, "Why, you little poking." He simply reaches for Shelley, picks him up like a mother would a baby, and starts to throw him out the window. At this I turn the gun and plug him. It's high in the wide part of the leg. He breaks and slides forward with Shelley underneath until his chin stops him at the sill. There he lies for a second, like he's taking a long breath. I open my mouth for a word. He makes a wild, floundering effort, using Shelley and the sill for a step, rolls himself into the opening and shoves off over the edge. The word I'm going to say hasn't reached my front teeth. I get down to the bottom and find him in the garden. I guess it's a kind of stupefaction, a word for about 5 minutes. I only realize there is a throng when somebody steps on my hand. I bellow at that, and my mind starts off again. Harry, I say, will you do my part of the buzzing? I've got to look over that suite, he says, out of the bulb on his mouth. You'd better look after your arm. I get upstairs into the blue living room again. For the first time I notice the boxes lying around. There is boxes everywhere, long boxes, narrow boxes, round boxes, little boxes, boxes from the furrier's, boxes from the jeweler's hat boxes. Half the stuff in them is still there. A lot more is spread on the bed in the bedroom. A pile is mixed up on the floor. It looks like an inventory of all the women's shops in Los Angeles. I count 18 pairs of shoes, none worn. A bunch of fancy underwear has been walked on. Someone's used an ostrich-bordered negligee to wipe gin off the floor. When I open the closet door, a lot more falls out at me. There is nothing that resembles a bag, or papers, or money. The same fur coat I saw her in is draped over a chaise longue. Sit down and hold my mug in one hand. I feel tired. I haven't had anything to eat. I think, what was Vane doing up here? And then, did he get the bag? But then I realize, my mind turning over about that fast, it's obvious he didn't, or he wouldn't have been, sitting there waiting for her. So it was this dame phoned up about the Ellen key. But why? You wouldn't think she was quick enough to be mixed up in this racket. What's the idea of her doing something like that? I use the room phone to get the office, the girl answers. I say. Get French to go after that boat. I'm afraid I'll be too late. Who? She says, French. Marshal French. Yes. Tell him just what you told me, and anything else you have on it. It's a good tip. I'll get down there as fast as I can. I bust something and have to have it fixed. We drop the sling in the street outside the doctor's office. It's getting dark, and I figure the excitement at Pedro will have been so far advanced by the time I get there, I might just as well take a little more time and get that inside me that helps me live. So I do, and feel the better for it that it's on French's time, since I don't, and the chief don't, like him anyway. Afterwards, the cab driver does it to Pedro in 50 minutes, which is very good from that part of the city. Going through the eddy of people at the entrance to the docks, I meet French and 2 of his deputies. Coming out, French says, "Thanks for the fine thing you were giving us." I stop. "What's the matter?" I says. "Isn't the boat there?" "Yeah. It's there," he says between his side teeth. "Right over there." He hooks his head. "Behind that couple of banana boats and tankers." Berth 47. "Didn't it have the stuff?" "Possibly," he says. "Big hole in the wall of the mate's cabin. Have you got the mate?" "No." He shifts his cigar around. "He probably went through the hole." "Well, forsake." I say, he says, "After this you might get your calls in a bit sooner." He starts to move off. I say, "You found out who the guy is, did you?" "Yeah," he says. "We got an address on the island. We're moving for him now." Name of Toyne. I say. They stop and look at me. "What's the matter?" says French. "Come on with me," I says. "I'll give you a shortcut." French and 1 deputy start for the cottage on 16th Street, while Keefe, the other deputy, heads with me for Ximado's. A block from the place, I can see there is a light in one window. Keefe, I say, you are going in the back with your gun in your hand, do you see? And if anyone starts to break, no matter who it is, you are giving what you carry. Okay, he says, light-hearted. We split a distance from the side, and I make the front fence and get over. From here it's plain the light is in the kitchen. I get as quiet as I can to the porch and find the front door open. I swing it gently and a bar of light meets me. Coming down the hall from the kitchen, no sound. I step in and walk down the hall to the other end. A man is sitting at the kitchen table with his mouth open for a forkful of ham and eggs. He stops midway, and what's on the fork falls off. Shore clothes, sea bag in one corner. Put 'em up, I say. Government 10 up from that table. He does so very slowly, his eyes on me, the fork still in his hand. His eyes jerk once as Keefe comes in the back. Something in him stops trying. I got no gun, Jack, he says. He talks in a funny clipped way, like he uses the rims of his lips alone. Keefe milks him down to his feet. Get the sea bag, I say. He watches this proceeding closely, but with no expression. Keefe pulls out a wad of dirty clothes, a half-dozen postcards of women posing in Luzon, and a chest-like box wound in raffia. He rips the coverings off this, opens it up, and throws out a few wadded Chinese newspapers. He says, straightening up. Sit down, I say to the guy. He transfers his attention to me and sits down. Name Toyne? I ask. He says, will it do you any good? I look at him a second to see what sort of baby this is. He's one of these close-knit boys that pack a lot of power without showing it much. Flat shoulders and narrow hips, the quick-moving kind, and quiet. His eyes have a self-possessed stare. Meet you level and full. But he doesn't put everything he's thinking there. I say, it might, if you are interested in knowing who did this for you. He says, oh yeah, you are right. Have you got a wife? I ask. He looks amused and says, forsake, are we going into the family? I want to get this right, I say. Is she a blonde with blue eyes and a scar here on her neck? He looks puzzled. Yeah, he says. Well, I say, she's the one that did it. She's flipped you for somebody else in the racket. I seem to get to the back of those eyes then. After a while, he rubs one hand on the table, pushes his tongue around behind his lips, and gives a short laugh. Well, he says, there is a woman for you, eh? There's no figuring what they'll do. He starts to say something else, and then rubs his mouth hard with the back of his hand. After a second, he starts to pick at a callus on one palm. I am not going to front for this bunch of, he says. I was supposed to give this stuff to a guy here. I'll take you someplace where you can find him. What guy? Maddox his name is. He runs this joint faking a palmist. I'm not interested in him. Can you tell me where to find Kinsella? Kinsella? He says. No, I can't find him for you. Don't you want the guy I can give you? He kicked off this morning? No. He says he shows more emotion than he has so far. I says, I want you to help us find your wife. My wife, he says. What the hell do you want her for? She's been mixing in so much she's sticky with it. We want her. The county wants her. The city wants her. Do you want to help us find her or not? He starts to say, what can I do? And then says, have you been over to the house? She's not been there a week. Where would she be if she was throwing a big party? Or, better still, who would she ask on it if she was throwing one? He says, oh. Then, after a blinking space, I got you. She's throwing a party, eh? Friends? Friends? Now who could I find? I know I'll find where it is for you. He's worked up by this time. He stands up quick, and Keefe tilts his gun with a jerk. "Come on with me," says Toyne. "I'll find where she is in half an hour." We wait until French and the other deputy arrive according to the arrangement, and start out in one car. First, we try an address in Pedro with no success. Then we go into the city and do Dreamland, Danceland, and Lacey's Roof. By this time, Toyne has become pretty sociable, and when we go up the stairs of Algernon's French is laughing at something he's saying and jingling the handcuffs in his pocket. We line up at the dance floor and lift our necks over a couple of stankumed heads. Toyne jerks his head around, sifting his eyes through the dancers and scanning the line up along the edge. All at once he says, "There, see that little blonde over by the side of the orchestra?" We all look. He parts the stinkum heads in front of him like the prow of a battleship, and bolts straight across the dance floor for the other side. It's so fast we're doing nothing but holding up the falling Johnnies in front. He collides with two couples in the center of the floor and knocks them sprawling. That boy is making an absolute beeline. Nothing could have been better planned. We can't shoot for the crowd. He's got the jump on us. The mob hides him, and when they fall out of his way, they get into ours. We come across that floor with our mouths open, like a lot of baying boar-hounds. Everyone's stopping now and beginning to yell. The orchestra quits with a squawk. I glimpse Toyne hitting the other edge of the floor where they're falling to give room. Then some brave bystander in a green shirt leaps to grab him. The way Toyne socks that baby, you can hear it all over the place. It sounds like he's got a mallet in his hand. The green shirt is no more there. Toyne dives into the arch of the lavatory and disappears. We get into the lavatory and the window's wide. We look out and see the drop is into a little courtyard with bushes and grass, 3 walls, but there is a gate in the 4th. The gate's swinging. That boy knew where he was going. We run up and down the block and talk to people and do a lot of other foolish things. When we get so we can talk to each other, we go out to Pedro and try a few places there. French shows himself the most energetic. He burns like an acetylene blowpipe. He won't give up. But then it was, French kept the handcuffs in his pocket. Later in the evening, having turned over everything that can be turned, I call up Shelley. The first thing he says is, "Hey, I got that baby for you." She got cold and came back after her fur coat, so I go out to where the lady's locked. "A bottle of black gold in each hand," says the sergeant. "So help me, Peter. I haven't seen one in 40 days. "Oh, no, 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 you can't move her. She's dead with it. You couldn't get her to shift if you went in there and drove nails in her head." In the morning. He's right. She's lying there with her mouth open and could be stood up on end like a wooden Indian. There is nothing to do but let her sleep it off. In the morning, she's sitting in a chair in the office, and there is at least 7 men around her, federal, county, and city, on account of the noise the thing is making. She's just finished saying for the 9th time what she now says for the 10th. "I ain't got the bag. I never had the bag. All I had was $8,000. "Who gave you that?" I say, "Nobody," she says, and her face begins to twitch for a cry. "I took it." "Taken it from where?" "From the floor. Out on the Valley Boulevard, you know. That night Curly was laying on the floor." "Did Charlie have the bag?" "He had it 2 hours before. The cry is coming now. When I left him, I was to meet him again there when I came. He was laying there. The money was by his elbow. I thought he left it for me. It burst then, and for a few minutes she can do nothing else. Then it clears away as completely as a summer shower. She looks rested." "Where did you think the bag was?" I say. "When you saw it wasn't there with Maddox. I thought he had put it in his safety deposit vault at the bank, like he said he was going to do." "Why, you dumb owl," comes in Pasco. "At 10 o'clock at night," I say, Did you look around the house? Yes, she says, sniffing and looking wounded at Pasco. Did you hear what I said? Yes, sir, she says. I heard. Then was Maddox lying on his face for 2 hours with the bag by him. I don't know how long. I try to clear up something that's been bothering me long. How did it happen Vane and Kinsella checked the bag with you? Knowing who you were? She stares. They didn't know who I was. They didn't. No, sir. But I knew who they were. They used to come to see Charlie and he told me so. Then when Charlie came in to wait for me that night, I told him they checked a big bag and tore the check 3 ways. And so he looked in it and that's how it started. The telephone rings. Carruthers steps to get it. He says, McGuire? Yes? I come over. Hello, says a voice. This is Kinsella. You got a woman there on a hooch charge. Maisie Devereaux. We got Fuchs. How about an exchange? This is just between you and me. See, she can't do you a bit of good. Fuchs is the one you want. He killed Maddox, and he knows every face in the racket. He hasn't had a shot for 2 days, and he's stripping his guts to talk. How about it? I do my utmost to make my voice casual. My mind keeps repeating, it must be the strain. It must be the strain. But it doesn't show in his voice, sure, I say. That's fine, he says. I knew you'd be reasonable. Now, how are we going to arrange this? Well, I say, I tell you I'll go to the address you say and bring your Jane along. If Fulks is there, I'll let her loose right on the sidewalk. That suits you? Yes, he says. I can hardly believe my ears. He gives me an address near Elysian Park. We get out there with 6 men, and a siren choking the siren a mile away. Mrs. Toyne is in the second car. It's a little flat-faced house with the front stairs going up one side. In front, a cab is standing with the meter running. Someone is in it. It pulls out as we come up the block. Get that, I say to our driver as 4 of us hit the street. I've no sooner got it out of my mouth when 4 or 5 pistol shots go off in the little flat house. We come up to it, pumping legs. As we make the stair bottom, a foot is just starting out of the front door. It yanks back. The door slams. 2 quick pistol shots break the glass paneling. I am first. I can't stop. I keep going, diving. There is no more from the door. It's locked when I get there. We're held up, busting out the glass and wood. There is no yell from one of our boys who went around the side. We go through with the rest of the wood on our backs and find a hall. 2 doors. Martin smacks one and gets a shot back that knocks a splinter of wood to his upper lip like a cigar. 4 more holes appear in a straight line, like punching a lottery board. We swan dive at spots on the floor. Get outside to the window. I snarl at the guy next to me. I feel I could chew his skull open. That leaves only 2 of us. I look at him. He's some bird I don't know. A pan-faced flatfoot. You, I say. Will you go through that door? He says, what? While his face is still open, he's coming up to his knees. We hit it together, rolled up like a couple of bighorns, heads down, backs arched. The door splits where the bullet holes are, and the inside leaves the frame. We sock the floor, that saves us. An automatic rips, wrecks, and ruins where we were. I try to shoot from my neck at a bird standing there and smash the window at the other side of the room. The guy winds up and heaves the automatic at me with all his strength. Lay off for sake, he yells. Can't you see I haven't got anything to shoot with? It's Toyne. He doesn't try to cover. He doesn't try to run. He stands there and looks peeved. All at once he starts to laugh at my fellow battering ram, who's goosing around on the carpet looking for his gun. It seems to do Toyne good. He laughs and finally stops quite naturally, He goes over to the table and sits on it. "Couple of stiffs here for you," he says in a large way, like a salesman with some new samples. "The other one's under the sofa. The one I am looking at is Fuchs. He's drilled through the neck and eye. My partner in his peregrinations has come on the other one and is pulling him out by the slack of the vest. Kinsella. His face is a mess. One of these babies monkeyed around with my wife," says Toyne. "I don't know which one. For the first time I get out something. "You are coked," I grunt. "It was Maddox." "No," he says, in the same way he did when I told him Maddox was dead. He knocks 3 empty revolvers off the table one after another with his finger like a kid shoots spitballs. "Oh, well, hell, what does it matter? The doctor told me in Singapore I got cancer of the stomach." The boys who are outside come in. I see 2 with Mrs. Toyne in the hall and motion them to stay there. After them come the 2 lads who chased the taxicab. They've got Chendo between them. "There's the punk told me they did," says Toyne. Chendo is molting a sort of grease that shines. His eyes are wide, black, fluttering, and streaked with red veins. "So it was you had the bag all the time," I say. "Leaving the little grands for the dame to flap around with. Oh's Mr. McGuire," he says, caving his stomach like a squeezed bellows. "I meant to give the records to you." "I was saving them for you. Got a bag out in the car," says our driver. "They're there," croaks Chendo, groveling on one of my arms. "The records are all there, of a lot of dead men," says Toyne. We go out in a long line down the hall towards the door. Toyne is obliged to pass Mrs. Toyne in this, and no more looks at her than if she was the wall. I bring up the rear behind the lot, and Mrs. Toyne is before me. "I'll never get my job back at the depot," she's whining. "They'll never give it back to me now." End of The Cross by Ximado by J.J. Ormeaux.
Call Him Nemesis by Donald E. Westlake. Worlds of If Science Fiction. September 1961. Criminals. Beware. The scorpion is on your trail. Hoodlums fear his fury, and for that matter, so do the cops. The man with the handkerchief mask said, "All right, everybody keep tight. This is a holdup. There were 12 people in the bank. There was Mr. Featherhole at his desk, refusing to okay a personal check from a perfect stranger. There was the perfect stranger, an itinerant garage mechanic named Rodney. Rod Strom, like the check said. There were Miss English and Miss Filikoff, the girls in the gilded telecages. There was Mr. Anderson, the guard, dozing by the door in his brown uniform. There was Mrs. Elizabeth Clayhorn depositing her husband's paycheck in their joint checking account, and with her was her 10-year-old son, Edward, Eddie Clayhorn, Jr. There was Charlie Casserly, getting $10 dimes, $6 nickels, and $4 pennies for his father in the grocery store down the street. There was Mrs. Dolly Daniels withdrawing money from her savings account again, and there were 3 bank robbers. The 3 bank robbers looked like triplets. From the ground up, they all wore scuffy black shoes, baggy kneed and unpressed khaki trousers, brown cracked leather jackets over flannel shirts, white handkerchiefs over the lower half of their faces, and gray and white check caps pulled low over their eyes. The eyes themselves looked dangerous. The man who had spoken withdrew a small but mean-looking .32 caliber pistol from his jacket pocket. He waved it menacingly. One of the others took the pistol away from Mr. Anderson, the guard, and said to him in a low voice, "Think about retirement, my friend." The third one, who carried a black satchel like a doctor's bag, walked quickly around behind the teller's counter and started filling it with money. It was just like the movies. The man who had first spoken herded the tellers, Mr. Featherhall, and the customers all over against the back wall, while the second man stayed next to Mr. Anderson and the door. The third man stuffed money into the black satchel. The man by the door said, "Hurry up." The man with the satchel said, "One more drawer." The man with the gun turned to say to the man at the door, "Keep your shirt on." That was all Miss English needed. She kicked off her shoes and ran pelting in her stocking feet for the door. The man by the door spread his arms out and shouted, "Hey!" The man with the gun swung violently back, cursing, and fired the gun. But he'd been moving too fast, and so had Miss English. And all he hit was the brass plate on Mr. Featherhall's desk. The man by the door caught Miss English in a bear hug. She promptly did her best to scratch his eyes out. Meanwhile, Mr. Anderson went scooting out the front door and running down the street toward the police station in the next block, shouting, "Help! Help! Robbery!" The man with the gun cursed some more. The man with the satchel came running around from behind the counter, and the man by the door tried to keep Miss English from scratching his eyes out. Then the man with the gun hit Miss English on the head. She fell unconscious to the floor, and all three of them ran out of the bank to the car out front, in which sat a very nervous-looking fourth man, gunning the engine. Everyone, except Miss English, ran out after the bandits. To watch things got very fast and very confused then. Two police cars came driving down the block and a half from the precinct house to the bank, and the car with the four robbers in it lurched away from the curb and drove straight down the street toward the police station. The police cars and the getaway car passed one another, with everybody shooting like the ships in pirate movies. There was so much confusion that it looked as though the bank robbers were going to get away after all. The police cars were aiming the wrong way, and as they come down with sirens wailing, there was a clear path behind them. Then, after the getaway car had gone more than 2 blocks, it suddenly started jouncing around. It smacked into a parked car and stopped. And all the police went running down there to clap handcuffs on the robbers when they crawled dazedly out of their car. "Hey," said Eddie Clayhorn, 10 years old. "Hey, that was something, huh, Mom? Come along home," said his mother, grabbing his hand. "We don't want to be involved." "It was the nuttiest thing," said Detective Sergeant Stevenson. "An operation planned that well. You'd think they'd pay attention to their getaway car. You know what I mean?" Detective Sergeant Pauling shrugged. "They always slip up," he said. "Sooner or later on some minor detail they always slip up. Yes, but they're tires." "Well," said Pauling, "it was a stolen car. I suppose they just grabbed whatever was handiest. What I can't figure out," said Stevenson, "is exactly what made those tires do that. I mean, it was a hot day and all, but it wasn't that hot. And they weren't going that fast. I don't think you could go fast enough to melt your tires down." Pauling shrugged again. "We got them. That's the important thing. Still and all, it's nutty. They're free and clear, barreling out Rockaway toward the belt, and all at once their tires melt, the tubes blow out, and there they are." Stevenson shook his head. "I can't figure it. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth," suggested Pauling. "They picked the wrong car to steal." "And that doesn't make sense either," said Stevenson. "Why steal a car that could be identified as easily as that one? Why, what was it? A foreign make?" "No, it was a Chevy, 2-tone, 3 years old, looked just like half the cars on the streets. Except that in the trunk lid the owner had burned in the Scorpion in big black letters you could see half a block away." "Maybe they didn't notice it when they stole the car," said Pauling. "For a well-planned operation like this one," said Stevenson, "they made a couple of really idiotic boners. It doesn't make any sense." "What do they have to say about it?" Pauling demanded. "Nothing. What do you expect? They'll make no statement at all." The squad room door opened, and a uniformed patrolman stuck his head in. "The owner of that Chevy's here," he said. "Right," said Stevenson. He followed the patrolman down the hall to the front desk. The owner of the Chevy was an angry-looking man of middle age, tall and paunchy. "John Hastings," he said. "They say you have my car here." "I believe so. Yes," said Stevenson. "I'm afraid it's in pretty bad shape." "So I was told over the phone," said Hastings grimly. "I've contacted my insurance company." "Good. The car's in the police garage around the corner, if you'd come with me." On the way around, Stevenson said, "I believe you reported the car stolen almost immediately after it happened." "That's right," said Hastings. "I stepped into a bar on my route. I am a wine and liquor salesman. When I came out 5 minutes later, my car was gone." "You left the keys in it?" "Well, why not?" demanded Hastings belligerently. "If I am making just a quick stop, I never spend more than 5 minutes with any one customer. I always leave the keys in the car. Why not?" "The car was stolen," Stevenson reminded him. Hastings grumbled and glared. "It's always been perfectly safe up till now." "Yes, sir, and here." Hastings took one look at his car and hit the ceiling. "It's ruined," he cried. "What did you do to the tires?" "Not a thing, sir. That happened to them in the holdup." Hastings leaned down over one of the front tires. "Look at that. There is melted rubber all over the rims. Those rims are ruined. What did you use? Incendiary bullets?" Stevenson shook his head. "No, sir." "When that happened, they were 2 blocks away from the nearest policeman." Hastings moved on around the car, stopping short to exclaim, "What in the name of God is that?" "You didn't tell me a bunch of kids had stolen the car." "It wasn't a bunch of kids," Stevenson told him. "It was 4 professional criminals. I thought you knew that. They were using it in a bank holdup." "Then why did they do that?" Stevenson followed Hastings' pointing finger and saw again the crudely lettered words, "The Scorpion burned black into the paint of the trunk lid." "I really don't know," he said. "It wasn't there before the car was stolen." "Of course not." Stevenson frowned. "Now why in the world did they do that?" "I suggest," said Hastings with heavy sarcasm, "you ask them that." Stevenson shook his head. "It wouldn't do any good. They aren't talking about anything. I don't suppose they'll ever tell us." He looked at the trunk lid again. "It's the nuttiest thing," he said thoughtfully. "That was on Wednesday. The Friday afternoon mail delivery to the Daily News brought a crank letter. It was in the crank letter's most obvious form. That is, the address had been clipped, a letter or a word at a time from a newspaper, and glued to the envelope. There was no return address. The letter itself was in the same format. It was brief and to the point. "Dear Mr. Editor, the Scorpion has struck. The bank robbers were captured. The Scorpion fights crime. Crooks and robbers are not safe from the avenging Scorpion. Warn your readers. Sincerely yours, the Scorion." The warning was duly noted, and the letter filed in the wastebasket. It didn't rate a line in the paper. The bank robbery occurred in late June. Early in August, a Brooklyn man went berserk. It happened in Canarsie, a section in southeast Brooklyn near Jamaica Bay. This particular area of Canarsie was a residential neighborhood, composed of 1 and 2 family houses. The man who went berserk was a motor vehicle bureau clerk named Jerome Higgins. 2 days before, he had flunked a civil service examination for the 3rd time. He reported himself sick and spent the 2 days at home brooding, a bottle of blended whiskey at all times in his hand. As the police reconstructed it later, Mrs. Higgins had attempted to awaken him on the 3rd morning at 7:30, suggesting that he really ought to stop being so foolish and go back to work. He then allegedly poked her in the eye and locked her out of the bedroom. Mrs. Higgins then apparently called her sister-in-law, a Mrs. Thelma Stodbetter, who was Mr. Higgins' sister. Mrs. Stodbetter arrived at the house at 9 o'clock and spent some time tapping at the still-locked bedroom door. apparently requesting Mr. Higgins to unlock the door and stop acting like a child. Neighbors reported to the police that they heard Mr. Higgins shout a number of times, "Go away, can't you let a man sleep?" At about 10:15, neighbors heard shots from the Higgins residence, a two-story one-family pink stucco affair in the middle of a block of similar homes. Mr. Higgins, it was learned later, had suddenly erupted from his bedroom, brandishing a .30 hunting rifle, and, being annoyed at the shrieks of his wife and sister, had fired 7 shells at them, killing his wife on the spot and wounding his sister in the hand and shoulder. Mrs. Stodbetter, wounded and scared out of her wits, raced screaming out the front door of the house, crying for the police and shouting, "Murder! Murder!" At this point, neighbors called the police. One neighbor additionally phoned 3 newspapers and 2 television stations, thereby earning $40 in news tips rewards. By chance, a mobile television unit was at that moment on the Belt Parkway, returning from having seen off a prime minister at Idlewild Airport. This unit was at once diverted to Canarsie, where it took up a position across the street from the scene of carnage and went to work with a Zoomar lens. In the meantime, Mr. Higgins had barricaded himself in his house, firing at anything that moved. The 2 cameramen in the mobile unit worked their hearts out. One concentrated on the movements of the police and firemen and neighbors and ambulance attendants, while the other used the Zoomar lens to search for Mr. Higgins. He found him occasionally, offering the at-home audience brief glimpses of a stocky, balding man in brown trousers and undershirt, stalking from window to window on the 2nd floor of the house. The show lasted for nearly an hour. There were policemen everywhere and firemen everywhere, and neighbors milling around down at the corner where the police had roped the block off, and occasionally Mr. Higgins would stick his rifle out a window and shoot at somebody. The police used loudspeakers to tell Higgins he might as well give up. They had the place surrounded and could eventually starve him out anyway. Higgins used his own good lungs to shout obscenities back and challenge anyone present to hand-to-hand combat. The police fired tear gas shells at the house, but it was a windy day and all the windows in the Higgins house were either open or broken. Higgins was able to throw all the shells back out of the house again. The show lasted for nearly an hour. Then it ended, suddenly and dramatically. Higgins had showed himself to the Zoomar lens again, for the purpose of shooting either the camera or its operator. All at once he yelped and threw the rifle away. The rifle bounced onto the porch roof, slithered down to the edge, hung for a second against the drain, and finally fell barrel first onto the lawn. Meanwhile, Higgins was running through the house, shouting like a wounded bull. He thundered down the stairs and out hollering, to fall into the arms of the waiting police. They had trouble holding him. At first, they thought he was actually trying to get away. But then one of them heard what it was he was shouting, "My hands! My hands!" They looked at his hands. The palms and the palm side of the fingers were red and blistering from what looked like severe burns. There was another burn on his right cheek and another one on his right shoulder. Higgins, thoroughly chastened and bewildered, was led away for burn ointment and jail. The television crew went on back to Manhattan. The neighbors went home and telephoned their friends. On duty, policemen had been called in from practically all of the precincts in Brooklyn. Among them was Detective Sergeant William Stevenson. Stevenson frowned thoughtfully at Higgins as that unhappy individual was led away, and then strolled over to look at the rifle. He touched the stock, and it was somewhat warm, but that was all. He picked it up and turned it around. There, on the other side of the stock, burned into the wood were the crudely shaped letters, "The Scorpion. You don't get to be precinct captain on nothing but political connections." Those help, of course, but you need more than that, as Captain Hanks was fond of pointing out. You need it as well to be both more imaginative than most. You gotta be able to second-guess the smart boys and to be a complete realist. You gotta have both feet on the ground. If these were somewhat contradictory qualities, It was best not to mention the fact to Captain Hanks. The realist side of the captain's nature was currently at the fore. "Just what are you trying to say, Stevenson?" he demanded. "I am not sure," admitted Stevenson. "But we've got these two things. First, there is the getaway car from that bank job. The wheels melt for no reason at all, and somebody burns the Scorpion onto the trunk. Then yesterday, this guy Higgins out in Canarsie. He says the rifle all of a sudden got too hot to hold, and he's got the burn marks to prove it. And there on the rifle stock it is again, the Scorpion. He says he put that on there himself," said the captain. Stevenson shook his head. "His lawyer says he put it on there. Higgins says he doesn't remember doing it. That's half the lawyer's case. He's trying to build up an insanity defense." "He put it on there himself, Stevenson," said the captain with weary patience. "What are you trying to prove?" "I don't know. All I know is it's the nuttiest thing I ever saw." "And what about the getaway car? What about those tires melting?" "They were defective," said Hanks promptly. "All four of them at once. And what about the thing written on the trunk?" "How do I know?" demanded the captain. "Kids put it on before the car was stolen, maybe. Or maybe the hoods did it themselves. Who knows? What do they say?" "They say they didn't do it," said Stevenson. "And they say they never saw it before the robbery, and they would have noticed it if it had been there." The captain shook his head. "I don't get it," he admitted. "What are you trying to prove?" "I guess," said Stevenson slowly, thinking it out as he went along, "I guess I am trying to prove that somebody melted those tires and made that rifle too hot and left his signature behind." "What? You mean like in the comic books? Come on, Stevenson, what are you trying to hand me?" "All I know," insisted Stevenson, "is what I see, and all I know," the captain told him, "is Higgins put that name on his rifle himself. He says so. And what made it so hot? Hell, man, he'd been firing that thing at people for an hour. What do you think made it hot?" "All of a sudden. He noticed it all of a sudden, when it started to burn him." "How come the same name showed up each time then?" Stevenson asked desperately. "How should I know? And why not? Anyway, you know as well as I do, these things happen. A bunch of teen eggers burgle a liquor store, and they write The Golden Avengers on the plate glass in lipstick. It happens all the time. Why not the Scorpion?" "It couldn't occur to two people." "But there is no explanation," started Stevenson. "What do you mean?" "There is no explanation." "I just gave you the explanation. Look, Stevenson, I am a busy man. You got a nutty idea like Wilcox a few years ago. Remember him? Got the idea. There was a fiend around loose stuffing all those kids into abandoned refrigerators to starve. He went around trying to prove it and getting all upset, and pretty soon they had to put him away in the nut hatch. Remember?" "I remember," said Stevenson. "Forget this silly stuff, Stevenson," the captain advised him. "Yes, sir," said Stevenson. The day after Jerome Higgins went berserk, the afternoon mail brought a crank letter to the Daily Newers. "Dear Mr. Editor, you did not warn your readers. The man who shot all those people could not escape the Scorpion. The Scorpion fights crime. No criminal is safe from the Scorpion. Warn your readers. Sincerely yours, the Scorpion." Unfortunately, this letter was not read by the same individual who had seen the first one 2 months before. At any rate, it was filed in the same place, and forgotten through Tree Halloween is a good time for a rumble. There's too many kids around for the cops to keep track of all of them, and if you were picked up carrying a knife or a length of tire chain or something, why, you are on your way to a Halloween party and you are in costume. You're going as a JD. The problem was this schoolyard. It was a block wide, with entrances on 2 streets. The street on the north was Challenger territory, and the street on the south was Scarlet Raider territory, and both sides claimed the schoolyard. There had been a few skirmishes. A few guys from both gangs had been jumped and knocked around a little. but that had been all. Finally, the warlords from the two gangs had met and determined that the matter could only be settled in a war. The time was chosen. Halloween, the place was chosen, the schoolyard, the weapons were chosen. Pocket knives and tire chains, okay, but no pistols or zip guns. The time was fixed, 11 p.m., and the winner would have undisputed territorial rights to the schoolyard, both entrances. The night of the rumble, the gangs assembled in their separate clubrooms for last-minute instructions. Debs were sent out to play chicken at the intersections nearest the schoolyard, both to warn of the approach of cops and to keep out any non-combatant kids who might come wandering through. Judy Canzanetti was a Deb with the Scarlet Raiders. She was 15 years old, short and black-haired and pretty, in a movie magazine, gum-chewing sort of way. She was proud of being in the auxiliary of the Scarlet Raiders, and proud also of the job that had been assigned to her. She was to stand chicken on the southwest corner of the street. Judy took up her position at 5 minutes to 11. The streets were dark and quiet. Few people cared to walk this neighborhood after dark, particularly on Halloween. Judy leaned her back against the telephone pole on the corner, stuck her hands in the pockets of her Scarlet Raider jacket, and waited. At 11 o'clock, she heard indistinct noises begin behind her. The rumble had started at 5 after 11. A bunch of little kids came wandering down the street. They were all about 10 or 11 years old, and most of them carried trick or treat shopping bags. Some of them had Halloween masks on. They started to make the turn toward the schoolyard. Judy said, "Hey, you kids take off." One of them, wearing a red mask, turned to look at her. "Who? Us?" "Yes, you." "Stay out of that street. Go on down that way. The subway's this way," objected the kid in the red mask. "Who cares? You go around the other way." "Listen, lady," said the kid in the red mask, aggrieved. "We got a long way to go to get home." "Yeah," said another kid in a black mask. "And we're late as it is. I couldn't care less," Judy told them callously. "You can't go down that street." "Why not?" demanded yet another kid. This one was in the most complete and elaborate costume of them all. Black leotards, and a yellow shirt, and a flowing black cape. He wore a black and gold mask and had a black knit cap jammed down tight onto his head. "Why can't we go down there?" this apparition demanded. "Because I said so," Judy told him. "Now you kids get away from here. Take off." "Hey!" cried the kid in the black and yellow costume. "Hey, they're fighting down there." "It's a rumble," said Judy proudly. "You twerps don't want to be involved, hey?" cried the kid in the black and yellow costume again, and he went running around Judy and dashing off down the street. "Hey, Eddie!" shouted one of the other kids. "Eddie, come back!" Judy wasn't sure what to do next. If she abandoned her post to chase the one kid who'd gotten through, then maybe all the rest of them would come running along after her. She didn't know what to do. A sudden siren and a distant flashing red light solved her problems. "Geez," said one of the kids. "The cops!" "Fuzz!" screamed Judy. She turned and raced down the block toward the schoolyard, shouting, "Fuzz, Fuzz, clear out, it's the Fuzz!" But then she stopped, wide-eyed, when she saw what was going on in the schoolyard. The guys from both gangs were dancing. They were jumping around, waving their arms, throwing their weapons away. And they all started pulling off their gang jackets and throwing them away, whooping and hollering. They were making such a racket themselves that they never heard Judy's warning. They didn't even hear the police sirens. And all at once, both schoolyard entrances were full of cops. A cop had tight hold of Judy, and the rumble was over. Judy was so baffled and terrified that everything was just one great big blur. But in the middle of it all, she did see the little kid in the yellow and black costume go scooting away down the street. and she had the craziest idea that it was all his fault. Captain Hanks was still in his realistic cycle this morning, and he was impatient as well. "All right, Stevenson," he said. "Make it fast. I've got a lot to do this morning, and I hope it isn't this comic book thing of yours again." "I'm afraid it is, Captain," said Stevenson. "Did you see the morning paper? So what? Did you see that thing about the gang fight up in Manhattan?" Captain Hanks sighed. "Stevenson," he said wearily, "are you going to try to connect every single time the word scorpion comes up? What's the problem with this one? These kid gangs have names, so what? Neither one of them was called the Scorpions," Stevenson told him. "One of them was the Scarlet Raiders, and the other gang was the Challengers." "So they changed their name," said Hanks. "Both gangs simultaneously, to the same name." "Why not? Maybe that's what they were fighting over. It was a territorial war," Stevenson reminded him. "They've admitted that much. It says so in the paper, and it also says they all deny ever seeing that word on their jackets until after the fight. A bunch of juvenile delinquents," said Hanks in disgust. "You take their word, Captain? Did you read the article in the paper?" "I glanced through it." "All right. Here is what they say happened. They say they started fighting at 11 o'clock. And they just got going when all at once all the metal they were carrying, knives and tire, chains and coins and belt buckles and everything else, got freezing cold, too cold to touch. And then their leather jackets got freezing cold, so cold they had to pull them off and throw them away. And when the jackets were later collected, across the name of the gang on the back of each one had been branded, the Scorpion. Now let me tell you something," said Hank severely. "They heard the police sirens and they threw all their weapons away. Then they threw their jackets away to try to make believe they hadn't been part of the gang that had been fighting. But they were caught before they could get out of the schoolyard. If the squad cars had showed up a minute later, the schoolyard wouldn't have had anything in it but weapons and jackets. And the kids would have been all over the neighborhood, nice as you please, minding their own business and not bothering anybody. That's what happened. And all this talk about freezing cold and branding names into jackets is just some smart aleck punk's idea of a way to razz the police. Now you just go back to worrying about what's happening in his precinct and forget about kid gangs up in Manhattan and comic book things like the Scorpion, or you are going to wind up like Wilcox with that refrigerator business. Now I don't want to hear any more about this nonsense. Stevenson." "Yes, sir," said Stevenson. The reporter showed up 2 days later. He was ushered into the squad room where he showed his press card to Stevenson, smiled amiably, and said, "My editor sent me out on a wild goose chase. Would you mind chatting with me a couple minutes?" "Not at all," said Stevenson. The reporter, whose press card gave his name as Tom Roberts, settled himself comfortably in the chair beside Stevenson's desk. "You were the one handled that bank job down the street back in June, weren't you?" Stevenson nodded. Roberts gave an embarrassed chuckle and said, "Okay, I've got just one question. You answer no, and then we can talk about football or something. I mean, this is just a silly wild goose chase. Frankly, I am a little embarrassed about it. Go ahead and ask," Stevenson told him. "Okay, I will. Was there the word Scorpion connected with that bank job at all, in any way, at all?" Stevenson looked at the reporter and smiled. He said, "As a matter of fact, Mr. Roberts, there was." Roberts blinked. "There was?" "Yes, indeedy, there certainly was." And Stevenson told him the full story of the bank job. "I see," said Roberts dazedly when Stevenson was finished. "I see. Or I don't see. I don't see it at all. Your turn," Stevenson told him. "Now you tell me what made you ask this," said Roberts. He reached into the inside pocket of his sport jacket and withdrew a business-size envelope which he handed over to Stevenson. It was another crank letter, In the same newspaper clipping form as the first two, it read, "Dear Mr. Editor, the bad boys were captured. They could not escape the scorpion. I left the mark of the scorpion on their jackets. Criminals fear the mark of the scorpion. They cannot escape. This is my third letter to you. You should warn all criminals to leave the city. They cannot escape the scorpion, warn your readers. Sincerely yours, the Scoian." Stevenson read the letter. "Well, well," he said. "He says that's the third letter," Roberts pointed out. "We asked around in the office, and we found out who got the first two. They were both back-a-ways. The first one was early in the summer, and the guy who read it remembered it said something about a bank robbery. So I was sent out this morning to check up on bank robberies in June and July. You're the third one I've talked to this morning. The first two figured me for some kind of nut. My captain figures me the same way," Stevenson told him. "What about the second letter? Or... Wait, don't tell me. I'll tell you. It's that guy in August, the one who ran amok over in Canarsie. Right you are," said Roberts. "How did you know?" "I was there. He left his mark on the rifle stock." "Okay," said Roberts. "So there is something in it after all." "There is something in it," said Stevenson. "The question is, what?" "Well," said Roberts, "what have we got so far? Somebody, call it person or persons unknown for the fun of it, is stepping in every once in a while when there is a crime being committed. He stops it, he calls himself the Scorpion, and he uses some pretty dizzy methods. He melts automobile tires, makes a rifle too hot to hold, makes knives and leather jackets ice cold. How in heck does he do things like that?" "Yeah," said Stevenson. "And just incidentally, who is he?" "Well," said Roberts, "he's a kid. That much is obvious. That whole letter sounds like a kid, talking about the bad boys and stuff like that. What do you figure? Some scientist's kid, maybe?" "Maybe," said Roberts. "His old man is working on something in his little old laboratory in the cellar, and every once in a while the kid sneaks in and makes off with a ray gun or whatever it is." Roberts laughed. "I feel silly even talking about it," he said. "I'd feel silly too," Stevenson told him, "if I hadn't seen what this kid can do. And can we work anything out from the timing?" Roberts asked him. "He seems to show up once every couple of months. Let me check." Stevenson went over to the filing cabinet and looked up the dates. "The bank job," he said, "was on Wednesday, June 29th, at 11 o'clock in the morning. That Higgins guy was on, here it is, Friday, August 5th, around noon. And this last one was on Halloween, Monday, October 31st, at 11 o'clock at night. If you can see a pattern in there," Roberts told him, "you are a better man than I am." "Well, the first two," Stevenson said, "were in the daytime during the summer when school was out." "That's all I can figure." "Why just those three?" Roberts asked. "If he's out to fight crime, he's pretty inefficient about it. He's only gone to work 3 times in 4 months. "Well, he's a kid," said Stevenson. "I suppose he has to wait until he stumbles across something and then rush home for Daddy's ray gun." Stevenson shook his head. "It beats me. The only one that makes sense is the second one. That one was televised, he probably saw it that way. The other 2 times, he just happened to be around." "I don't know," said Roberts. "Does a kid happen to be around twice in 4 months when there is crimes being committed? Now, the Halloween thing, I can see that a kid is liable to be out wandering around, maybe go off to a strange neighborhood after he's done with his trick or treat stuff. Halloween is a good time for a kid to see some other kids breaking a law. And the thing in Canarsie, like you say, he probably saw that on television, but what about the bank job?" "That was the first," said Stevenson thoughtfully. "That was what set him off. He was there at the time, just by accident, and he saw they were getting away, so he zapped them, and right away he put the drama into it. Right on the spur of the moment, he decided to be the Scorpion. Then he sent the letter to your paper, but nothing else happened. And the paper didn't print anything about his letter or what he'd done, and he kind of forgot about it until he was watching television and saw the Higgins thing. Pow! The Scorpion rides again, and then it died down again, until a couple of nights ago we saw the rumble, and pow all over again. What you are saying, Roberts told him, is that this kid wanders around with Daddy's Zap gun all the time. That doesn't seem very likely. Face it, said Stevenson. Daddy's Zap gun isn't the likeliest thing I ever heard of either. I don't know how the kid does this, for that matter. It's only an educated guess that it's a kid we're after. Okay, said Roberts. So what do we do now? Now, said Stevenson, I think we talk to the captain, and then I have a feeling we'll be talking to the FBI. For Judy Canzanetti was a frightened girl. First there had been that crazy thing in the schoolyard, and then being dragged in by the police, and then being chewed out by Mom, and now here she was being dragged in by the police again for absolutely nothing at all. They were all there, in the big empty room like a gymnasium in the police station, the guys and Debs from both gangs all milling around and confused. And the cops were taking all the kids out one at a time and questioning them. When the cop pointed at her and said, "Okay, you next," Judy almost broke into tears. This wasn't like anything she knew or anything she could have expected. This wasn't like after the rumble with the guys wisecracking the cops and nothing to worry about but a chewing out from Mom. This was scary. They were taking people out one at a time to question them, and nobody was coming back into the room. And who knew what happened to you when it was your turn? "Come on," said the cop. "Step along." She stepped along, numb and miserable. There were 4 men in the room to which she was led. They were sitting behind a long table, with notebooks and pencils and ashtrays on the table. In front of them was a straight-backed, armless chair. The cop sat her down in the chair and left the room. One of the men said, "Your name is Judy Canzanetti, is that right?" "Yes, sir." It came out a whisper. She cleared her throat and tried again. "Yes, sir. You don't have to be frightened, Judy," said the man. "You aren't going to be accused of anything." "My name is Marshall, Stephen Marshall. This gentleman on my right is Stuart Lang. We're with the FBI. That gentleman there is Mr. Stevenson, and he's a detective from Brooklyn. And that there is Mr. Roberts, and he's a reporter. And we all simply want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. All right?" The man was obviously trying to calm her down, make her relax. And he succeeded to some extent. Judy said, "Yes, sir," in a small voice, and nodded, no longer quite so frightened. None of the 4 men were particularly frightening in appearance. The 2 FBI men were long and lean with bleak, bony faces like cowboys. The detective was a short, worried-looking man with a paunch and thinning black hair, and the reporter was a cheerful, round-faced man in a loud sport coat and a bow tie. "Now," said Marshall, "you were present at the time of the gang fight on Halloween, is that right?" "Yes, sir." "Well, no, sir, not exactly. I was down at the corner." Mr. Marshall smiled briefly. "On lookout?" he asked. "Yes, sir, I see." "And do you remember seeing anyone present at all aside from the boys and the 2 gangs and the police?" "No, sir. That is, not except a bunch of little kids. They came along just before the co. The police? A bunch of little kids?" The detective named Stevenson said urgently, "Did you recognize any of them?" "No, sir. They weren't from around the neighborhood," Marshall said. "You'd never seen them before?" "No, sir. They were just a bunch of little kids, grade school kids." They were out with costumes on and everything, playing trick or treat. Did they go near the schoolyard at all? No, sir. Except for one of them, you see. I was supposed to keep people away, tell them to go around the other way, and these kids came along. I told them to go around the other way, but they said they had to get to the subway. The subway? Echoed Stevenson. Yes, sir. They said they were out too late anyway, and it was a long way to go to get home. The man named Marshall said, You said one of them did go down by the schoolyard. Yes, sir. I told them all to go around the other way, and the one kid said, Hey, they're fighting, or something like that, and he ran down the street. I tried to stop him, but he got away from me. And then what happened? Asked Stevenson. Then I saw the fuzz, the police coming. I ran down to warn everybody, and all the guys were jumping around throwing their coats away. And the little boy? I didn't see him at all anymore except after the police came. I saw him go running around the corner. What did this boy look like? Stevenson asked. Gee, I don't know, sir. You don't know? No, sir. He was in his Halloween costume. The four men looked at one another. A costume, said the one named Roberts, the reporter. My God, a costume. Yes, sir, said Judy. It was all black and gold, tight black pants, and a yellow shirt and a black cape, and a funny kind of mask that covered his face, black and gold, and a kind of cap, like maybe a skull cap on his head, black. Only it was knit like the sailors wear in the merchant meringue, black and gold, said Roberts. He seemed awed by something. So you can't identify this boy at all, said Stevenson forlornly. One of the other kids called him Eddie, she said, suddenly remembering. They spent 15 minutes more with her, going over the same ground again and again, but she just didn't have any more to tell them. And finally, they let her go. Mr. Featherhall and Miss English were distant but courteous. It was, after all, banking hours. On the other hand, these four men were police and FBI on official business. It has been a rather long time, Featherhall objected gently. Well over 4 months. It seemed to me, said Miss English, that the police took the names of all the people who'd been here at the time of the robbery. There may have been other people present, suggested Marshall, who left before the confusion was over. There are any number of people in this world who like to avoid being involved in things like this. I can certainly appreciate their position, said Miss English, reminiscently touching her fingertips to her head. Miss English was very brave, Featherhall told the policeman. She created the diversion that spoiled their plans. Yes, we know, said Marshall. We've heard about what you did, Miss English. To tell you the truth, she said primly, I was most concerned about the boy. To be exposed to something like that at his tender boy, interrupted Stevenson rudely. Did you say boy? Why, yes, said Miss English. There was a little boy in here at the time with his mother. Didn't you know? No, we didn't, said Marshall. Could you describe this boy? Well, he was. Well, not more than 10 years old, if that, and he, well, it has been a long time, as Mr. Featherhall said. He was just a child, a normal, average child. Not exactly average, said Stevenson cryptically. You said he was in here with his mother, said Marshall. That's right. I've seen her in here a number of times. Yes, of course, said Marshall. Has she been here since the robbery? Asked Stevenson. Yes, I believe she has, so that you would recognize her if you saw her again. Yes, I would. I am sure I would. She almost always comes in with the boy, or... No, she doesn't. Not anymore. Not since school started, but she did all summer. She comes in often then. I believe so, said Miss English. Fairly often. Marshall produced a small card, which he handed to Miss English. The next time she comes in, he said, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us at that number. Ask for me, Mr. Marshall. I will, said Miss English. I surely will. The four of them sat talking in Marshall's office. Tom Roberts had his shoes off, his feet on the windowsill, his spine curved into the chair, and a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He had one eye closed and was sighting between his socked feet at the building across the way. The thing that bothers me, he said, the cigarette waggling in his mouth, is just that I am sure as I can be that I'll never get to write a word of this story. You gimlet-eyed types will clamp down on this kid and that'll be the end of it. Security by George National Defense. I wonder whatever happened to freedom of the press. The press overworked it, Marshall told him. The thing is, said Lang, whatever weapon or machine this boy is using, it's something that the government knows absolutely nothing about. We've sent up a report on the effects of this thing. Whatever it is, and there has been the damnedest complete survey of current government research projects you can imagine. There is nothing at all like it even on the drawing boards, whatever the boy is using, said Marshall. And wherever he got it from, it isn't a part of the government's arsenal of weapons. Which it has to be, Lang added. Can you imagine a weapon that selectively increases or decreases the temperature of any specific object, or any specific part of an object, from a distance? I wouldn't like to be sitting on a stockpile of hydrogen warheads with somebody aiming that weapon at me. He simply presses the hot button and Bluey. You see a jet bomber coming? Said Marshall. You point the weapon, press the cold button, and flame out. That pilot bought the farm. What I'd like to know, said Lang, is where he got his hands on this thing in the first place. Not only is there no machine or weapon we know of which can do this sort of thing, but our tame experts assure us that no such machine or weapon is possible. Great, said Stevenson. We're looking for a 10-year-old kid armed with a weapon that no adult in the country could even imagine as possible. The phone rang at that point, and for a second no one moved. They all sat and looked at the jangling phone. Then Marshall and Lang moved simultaneously. But it was Marshall who answered. Marshall here. The others watched him, heard him say, Yes, Miss English. Right. And reach forward on the desk for pad and pencil. Right. Got it. You are sure that's the one? Right. Thank you very much. Marshall cradled the phone and looked at the others. The woman came in. Her name is Mrs. Albert J. Clayhorn, and she lives on Newkirk Avenue. Miss English said the number would be near East 17th, 5 blocks from the bank, said Stevenson. And about 80 blocks from Higgins' house, said Roberts. That's why it took him so long to go to work that time. He saw what was happening on television, grabbed his weapon and his trusty bike, and went riding out to Canarsie. The Scorpion rides again. Marshall looked at his watch. It's only a little after 1, he said. We can talk to the mother before the boy comes home. Right, said Stevenson, getting to his feet. 5. Mrs. Elizabeth Clayhorn was a short, roundish, pleasant-faced woman in a flower-patterned apron. She looked at the identification Marshall showed her and smiled uncertainly. FBI, I don't well, come in. Thank you. The living room was neat and airy. The 4 men settled themselves. Marshall, uncomfortably, was the spokesman. I am going to have to explain this, Mrs. Clayhorn, he said. And frankly, it isn't going to be easy, you see. He cleared his throat and tried again. Well, here is the situation. Someone in New York has a rather strange machine of some sort. Well, it's sort of a heat machine, I suppose you could say. And we've traced it through its use to, to your son. To Eddie. Mrs. Clayhorn was looking very blank. Eddie, I take it, said Marshall, instead of answering, that your son hasn't told you about this machine. Well, no. Well, of course not. I mean, he's just a little boy. I mean, how could he have any sort of machine? What is it? A blowtorch? Something like that? Not exactly, said Marshall. Could you tell me, Mrs. Clayhorn, what your husband does for a living? Well, he runs a grocery store. The Bohack's up on Flatbush Avenue, I see. Lang took over the questioning. Are there any other persons living here, Mrs. Clayhorn? Any boarders? No, there's only the three of us. Well, is Eddie interested in anything of a scientific nature in school, perhaps? Oh, Lord, no. He hasn't had any real science subjects yet. He's only in the 5th grade. His best subject is history, but that's because he likes to read, and history is all reading. He got that from me. I read all the time. He doesn't have one of these junior chemistry sets then, or anything like that? No, not at all. He just isn't interested. We even got him an erector set last Christmas, and he played with it for a day or two, and then gave it up completely and went back to reading. The thing is, said Stevenson with ill-concealed desperation, he does have this machine. Are you sure it's Eddie? Yes, ma'am, we're sure. Mrs. Clayhorn, said Marshall, the boy does have this machine. The government is very interested in it. And, well, I don't see how a 10-year-old boy, but if you say so, then I suppose it's so. Of course, he'll be home from school at 3:30. You could ask him, if you want. We'd rather not just yet, said Marshall. We think it might not be the best idea. As you say, Eddie is very interested in reading. He's been using this machine. And, he's been making a big secret out of it, like the characters in comic books. We wouldn't want to spoil that secret for him, at least not until we actually have the machine in our own possession. I see, said Mrs. Clayhorn doubtfully. Ma'am, said Stevenson, we don't have any sort of search warrant, but we would like to take a look in Eddie's room with your permission. Well, if you really think it's important. It is, said Marshall. Then I suppose it's all right. It's the door on the right, at the end of the hall. The three men, feeling large and cumbersome, searched the boy's room. It was a boy's room, nothing less and nothing more. The closet floor and shelves were stacked with comic books. There were baseball trading cards in the top bureau drawer. There were pennants on the walls. There was no heat machine, nor any hint of a heat machine. I just don't know, said Marshall at last. Unless he carries it all the time, said Lang. Sure, said Stevenson. That's why he had it with him in the bank that day, maybe, said Marshall. I just don't know. You know, I don't really believe there is a machine. Of course there is, said Stevenson. We've seen what it can do. Oh, I am not denying the boy caused those things, but I just have the completely insane conviction that there isn't any machine. Marshall shrugged. Ah, well, never mind. Let's go back and soothe the mother. They soothed her, which took some doing, not because she was at all worried, but because she was so curious she could hardly sit still. But Marshall, by looking very stern and official and by speaking in round, long-syllabled sentences, finally convinced her that the welfare of the nation was absolutely dependent upon her, not mentioning anything at all about this visit to Eddie, under any circumstances. We'll be back to talk to the boy in a day or two, Marshall told her. In the meantime, we prefer him not to be forewarned. If you say so, she said, frowning. The school principal, a gray battleship named Miss Evita Dexter, was irate. The idea that pornographic materials were being sold in her schoolyard was absurd. It was ridiculous. It was unheard of. Stevenson assured her that adjective notwithstanding, it was happening. And they were going to have a shakedown of the student body whether Miss Dexter liked it or not. Detective Sergeant Stevenson and his associates Marshall and Lang were going to go through the student body with a fine-tooth comb. Neither Marshall nor Lang had mentioned the fact that they were from the FBI. The search began at 9:45 in the morning and ended at 12:10. On the persons of 3 8th grade boys, they found pornographic photos. On the person of Eddie Clayhorn, they found absolutely nothing. Abner Streitman Long was a government expert. He was more or less a government expert in the Ready Reserve, since he had never once been called upon to use his expertise for the government. Not until now, Abner Streitman Long was resident professor of psychology at Mandar University. He was also one of the world's foremost and best-known experimenters in the area of parapsychology, also called extrasensory perception, also called psionics. The government, as a matter of principle, didn't believe in psionics, but the government also, as a matter of principle, kept a psionics expert handy just in case. The just in case had maybe happened. Professor Long sat in Marshall's office and listened stolidly to the problem. The expert was a tall, barrel-chested man with a fantastic shock of white hair exploding out in all directions from his head. His nose was bulbous, his jaw out-thrust, his eyes deep-set, his ears hairy, his hands huge, and his feet huger. He looked like a dressed-up lumberjack of the old school. He listened and they talked, and every once in a while he nodded and said, "Huh?" His voice was, predictably, basso profundo. Then they were finished, and Professor Long summed it all up. He changes the temperature of objects. Yes, yes, said Marshall. You looked for a machine. Yes, yes, and we didn't find it. And your thermodynamics people said no such machine could exist anyway. Yes, that's right. Then why did you look for it? Because, said Marshall desperately, we'd seen it in action. That is, we'd seen the result of its use. Yes, said the professor. He sucked on his lower lip and abstractedly watched his thumbs twiddle. Perotic, he announced at last. I beg your pardon, asked Marshall. Perotic, repeated the professor. Yes, yes, perotic. Do you know what that is? No, said Marshall. Good, said the professor. Neither do I, but I have a theory. There are more theories than there are phenomena. That always happens. But listen to this theory. The mind reaches into the object on the molecular level and adjusts the molecules, so. The temperature changes, do you see? Not exactly, said Marshall doubtfully. Neither do I. Never mind. I know lots of theories. None of them make any sense, but they all try to explain. If you say so, said Marshall. Yes, I say so. Now, as a psychologist, I will tell you something else. This boy has made this a secret. Yes, the Scorpion, he calls himself, and like his heroes of the comic books, he uses his power for good. Shazam. Yes. Captain Marvel. Yes, said Stevenson, nodding emphatically. Now what happens if you go to this boy and tell him, we know you are the Scorpion, your secret is out? What happens then? I don't know, said Marshall. Think, suggested Professor Long. Batman, let us say, or Superman, quite apart from fighting crime. What is the major task confronting these heroes? That of maintaining the secrecy of their identity. Yes. The four men nodded. Now, said Professor Long, to the mind of a 10-year-old boy, what is the implication? The implication is this. If the secret of the identity is lost, the power of the hero is also lost. This is the clear implication. Yes, you mean this boy wouldn't be able to do it anymore if we went and talked to him? Asked Lang. I don't say that, cautioned the professor. I do say this. He will believe that he has lost the power, and this belief may be sufficient to destroy the power. Yes. In other words, said Marshall, you are saying that we can't ask this boy how he manages his stunt, because if we do, then he probably won't be able to manage it anymore. A distinct possibility, said the professor, but only a temporary possibility. The drama of the Scorpion will not, I imagine, survive puberty. But will the ability survive puberty? No one can know, no one can even guess. Now here is the thing, said Marshall. Not downgrading your theories at all, Professor. They are nevertheless still only theories. Frankly, given my choice between an impossible machine and a boy with the power to think things hot and cold, I'll give the impossible machine the edge. At this point, accepting the idea of the machine, our next move is simple. We go ask the boy to give it to us from what you say. We can't even do that. My best advice, said the professor, would be to keep the boy under careful surveillance for the next 3 or 4 years. Gradually get to know him. Carefully work out a long-range program involving his reading habits, the attitudes of his teachers and parents, the sort of external stimuli to which he is. Fellas, said Robert suddenly. Oh, fellas. They turned to look at him. He was in his favorite pose, shoes off, feet up on the window sill. He was now pointing at the window. Do you fellas see what I see? He asked them. They saw the window was frosting. It was a rainy, humid mid-November day, and moisture was condensing on the window pane. It was condensing, and then it was freezing. It didn't take long. No more than a minute passed from the time Roberts noticed the thing beginning until the time it was complete. And then they watched various specific sections of the window defrost again. It was a very strange-looking window. It was covered with frost, but there were lines of bare window as though the frost had been scraped away. The lines formed letters, and the letters formed words, and the words were, "Pol Moam told me, my God," said Marshall. Well, 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 said Stevenson. Yes, said Professor Long. He nodded and turned away from the window to look at the door. You may come in now, Eddie, he called. The door opened, and Eddie Clayhorn stood there. In civilian clothes, he beamed at the window. That was tricky, he said. So, said Professor Long, I was mistaken, eh? Exposure does not spoil things, is that it? Sometimes, said Eddie Clayhorn. The hero has 1 or 2 trusted friends on the police force who know who he is and give him tips about criminals. But they never tell anybody, of course, said Professor Long, and we are your trusted friends. Yes, sure, but you can't tell my parents or anybody. Roberts leaned forward and gingerly touched the frosted window. It was cold, very cold. He turned and looked with awed eyes at Eddie Clayhorn. Slowly, he smiled. Skop, old boy, he said. You can just call me Tonto. Kimosabi. And of Call Him Nemesis by Donald E. Westlake.
Code of the Mounted by Floria Howe. Bruess Argosy. All Story Weekly Magazine. October 20, 1928. An amazing manhunt in Arctic snows, and how Sergeant Hardy and Keith Morley played the game, each according to his own strict code. Halt! The curt command cut through the frost-bound silence. The northern mail driver froze in his tracks. He shot a glance at his companion, Sergeant Hardy, and saw the officer had whipped his .45 Colt from its holster. Quick on the draw, aren't you? But I'd got you both covered. Put that gun back in your holster before I count 3, or this load of shot will blow your head off. The voice came from above. Intently, the 2 men, on the narrow defile below, scanned the overhanging snow-covered rocks, but no form was visible. 1. The relentless voice had begun to count. 2. Grimly, Sergeant Hardy slipped his gun in its holster. The winner of the opening hand does not always win the game, he thought dispassionately. I want the mailbag, the unseen speaker went on. Put the bag on that rock shelf on the right, and be quick. Intently the officer listened to that voice. So carefully did he memorize every inflection in it, he would recognize it immediately, anywhere. Keep cool, King. He has the advantage now. Sergeant Hardy's voice was low, reassuring, but his eyes, hard, vigilant, swept the rocks above him carefully. Must I put the mail? Yes, or he'll blow both of our heads off. He has you covered now. Hurry up there. Impatiently, the voice rang out. The man, in his eagerness, leaned over the jutting rock on which he lay. In that instant, Hardy obtained a good look at the face of the man. It was a young face, not more than 30 or so, clean-shaven. The features were fine, regular, with well-molded chin. The man drew back swiftly as his eyes met the officer's, reluctantly. The driver deposited the bag of mail on the designated shelf. Now keep going. And remember, the trail is straight ahead. I can see you both for a mile. Try to double back and I'll be waiting for you. Nevertheless, I'll see you again. Hardy's voice was still cool, dispassionate. It was as though he said, "This is fine traveling weather. Mush on, King," Hardy urged in a low voice. The trail lay clear, not a dark spot broke its gleaming covering. Repeatedly Hardy looked back. The fur-clad figure of the man stood motionless. He had descended from his rocky perch and now stood on the trail watching the swiftly moving dogs, sled, and men. Eagerly he bent over the mail. Hardy, in a swift backward glance, saw that stooping figure. Instantly he fell out of the dog train. Keep going. Notify District Headquarters. I am going back for my man. The words came with shot-like swiftness. Keith Morley straightened from the mailbags, gazed ahead. Surely there was but one man with a team, yet the trail still led straight, unbroken by any dark object save the one man, the dogs, and sled. Unbelieving, he rubbed his eyes. A man could not vanish in thin air. The mail driver plied the whip. The dogs raced. He would rather have stayed with the sergeant, fought the thing through, shoulder to shoulder. But the officer had spoken, and he was the law. Half drowned in the drift into which he had plunged, Hardy lay motionless for a time. Finally, he cautiously raised his snow-covered hooded head. He saw the man standing motionless, then watched him turn, scale the slabs of rock until he reached the top, and disappear. Lithe as a cat, Hardy scaled the overhanging rocks, crouching like an Indian. His soft ankle-depth moccasins over his boots as noiseless as the footfall of a cougar, he sped after Keith Morley. Thank the powers for a fine day, Hardy thought. The sun shone dazzlingly. The prisms of a million ice drops on shrub and tree flashed like jewels, bewilderingly beautiful. Warily, Hardy followed the moccasin imprints left on the crusted snow. He is heading directly away from the trail, and he knows exactly where he's going. No hesitation in his stride. Ha! He has stopped here to put on his webs. The snow was crushed into a circular basin where the man had sat to don his snowshoes. At a little distance ahead came the shrill, scolding voices of a pair of chickadees. Hardy nodded in satisfaction. He knew some passing creature had startled the birds. It was their custom to give warning thus from their lofty perches. The trail led from the rocky plateau through a narrow ravine to the open ground beyond. Keeping a sharp lookout, Hardy paused in this ravine to don his webs, then took up the trail. The man is a bird. He doesn't web. He flies, the officer muttered. I'm pretty fast myself, but he is faster. For hours he followed. The sun was casting crimson shadows. The sparse woods grew denser. The short day became the short twilight. Hardy was strangely tired, but he was not growing cold, though the air was sharpening. It became too dark to distinguish the faint imprint of the webs. Hardy paused, debating whether to build a fire, then walked on, seeking suitable site for night camp. There appeared to be a clearing ahead. A dark, snow-capped smudge sprang before his eyes. "A cabin!" he ejaculated. "I'll spend the night there." For hours a strange lassitude, a sensation of heat, an increasing throbbing headache had been creeping on him. "What's the matter with me?" he thought irritably. "Somehow I am glad to be under a roof tonight." There was no yellow winking eye of light in the one window of the squat cabin. The officer approached warily, keeping in the deepest shadows. Apparently, the cabin was deserted. With his finger on the trigger of his gun, he raised the latch on the heavy, log-built door, kicked it in swiftly. His eyes strained through the gloom of the cabin. One swift, searching look revealed the tenantless interior. Hardy stepped into the cold room and slammed the door behind him. He dropped into a chair, breathing heavily. A sudden sensation of suffocation seized him. He pushed the fur hood back from his head, loosened the belt of the parka covering his uniform. "Haven't been feeling really fit for the past 3 days," he muttered. Pulling himself together with an effort, he came to his feet, investigated the one room, and built on woodshed adjoining. He struck a match to the candle fixed in a bottle, for the room was growing dark. "Well-stocked cabin," he said, as he gazed around. Again he fell heavily in a chair, gazing before him with anxious eyes. After a time he kindled a fire on the big stone hearth. Slowly the weather changed as the night wore on. The north wind came with a bellow and roar. Half dozing, Hardy listened to the mingled voices of the wind and fire as he sat before a blazing log. His eyes were glittering with the fever that ran in his veins. "Glad I came across this cabin," he muttered, with thick tongue and dry, swollen lips. "Must be bilious. Be all right tomorrow. I must." The storm increased in fury. The blizzard howled and tore over the squat cabin. The snow piled up against its wall logs. As though seeking the warmth within during the night, came the crunch, crunch of webs. A white, wraith-like figure came through the gloom. Eager, expectant eyes peered from frozen eyelashes at the light wavering from the cabin's firelit, frost-glazed window. Stiff hands fumbled at the latch, finally released it. The wind swept the door in with a crash. Hardy raised heavy-lidded eyes and started to rise. But the effort was too much for him. He sank back like a sack of meal. Keith Morley kicked the door shut. Hardy's nerveless hand reached for the gun in his holster, but it was strangely fumbling and uncertain. The two men stared at each other, so we both chanced to cross the same cabin. "Put up your hands." Hardy's voice was thick. The gun wavered in his hand. It seemed intolerably heavy. Mitsley stared curiously at that unsteady hand, at the swollen, flushed face of the officer. Despite a tremendous effort, it was impossible for Hardy to hold that gun. It clattered to the floor. Keith Morley's increasing amazement turned slowly to conviction. He sprang swiftly to Hardy as the man's head fell back. The room was filled with his gasping, shallow breathing. Keith Morley lifted the officer in his powerful arms, carried him to the bunk. "You are a sick man," he exclaimed. "Tell me quick, while you are still able to talk. Have you been exposed to any disease?" The words penetrated Hardy's fast, numbing consciousness. "A few weeks ago I laid over a night in an Indian's cabin." "How long since you were vaccinated?" The question came quick and sharp. Hardy heard the words, though they seemed to come from a great distance. He struggled to answer, but unconsciousness sealed his tongue. Swiftly, Keith Morley stripped the man, gazed with grave eyes at the all-revealing eruption on the broad chest and armpits. "Smallpox," he ejaculated. "There is a lot of it in the north this winter." Turning to the officer's pack, he opened it up and took out the medicine kit. It was a well-stocked case, revealing the thoroughness of the equipment the Northern Patrol men carry. "One thing is certain. The officer cannot make me prisoner now, and I can't leave him here to die from neglect. When the owner of this cabin returns, I'll go on, but not before," Morley said grimly. With peculiar expertness he bathed the fevered body of Hardy at regular intervals. He administered medicine taken from the case. He applied an ointment to the rapidly increasing eruptions. "What a freak of fate," he muttered. "The hunter is laid low and the hunted cares for him." The man's lips lifted in a mirthless smile, but his eyes were somber, haunted. Slowly the days dragged their length. The snow beat back the sun. The country sank under an impenetrable shroud of white. The owner of the cabin did not return. snowed under, someplace. Morley thought as grimly he battled for the life of the officer. No great physician could have shown more interest in the work of a difficult case than did Keith Morley. For hours he sat by the sick man's side, listening to the disjointed delirium. He's been through a lot. The men on the Northern Patrol have a tough time, the listening man thought. Occasionally, as the days passed, Morley went out with his rifle. Returning with fresh meat, the fever abated, the crisis passed, pulled him through. Morley thought, a light of professional satisfaction in his eyes. He closed the blue service book belonging to Hardy, the book he had been studying and memorizing while Hardy slept. His first deep, natural sleep since his illness. Morley stripped off his own clothing. Fortunate thing we are, the same height and build, he thought as he donned Hardy's uniform which he had fumigated. Completely garbed in Sergeant Hardy's uniform, he was remarkably like the officer, in figure, only the face was different, and that would be partly concealed by the fur parka hood. In this uniform, I can get to Montreal without pursuit. There I can secure other clothing, draw funds from the bank, and get to the border. From now, until I reach Montreal, I am Sergeant Porter Hardy. The man's shoulders straightened, his head went up. I am absolutely safe. It will be weeks before the officer can get out, renew pursuit. By that time I'll be in the States. He turned, walked to the bunk, stood staring down at the quietly sleeping man. Glad I didn't leave him to die like a dog, he murmured. Haven't that on my conscience. Hardy turned, opened his eyes with the light of returned reason in them. He stared at the uniformed figure beside him. A perplexed gaze was in his eyes. Then, slowly, he looked around the cabin. Ha! I remember. Was taken sick. He attempted to sit up, but fell back weakly. I've had a siege, he thought. Glad to see another man of the service here. How long have I been ill? And what's the matter with me? Morley stared down at him. Finally, you've had the smallpox, but you are right-o now, on the mend. Hardy drew a startled breath. That voice? No two voices in the world were identical. Why was this officer before him speaking with the voice of the mail robber whom he was pursuing? He closed his eyes. Weakness, no doubt, had caused hallucination. You have been ill 3 weeks. You've been a very sick man, but you are on the highway now, that tormenting voice went on. I'll stay with you until you are able to get out of bed and help yourself. Then I'll go on. Hallucination be damned. Hardy's eyes jerked open. Long and steadily he stared at the uniform. His own, of course. There was that mended rent on the tunic sleeve and that smudge of oil on the left trouser leg. His eyes swung to the man's face. I recognize you. And what are you doing here? Why didn't you get away? The voice was weak but steady. And leave you to die. I am not that sort of a rotter, Morley said scornfully. Then I owe my recovery to you. You owe your life. To me, to put it plainly, no one has been near the cabin, for I tacked a red rag over the door. A few Indians have passed. I hailed them from a distance. Smallpox is raging from the James Bay waters to the lake country of the Athabasca, they said. My God! Yes, and for the service I have rendered you, I am appropriating your uniform, Morley went on coolly. When you are well, you can wear my clothes. The men looked at each other silently. He turned, strode to the hearth over which an iron kettle was suspended. Presently he returned. A cup of good strong caribou broth. He tendered the cup, lifted and held Hardy while the officer ate. All you need now is to recover your strength. Within a few days you'll be able to hobble around, enough to keep up your fire. The wood house is filled. I have repaired my forage on it. There is a quantity of meat, and I'll leave a big mess cooked, so you won't have to cook for several days. By that time you'll be strong enough. You are singularly thoughtful under the circumstances. Hardy commented. Thoughtfulness be damned. I'm only doing the sporting thing. Criminals usually do not consider that, Hardy interrupted dryly. Morley raised a startled head. Hardy, who was watching him closely, saw the swift dilation of his eyes, noted the sharply drawn breath. Now, you have talked enough. And by the by, your voice is remarkably strong. You will make a quick mend. No doubt you owe that to the constitution you men of the service have. Now go to sleep again. I want you to get strength quickly, for I am anxious to be off. A few days later he left. The cabin seemed strangely lonely, strangely desolate to Hardy, as he lay on the bunk listening to the retreating crunch, crunch of webs as Morley headed from the cabin onto the trail. The following morning, before Morley had emerged from his sleeping bag, he heard the tinkle of bells. An Indian, coming from the opposite direction which he traveled, appeared on the trail. His dogs were lean and traveled slowly. "How is the pest?" Morley asked in the Cree tongue. The Indian paused. His figure drooped. His shoulders sagged. "It spreads as does the bushfire. It has struck the Crees on Wollaston Lake. It is wiping out the Chippewyans between Albany and the Churchill." The Indian spoke with impassive bronze face, but his eyes were deep with melancholy. Morley waited, a great fear in his heart. The Crees are wailing their death dirges as they seek the bones of their dead from beneath the charred cabins. For the white men are burning all cabins wherein the pest has been. Our dogs are howling mournfully for masters whose voices are still. I passed many trap houses. They were unbaited. In some the traps were sprung, yet the trappers came not to gather their catch. The snowshoe trails were many suns old. Where do you come from? Have you passed Nitchican Lake Post? I came through there. Are there many sick? Morley interrupted quickly. Many are sick. The factor, his squaw and his clerk, have answered the call of the Great Spirit. Morley's face was white. Who cares for the sick? The priest whose hair is white as the new snow, and whose step is slow with the weight of many suns. He glanced at the motionless white man. I have spoken. His voice fell low, grave. The long line of dogs moved slowly down the trail. This is the worst epidemic the North has known, Morley thought. It was the year in which the North fought grimly the great cataclysm. The scourge took 1,000 lives before it finally surrendered to the heroic efforts of a handful of white men and women. And Father Dubois, that gentle, kindly old saint, is fighting alone at the post, living through the stench, the horror of it. And he is old, frail. I am young, strong, have knowledge and skill. The man stared across the great waste. If I go back, it means prison for me, for sooner or later I will be caught. When Hardy recovers, he will take up the trail. And yet, my God, to run like a coward. To leave suffering, dying humanity, when I can prevent many deaths, when I can help check the spread of this epidemic. McAndrews, his wife, and the clerk gone. And Father Dubois, patiently, laboriously, is waging his lonely fight. He needs me. The North needs me. What a service I could render. He stared in the direction where lay Nitchican Post. Silently his battle went on. Finally he turned, got his pack together. Without pausing to make his breakfast, the message of the throbbing Arctic sky had reached his soul. With grim lips and unwavering eyes, he turned his face toward Nitchican Post. I am making poor time afoot. If only I could raise a sled and dogs. Morley muttered, while the dawn came the snow. After a quick breakfast, he moved on. The wind increased, drove the snow like millions of ice points through the gray atmosphere. Toward noon, Morley saw a cabin sitting like a squat black insect on a field of white. His pulses quickened as he saw the pillar of black smoke vomiting from its chimney, and a team of 5 dogs and sled standing before the place. Head down against the wind that buffeted him at every step, he made his way. The dogs set up a chorus of howls at his approach. A door was flung open. "Bad day," a laconic voice remarked as he slipped off his webs and entered. The warmth of the room smote him gratefully. Morley passed his arms through the straps, set the pack outside the cabin. His lips were stiff with cold. For a moment it was impossible for him to speak or to see in the bright firelight. "Was just leaving, but I'll wait a while and hear the news. How's the pest?" As the man spoke, another figure entered the little cabin from the woodhouse. "Eh bien, Jacques, Hieve. More company?" a warm, friendly voice shouted. "I'm not staying long. In a hurry. I want those dogs of yours. Sent out on detail. Must make haste," Morley said quietly. He removed his parka, shaking the snow from it, and stood revealed in the uniform he wore. "Well met. What district are you from, and your name?" "I'm Corporal English, out of Moose Factory." Morley wheeled. So blinded had he been by snow and wind, he had not seen the man's uniform when he entered. "Jacques, he, have an honor." "2 men of Ximado under he's roof," the French trapper murmured. His round black eyes gazed admiringly at the splendid proportions of the 2 men. Both of them standing 6 foot deep, chest stalwart, shoulders slim-waisted. Regretfully, he rubbed his hand over his rotund stomach. "I'm Hardy Lake St. John," Morley said coolly, returning the other's steady gaze. He turned to Jacques. "I'll have to commandeer your team. You are Porter Hardy?" Corporal English asked. "Yes." There was no hesitation in Morley's answer. He dared not hesitate. "What can I do?" "Monsieur Eng, Leash have bought my team and sled before you come." Jacques spread his hand despairingly. "And I'll keep them." "Put up your hands while you explain to me why you are wearing a uniform of the service and passing yourself off as Sergeant Hardy." "I know Hardy. Give an account of yourself. Who are you?" The words came like a shot. Morley gazed from a pair of inexorable eyes to the blue barrel of English's gun. With the motion of a cougar, so swift it was, Morley ducked, sprang at English, an upward thrust, and the gun clattered to the floor. Jacques, wide-eyed, moved to a corner, watching the 2 men as they grappled. He had not understood those few swift words of English's. The men, their arms gripped around each other, rolled over and over, each seeking an opening. Finally, English tore an arm loose. His great hand went around Morley's throat, shutting out the air. But not for long. As they had rolled on the floor, Morley had inch by inch controlled their movements, so that he lay near the fallen revolver. Desperately stretching an arm and long fingers, he touched the butt of the gun. His chest was rising in shallow gasps as he attempted to breathe. There was a roar in his eardrums. A fleck of blood dropped from his nostrils. With one long finger he drew the butt of the gun nearer. His fingers closed around it. Jacques in his corner watched with fascinated eyes. He saw that English's face was turned away from that outflung arm, and so was unconscious of Morley's action. Suddenly, English felt the barrel against his side. He turned his head, read the desperation in Morley's eyes. His grip relaxed. Morley drew in a breath of air that eased his tortured lungs. Slowly English came to his feet. With a cat-like bound, Morley faced him. Finger curled on trigger. Without removing his eyes from the officer's face, Morley addressed the fascinated Jacques. "I must take your dogs, but do not fear. They will either be returned to you, or I will send payment. Write your name on a slip of paper, then step outside. Put my pack in the sled. Have you any cooked meat on hand?" "Oui, monsieur," Jacques responded with glowing eyes. He had warmed instantly to this man. "Put all you have in the sled, also what fish you can spare for the dogs." He addressed English as Jacques sprang to do his bidding. "If you darken that doorway until I am out of gunshot, I'll shoot, and there is no better shot in the north than myself." Slowly he backed to the door, picked up his parka, backed across the threshold. The door slammed to behind him. He sprang in the sled, lay flat as his mush cry arose. A bullet from English's rifle, the barrel protruding from under the window, roared through the storm. The dog sprang forward, instinctively headed for the trail. A stone's throw from the cabin, Murchie smiled grimly. "Good thing I laid flat, or he'd have had me." Again bullets spat toward the fleeing man. The snow and sleet were so heavy, the wind so high, that visibility was poor at even a few yards when that trail was reached. The cabin was blotted from sight. Morley sprang from the sled, drew the fur parka over his head, headed the dogs toward Nitchicon. He re-entered the long, light sled. The hiss of a moose-hide whip cut through the sleet. The dogs, well fed, in good condition, sprang forward with a will. Speed was wanted. Speed they would give. Daily, Hardy's strength was increasing. Longer each day he sat in the big chair before the crackling fire. Then a few steps farther until he could reach the door. Constantly his thoughts revolved around the man who had stayed with him, brought him through this siege. The weeks dragged by until a month had passed since Morley's departure. The weather settled fine, clear, with brilliant sunshine. The white world glittered and sparkled like a sea of flashing jewels. "I am strong enough now. If I had dogs, I should have left a week ago." Hardy stood in the open door of the cabin, gazing across the country. Far down the trail came several dark specks. Gradually the specks took on shape and substance, became a moving team of dogs with sled and a man at the gee-pole. Opposite the cabin the team turned, made their way to the little building. "Don't come too near, Smallpox," he shouted. Steadily the half-breed came on. When near the cabin he paused. "Me, I heard you. May ye not matter. I am Jus over ze pest." The trapper lifted a scarred and pitted face to Hardy. "Deezy's my cabin. I was away in a line cabin when the sickness took me many weeks. Have I been gone, but now I, Le Masson, am well, and have come home. Eh bien, Edie's good to be home." He loosed the dogs from their harness, stepped into the cabin, shut the door behind him. Rapidly, Hardy explained his presence in the man's cabin, told of the fugitive he pursued. "Many strange things happen in the time of the pest. This man, he saved your life," Le Masson said thoughtfully, "and now you go to catch him and imprison him." "That is strange," he shrugged. "Personal obligation has nothing to do with my duty. Tree me. I am glad I am only a trapper. For ze squaw who find me when I am sick and nurse me back to life, I will marry. So does Le Masson gif his. Thanks, Monsieur l'Officier. I've no value on his life when he gif no thanks." Le Masson's voice and manner were disapproving. He gazed reproachfully at Hardy. "It is not as simple as you think," he said wearily. "Now, my friend, I want your dogs and sled, also an outfit. I will pay you in cash. I have currency in my money belt. And this man, he did not take your money. No, he is not that type of thief." Within an hour, Hardy left. Le Masson watched with disapproving eyes as Hardy swung onto the trail. "Which way is he gone, north or south?" "I would be inclined to think south, perhaps to the nearest railway station." Yet that assumption seems so simple. Too simple, therefore, I turned north. The day was magnificent, clear, sparkling, the sun of dazzling brilliance. It was that transition period between the darkness of winter and the coming of spring, when the world takes on an unearthly aspect. The brilliant sun gave a glaring light. Tree and bush littered with indescribable beauty. Hardy had been on the trail several days when he began to notice his blurred vision. "Eyes are weak," Smallpox often leaves a weakened condition of sight, he reassured himself. Yet, the following morning when he awakened, he found his lids glued together with a thick, sticky substance. By feel only, he built his fire, melted a small pail of snow. For an hour he bathed his swollen lids, separating them at last. But his sight was poor, and an intolerable pain pierced his eyeballs. All day he kept going, closing his eyes as much as possible against a world that glistened like polished steel. Dimmer grew his vision. By mid-afternoon, darkness closed in. Snowblind. For a moment panic seized him, but his iron will quickly controlled it. Other men have had the same experience and came through, he told himself grimly. He sat in the sled while the dogs trotted up the wind-swept ice, his ears straining for the sound of other sled runners or the crunch of webs. "Must be about sundown," Hardy muttered. "Better call a halt." Suddenly there was a startled yelp from the lead dog, followed by a hoarse chorus of howls. Desperately, Hardy strained his blind eyes. A sharp report, an ominous volley of cracks, the sound of a swift current flowing under the ice told the story. Amid a terrified din from the struggling dogs, Hardy sprang from the sled. The cracks were spreading, widening, into a sunburst. Hardy felt the water under his boots. Swiftly he sprang back. "Oh, God! For a second of sight," he breathed. Slowly, cautiously he backed. The ice became firm under his boots. He paused, listening to the frenzied struggles and wild howling of the team, until one by one their voices were stilled. He heard the suction as the sled was drawn into the water. It is not an uncommon thing in northern waters, that strange warm undercurrent on which a thin layer of ice forms. Ice deceptive in appearance, but when surmounted by a weight, it gives suddenly and treacherously. Hardy continued to walk backward, realizing if he turned he would be at a loss to know in which direction he walked. "Looks bad," he muttered. "Blankets and supplies gone down with the sled. I'll have to keep moving to keep up the circulation." Wearily, he walked during that long night. By morning, his muscles stiffened to the consistency of raw cowhide. Weakened from his illness, his vitality lessened swiftly. Toward morning, he stumbled over a low-growing, snow-capped bush. Unconsciously, he had half-circled across the river and reached its wooded shore. Eagerly, with panting breath, he felt among the brush, got a pile together, carried them to the shore ice. There were matches in the waterproof case in the parka pocket. Quickly he kindled a fire, a fitful, smoldering little flame. But its warmth was inexpressibly grateful to the chilled man. Many round balls of eyes from culvert and hilltop watched that fire curiously, fearfully. Hardy did not know it, but death was near, lurking in fangs and claw. If he allowed that blaze to extinguish, the gray terrors of the wild would be on him. The old priest raised a shaking hand, touched Morley's face half fearfully. "Is it really you, my son? So often have I dreamed that you came like this, only to awaken. Are you real? Or is this but another dream?" His tired, sunken eyes gazed anxiously at the man. Morley threw an arm around the bowed shoulders, held the thin body to him for a moment. "It is I, father, and the first thing I do is to put you to bed. You are worn out. You need rest. I shall take charge here, le bon Dieu. How often have I prayed for your return, my son? God is good." Morley arrived at the peak of the epidemic and threw himself, body and mind, into the battle. Day and night he worked with but brief intervals for rest. "If only I had fresh vaccine," he groaned. Vigorously he segregated the well from the sick, battled to keep wailing mothers from dying children, fought to keep fathers from stricken sons. "My son, you, moose, rest." "So hard you work," the old priest said anxiously. "Does a soldier rest in the midst of battle, father, when the enemy is in retreat? When it is beaten, then I will rest," Morley said gravely. For a time the bell in the chapel tolled daily. Gradually, at fewer intervals, until a week had passed without a death. "We've licked it, Father." An exultant light shone in Morley's eyes, but his face was drawn, white from fatigue. A week passed without a new case. The convalescent were growing stronger. "There is little to do now at the post, Father. I have time to visit some cabins in the woods. There may be sick in them." In one cabin he found a dead body. The cabin was burned. Toward evening, he saw the blaze from a campfire. "Some traveler, better investigate," he thought. His webs were almost soundless as he approached, yet Hardy's keen ears heard the faint crunch. "Help!" he called. Hoarse though the voice was, Morley recognized it. He froze in his tracks, motionless, scarcely breathing, cold with astonishment. Screened behind a great tree, Morley watched Hardy take hesitating steps forward, saw him crash into a tree. Amazement held the watching man. It was growing dark, but there was still light enough to see the trees and brush. Blind! Left the cabin too soon, and what a bloodhound he is. He's trailed me almost to the post. Rapidly, Morley thought, planned, he webbed to the officer. "Ha! Here you are," the blind man cried. "Thought you had gone on. I need help. Snowblind." Morley gazed at the swollen lids, glued together over the sightless eyes. He grasped Hardy's arm. In a hoarse, guttural voice he spoke a few words of Cree. "You are an Indian? Then take me to your cabin. The blindness of the sun on the snow has fallen on me." "I take you to my lodge," he grunted in Cree. Hardy heaved a sigh of relief. Maishley, who was known and admired as a great medicine man among the Crees of northern Quebec, knew he could depend on McGissy. When the Indian heard the men approaching, he threw open his door. Morley shook his head and pointed warningly at Hardy. He led the officer into the warm, candle-lit room. The fragrant odor of broiling deer steak lay in the air. "Ha! This feels and smells good," Hardy exclaimed. Beckoning to McGissy, Morley left the cabin, the Indian following. Lowering his voice cautiously, he told the Indian, "I have brought this man to you. He is snowblind. I found him on the shore trail, but I do not want him to hear my voice. He thinks an Indian found him, for I spoke to him in Cree. Let him think. No one is in the cabin save himself and you." "McGissy understands." The Indian nodded. "Watch me how I care for his eyes when I leave with the rising sun. You continue the treatment until the light again pierces his eyes. If he cannot see by the third sun, come to me. Care for him. McGissy, a 2-pound tin of tobacco shall reward you." McGessy's moccasined footfalls were noiseless as he prepared the supper. "McGissy care for your eyes now," the Indian grunted. For an hour he watched. Morley applied the snow applications on pieces of flour sacking, which he had made sterile by long boiling. With the dawn, Morley left, made his way to the post. He will not leave the cabin until his eyes are thoroughly freed of the inflammation. He realizes it would be too dangerous to his sight, and no matter how impatient he may be, he knows a blind man is out of the service. Morley thought, "I have a week, but I must be gone before then. I'll take no chances, for he will make for the post first thing." "God!" The bitter exclamation came like a shot. "How different this has turned out from what I planned, and all my own fault. If I had kept hidden, if Hardy had not seen my face when I stopped the mail, all would have been well. I would never have been suspected, could have got back to the post as I planned. Everything gone wrong, because of that one mishap. Also, I did not know a man of the mounted would be traveling with the carrier." There was a continual sound of axe and saw in the air. The men of the post were busily felling logs, erecting new cabins, making new tables, chairs, and bunks. The post was emerging from her weeks of horror. The morning of the third day since his finding of Hardy, McGissy came to the post, sought out Morley. "The white man's eyes have been pierced by the light. This morning he could see me." Morley turned to his supply shelves, took a tin of tobacco, gave it to the expectant Indian. When the Indian had gone, Morley walked swiftly to the old priest's cabin. "I must leave tonight. It is hard to go, but you can handle the convalescent, and any day the new factor will be here. Our moccasin telegraph has carried word of the deaths of McAndrews, his wife, and his clerk to the major posts. They, no doubt, have long since notified the company. Father, I am leaving tonight. Morley paused. It was hard to lie looking in those kindly, loving eyes. There was a crunch of webs on the snow outside. Someone stopped to remove his webs, then knocked at the cabin door. The old priest hurried to the door, threw it open. The man in the doorway looked over the white head directly into the eyes of Morley. "We meet again," said he. The voice fell curt. Hardmorsley looked from the barrel of the drawn gun into the eyes of Sergeant Hardy. "I arrest you for the robbery of the mail." "Up with your hands," Sergeant Hardy's curt voice broke the silence. "Arrest? Mail? Why, you mean—" the old priest faltered. He turned to Hardy. "Who are you?" he half whispered. "I am Sergeant Hardy of the Mounted. I was with Jim King, the mail driver, when this man stopped us." Hardy's voice softened as he gazed into the stricken eyes of the old priest. "Of a certainty there is some mistake. This is Dr. Keith Morley." "No mistake, Father. Look at him. Ask him, if that is necessary." "My son, you a mail robber. In God's name, why?" "I should like to know that myself," Hardy commented dryly. "Tell us," again that half-whispering voice of Father Dubois. "There was something in the mail I had to have." Morley's voice fell low. "I cut across the country to intercept it. I intended getting what I wanted and return here. All would have gone as I had planned, save that Sergeant Hardy happened to be traveling for a distance with the driver. He saw my face. I knew then that I would have to leave the country. I intended doing so, but fate willed otherwise. Mace, you were gone so long." Father Dubois paused in bewilderment. "A blizzard came up. The sergeant and I both sought shelter in the same cabin. He was sick, with the pest. I stayed with him until he was convalescent. He saved my life, Father." For the first time during Morley's narrative, Hardy spoke moochily, studied the officer's reddened eyelids. "You recovered your sight quickly," he said, "but you must be careful of your eyes." Hardy stared at him incredulously. "How did this man know of his recent blindness?" "How do you know I have been blind?" Hardy asked quickly. "I did not intend to mention it. It slipped out unawares, but it was I who found you by your campfire and led you to the Indian's cabin. I spoke to you in Cree so you would not recognize my voice. Another obligation, Morley. Seems I am pretty deep in your debt." The men gazed at each other silently. "Will you continue your narrative?" There was a strange quality in Hardy's voice. "Why did you return here when you had planned differently?" "I met an Indian on the trail. He told me of the factors and his wife's deaths. I realized I was needed. I knew Father Dubois was fighting it alone. I had to return." Grimly, Hardy nodded. The three sat silent. After a time, Morley said, "You got the sack of mail, Sergeant. It was in good condition, I trust?" Hardy stared at Morley blankly. "What do you mean?" he barked. "Why, surely you returned for the sack. It was not far from the cabin in which we stayed." It was Morley's turn to speak sharply. Incredulously, he stared at Hardy's blank face. "Surely you read my note." "What note?" "The note I placed in the parka pocket, the one you are wearing?" Hardy dug deep in the pocket. Pressed into a corner was a small folded piece of paper. He had not noticed it before. He drew it out, glanced at it blankly. Aloud he read, "I got what I wanted. You will find the mail sack in that wedge of rocks where I stopped you and the driver. I piled stones over the crevice to protect it. The room was silent. After a time, "What did you take from the sack?" Hardy asked. "A letter? I had no interest in the mail. Otherwise, I intended placing it where eventually would be recovered. Of course, my gun threat was only a bluff." "I would not have shot. Whose letter was it you ran such risks to secure?" Hardy asked swiftly. "The factor's, McAndrew's. I had to have it." "Explain, Morley." "I will explain at headquarters," he said slowly. Father Dubois laid a trembling hand on Hardy's arm. "Sergeant, I beg of you, do not take this man. You can free him if you would. You are not only an exponent of the law, you are the law itself. You, who are clad with the authority of courts, can make your own court here try and release this man." Hardy was silent, his troubled gaze on the priest's pleading eyes. "There is so much sickness. The people needs a doctor. Of a certainty he is needed. Do not take him away, Father. This is not a case wherein I could act as judge." Hardy's voice was low. "I realize all you say, and I also realize my own obligation to my prisoner. Yet, Father, you, who would not betray a confession, cannot ask me to violate the code of the mounted. I cannot possibly consider my personal wishes." Keith Morley came to his feet. "I am ready, Sergeant, and by the way, your uniform is at my cabin. No doubt you want to wear it. It has been fumigated and aired. We shall stop at the store and get a pair of very dark goggles for your eyes. You must be careful." Hardy glowed with admiration. Damn it. But he liked this man. No cringing, no begging for quarter. Voice cool and steady, mercilessly turned. Silently the hands of the priest gripped his. "When you are shut away between dark walls, have courage, my son. Always, my prayers are with you, and I shall be waiting for your return." The gentle voice faltered. The two men walked to the door, with misty eyes. The priest listened to the retreating crunch of their webs. "It seems you overstep in pleading this man's case, Sergeant." Inspector Mackenzie looked narrowly at Hardy's earnest face. "I have but given you a detailed report, sir, only adding that the prisoner saved my life, I believe, twice. I have also reported what I have heard concerning him. I made inquiries at every post on the way here. I questioned people who know him. He is honored by all. He has given 3 years of his life to the North without reward. His services are invaluable, for you know, sir, we cannot get half the physicians we need up here." He stamped out the pest at Nichiken. In other posts it is still raging, and Jim King, the driver, is dead too. The inspector sat silent. "Bring in your prisoner," he said finally. Hardy saluted, left the inspector's court Morley, raised haggard eyes questioning. "He is ready for you and Dr. Morley. I want to tell you, I am sorry, damn it. I am sorry. I wish I could have." "I understand, Sergeant." The voice was low, strained. Inspector Mackenzie looked sharply at the man before him. "What have you got to say?" he snapped. "I had to have that letter." "Why?" the inspector barked. "Haven't you read it?" "I gave it to the sergeant." "I want your story first, then I'll read it." McAndrews and I had quarreled bitterly. He accused me of 2 friendly relations with a half-breed girl at the post. The accusation was false. The girl was only grateful for my pulling her through a siege of pneumonia. Someone aroused McAndrews' suspicions, and he was stubborn. Wouldn't listen to me or believe me. His daughter Alice and I are engaged. She is spending the winter in Quebec, and we were to be married on her return. He wrote her, telling her the sort of man he thought I was, and told her to break our engagement immediately. She is a type of girl who believes absolutely in her father. Thinks he can do no wrong. That he's never mistaken. She is loyal and devoted to him. He insisted on my reading his letter, doubtless to convince me that Alice was lost to me, irrevocably. And she would have been. She would never have listened to me. Morley paused a moment. I knew the letter went out on that mail. I determined to get it, and I did. Involuntarily, Mackenzie nodded. Did a memory of his own hot-blooded youth return to him? Youth that will dare much for the loved one? I intended returning immediately to the post. My short absence would not have been noticed, for I often go in the woods where sickness has been reported. Within a week or so, I intended going to Quebec and urge Alice to marry me there. I think she would have, for we love each other. Then we would have returned to the post, for my work is here, in the north. That I love Morley fell silent. Seems to me it was an act of providence that Alice McAndrews never received that letter. Her father and mother dead. The poor girl needs the man she loves, Hardy ventured. He kept a wary eye on the inspector as he spoke. Mackenzie stared at his sergeant fixedly, then picked up McAndrews's letter. He read it thoughtfully, his heavy brows drawn together, his face grave. Merciless's hopes died. There was no softness, no sympathy in that rock-like face. To be locked in prison, while the pest still raged, when he was so badly needed. And Alice, alone in her bereavement. He groaned aloud. Hardy's face was moody as he watched Mackenzie. The law recognizes extenuating circumstances. Mackenzie was speaking. I feel that I am justified in dismissing this case. You are free, Dr. Morley. He rose, held out his hand. Inspector Mackenzie's eyes twinkled as he looked at his sergeant. End of Code of the Mounted by Floria Howe Bruess.
The Rajah's Diamond by Robert Louis Stevenson. The 4 stories published under this general title are 4 steps in the unraveling of the mystery of the Pride of Kashgar. That marvelous diamond, as big as a duck's egg and without a flaw, whose value in money would be sufficient to build cathedrals more stately than Ely or Cologne. Through them moves that prince of entertainers, Prince Florizel of Bohemia. The buoyant, extravagant note of the author is one of the most refreshing things in short story literature, and the stories have that rare quality of charm which was the peculiar grace of the author's personality. The Rajah's Diamond story of the Bandbox, up to the age of 16, at a private school and afterward at one of those great institutions for which England is justly famous. Mr. Harry Hartley had received the ordinary education of a gentleman. At that period he manifested a remarkable distaste for study, and his only surviving parent being both weak and ignorant, he was permitted thenceforward to spend his time in the attainment of petty and purely elegant accomplishments. 2 years later he was left an orphan and almost a beggar for all active and industrious pursuits. Harry was unfitted alike by nature and training. He could sing romantic ditties and accompany himself with discretion on the piano. He was a graceful, although a timid cavalier. He had a pronounced taste for chess, and nature had sent him into the world with one of the most engaging exteriors that can well be fancied. Blond and pink, with dove's eyes and a gentle smile, he had an air of agreeable tenderness and melancholy, and the most submissive and caressing manners. But when all is said, he was not the man to lead armaments of war or direct the councils of a state. A fortunate chance and some influence obtained for Harry at the time of his bereavement the position of private secretary to Major General Sir Thomas Vandeleur. Sir Thomas was a man of 60, loud-spoken, boisterous and domineering. For some reason, some service, the nature of which had been often whispered and repeatedly denied, the Rajah of Kashgar had presented this officer with the 6th known diamond of the world. The gift transformed General Vandeleur from a poor into a wealthy man, from an obscure and unpopular soldier into one of the lions of London society. The possessor of the Rajah's diamond was welcome in the most exclusive circles. And he had found a lady, young, beautiful, and well-born, who was willing to call the diamond hers, even at the price of marriage, with Sir Thomas Vandeleur. It was commonly said at the time that, as like draws to like, one jewel had attracted another. Certainly, Lady Vandeleur was not only a gem of the finest water in her own person, but she showed herself to the world in a very costly setting. And she was considered by many respectable authorities as one among the 3 or 4 best-dressed women in England. Harry's duty as secretary was not particularly onerous, but he had a dislike for all prolonged work. It gave him pain to ink his fingers, and the charm of Lady Vandeleur and her toilettes drew him often from the library to the boudoir. He had the prettiest ways among women, could talk fashions with enjoyment, and was never more happy than when criticizing a shade of ribbon or running on an errand to the milliner's. In short, Sir Thomas's correspondence fell into pitiful arrears, and my lady had another lady's maid. At last the general, who was one of the least patient of military commanders, arose from his place in a violent access of passion and indicated to his secretary that he had no further need for his services, with one of those explanatory gestures which are most rarely employed between gentlemen. The door being unfortunately open, Mr. Hartley fell downstairs head foremost. He arose somewhat hurt and very deeply aggrieved. The life in the general's house precisely suited him. He moved on a more or less doubtful footing in very genteel company. He did little, he ate of the best, and he had a lukewarm satisfaction in the presence of Lady Vandeleur, which in his own heart he dubbed by a more emphatic name. Immediately after he had been outraged by the military foot, he hurried to the boudoir and recounted his sorrows. "You know very well, my dear Harry," replied Lady Vandeleur, for she called him by name like a child or a domestic servant, "that you never by any chance do what the general tells you. No more do I, you may say, but that is different. A woman can earn her pardon for a good year of disobedience by a single adroit submission, and besides, no one is married to his private secretary. I shall be sorry to lose you, but since you cannot stay longer in a house where you have been insulted, I shall wish you goodbye, and I promise you to make the general smart for his behavior." Harry's countenance fell, tears came into his eyes, and he gazed on Lady Vandeleur with a tender reproach. "My lady," said he, "what is an insult? I should think little indeed of anyone who could not forgive them by the score. But to leave one's friend, to tear up the bonds of affection—" He was unable to continue, for his emotion choked him, and he began to weep. Lady Vandeleur looked at him with a curious expression. "This little fool," she thought, "imagines himself to be in love with me. Why should he not become my servant instead of the general's? He is good-natured, obliging, and understands dress, and besides, it will keep him out of mischief. He is positively too pretty to be unattached." That night she talked over the general, who was already somewhat ashamed of his vivacity, and Harry was transferred to the feminine department, where his life was little short of heavenly. He was always dressed with uncommon nicety, wore delicate flowers in his buttonhole, and could entertain a visitor with tact and pleasantry. He took a pride in civility to a beautiful woman, received Lady Vandeleur's commands as so many marks of favor, and was pleased to exhibit himself before other men who derided and despised him in his character of male lady's maid and man milliner. Nor could he think enough of his existence from a moral point of view. Wickedness seemed to him an essentially male attribute, and to pass one's days with a delicate woman and principally occupied about trimmings was to inhabit an enchanted isle among the storms of life. One fine morning he came into the drawing-room and began to arrange some music on the top of the piano. Lady Vandeleur, at the other end of the apartment, was speaking somewhat eagerly with her brother Charlie Pendragon, an elderly young man, much broken with dissipation and very lame of one foot. The private secretary, to whose entrance they paid no regard, could not avoid overhearing a part of their conversation. "Today or never," said the lady. "Once and for all, it shall be done today. Today, if it must be," replied the brother with a sigh. But it is a false step, a ruinous step, Clara, and we shall live to repent it dismally." Lady Vandeleur looked her brother steadily and somewhat strangely in the face. "You forget," she said. "The man must die at last." "Upon my word, Clara," said Pendragon, "I believe you are the most heartless rascal in England." "You men," she returned, "are so coarsely built that you can never appreciate a shade of meaning. You are yourselves rapacious, violent, immodest, careless of distinction, and yet the least thought for the future shocks you in a woman. I have no patience with such stuff. You would despise in a common banker the imbecility that you expect to find in us." "You are very likely right," replied her brother. "You were always cleverer than I, and, anyway, you know my motto, the family before all." "Yes, Charlie," she returned, taking his hand in hers, "I know your motto better than you know it yourself, and Clara before the family. Is not that the second part of it? Indeed, you are the best of brothers, and I love you dearly." Mr. Pendragon got up, looking a little confused by these family endearments. "I had better not be seen," said he. "I understand my part to a miracle, and I'll keep an eye on the tame cat." "Do," she replied. "He is an abject creature, and might ruin all." She kissed the tips of her fingers to him daintily, and the brother withdrew by the boudoir and the back stair. "Harry," said Lady Vandeleur, turning toward the secretary as soon as they were alone, "I have a commission for you this morning, but you shall take a cab. I cannot have my secretary freckled." She spoke the last words with emphasis and a look of half-motherly pride that caused great contentment to poor Harry, and he professed himself charmed to find an opportunity of serving her. "It is another of our great secrets," she went on archly, "and no one must know of it but my secretary and me. Sir Thomas would make the saddest disturbance, and if you only knew how weary I am of these scenes—" "Oh, Harry, Harry, can you explain to me what makes you men so violent and unjust? But indeed, I know you cannot. You are the only man in the world who knows nothing of these shameful passions. You are so good, Harry, and so kind. You, at least, can be a woman's friend, and, do you know, I think you make the others more ugly by comparison. It is you," said Harry gallantly, "who are so kind to me." "You treat me like a mother," interposed Lady Vandeleur. "I try to be a mother to you. Or at least," she corrected herself with a smile, "almost a mother. I am afraid I am too young to be your mother, really. Let us say a friend, a dear friend." She paused long enough to let her words take effect in Harry's sentimental quarters, but not long enough to allow him a reply. "But all this is beside our purpose," she resumed. "You will find a bandbox in the left-hand side of the oak wardrobe. It is underneath the pink slip that I wore on Wednesday with my Mechlin. You will take it immediately to this address," and she gave him a paper. "But do not, on any account, let it out of your hands until you have received a receipt written by myself. Do you understand? Answer. If you please, answer. This is extremely important, and I must ask you to pay some attention." Harry pacified her by repeating her instructions perfectly. And she was just going to tell him more when General Vandeleur flung into the apartment scarlet with anger and holding a long and elaborate milliner's bill in his hand. "Will you look at this, madam?" cried he. "Will you have the goodness to look at this document? I know well enough you married me for my money, and I hope I can make as great allowances as any other man in the service. But, as sure as God made me, I mean to put a period to this disreputable prodigality." "Mr. Hartley," said Lady Vandeleur, "I think you understand what you have to do. May I ask you to see to it at once?" "Stop," said the General, addressing Harry. "One word before you go." And then, turning again to Lady Vandeleur, "What is this precious fellow's errand?" he demanded. "I trust him no further than I do yourself, let me tell you. If he had as much as the rudiments of honesty, he would scorn to stay in this house, and what he does for his wages is a mystery to all the world. What is his errand, madam, and why are you hurrying him away?" "I supposed you had something to say to me in private," replied the lady. "You spoke about an errand," insisted the general. "Do not attempt to deceive me in my present state of temper. You certainly spoke about an errand, if you insist on making your servants privy to our humiliating dissensions," replied Lady Vandeleur. "Perhaps I had better ask Mr. Hartley to sit down." "No," she continued. "Then you may go. Mr. Hartley, I trust you may remember all that you have heard in this room. It may be useful to you." Harry at once made his escape from the drawing-room, and as he ran upstairs he could hear the general's voice upraised in declamation and the thin tones of Lady Vandeleur planting icy repartees at every opening. How cordially he admired the wife! How skillfully she could evade an awkward question! With what secure effrontery she repeated her instructions under the very guns of the enemy! And, on the other hand, how he detested the husband! There had been nothing unfamiliar in the morning's events, for he was continually in the habit of serving Lady Vandeleur on secret missions, principally connected with millinery. There was a skeleton in the house, as he well knew. The bottomless extravagance and the unknown liabilities of the wife had long since swallowed her own fortune, and threatened day by day to engulf that of the husband. Once or twice in every year exposure and ruin seemed imminent, and Harry kept trotting round to all sorts of furnishers' shops, telling small fibs and paying small advances on the gross amount, until another term was tided over, and the lady and her faithful secretary breathed again. For Harry, in a double capacity, was heart and soul upon that side of the war. Not only did he adore Lady Vandeleur and fear and dislike her husband, but he naturally sympathized with the love of finery, and his own single extravagance was at the tailor's. He found the bandbox where it had been described, arranged his toilet with care, and left the house. The sun shone brightly. The distance he had to travel was considerable, and he remembered with dismay that the general's sudden irruption had prevented Lady Vandeleur from giving him money for a cab. On this sultry day, there was every chance that his complexion would suffer severely, and to walk through so much of London with a bandbox on his arm was a humiliation almost insupportable to a youth of his character. He paused, and took counsel with himself. The Vandeleurs lived in Eaton Place. His destination was near Notting Hill. Plainly he might cross the park by keeping well in the open and avoiding populous alleys. And he thanked his stars when he reflected that it was still comparatively early in the day. Anxious to be rid of his incubus, he walked somewhat faster than his ordinary, and he was already some way through Kensington Gardens when, in a solitary spot among the trees, he found himself confronted by the general. "I beg your pardon, Sir Thomas," observed Harry, politely falling on one side, for the other stood directly in his path. "Where are you going, sir?" asked the general. "I am taking a little walk among the trees," replied the lad. The general struck the bandbox with his cane. "With that thing?" he cried. "You lie, sir, and you know you lie." "Indeed, Sir Thomas," returned Harry, "I am not accustomed to be questioned in so high a key." "You do not understand your position," said the general. "You are my servant, and a servant of whom I have conceived the most serious suspicions. How do I know but that your box is full of teaspoons?" "It contains a silk hat belonging to a friend," said Harry. "Very well," replied General Vandeleur. "Then I want to see your friend's silk hat. I have," he added grimly, "a singular curiosity for hats, and I believe you know me to be somewhat positive." "I beg your pardon, Sir Thomas. I am exceedingly grieved," Harry apologized, "but indeed this is a private affair." The general caught him roughly by the shoulder with one hand, while he raised his cane in the most menacing manner with the other. Harry gave himself up for loss, but at the same moment Heaven vouchsafed him an unexpected defender in the person of Charlie Pendragon, who now strode forward from behind the trees. "Come, come, General, hold your hands," said he. "This is neither courteous nor manly." "Aha!" cried the general, wheeling round upon his new antagonist. "Mr. Pendragon, and do you suppose, Mr. Pendragon, that Because I have had the misfortune to marry your sister, I shall suffer myself to be dogged and thwarted by a discredited and bankrupt libertine like you. My acquaintance with Lady Vandeleur, sir, has taken away all my appetite for the other members of her family. And do you fancy, General Vandeleur, retorted Charlie, that because my sister has had the misfortune to marry you, she there and then forfeited her rights and privileges as a lady? I own, sir, that by that action she did as much as anybody could to derogate from her position. But to me, she is still a Pendragon. I make it my business to protect her from ungentlemanly outrage. And if you were 10 times her husband, I would not permit her liberty to be restrained, nor her private messengers to be violently arrested. How is that, Mr. Hartley? Interrogated the General. Mr. Pendragon is of my opinion, it appears. He too suspects that Lady Vandeleur has something to do with your friend's silk hat. Charlie saw that he had committed an unpardonable blunder, which he hastened to repair. How, sir? He cried. I suspect, do you say? I suspect nothing. Only where I find strength abused and a man brutalizing his inferiors, I take the liberty to interfere. As he said these words, he made a sign to Harry, which the latter was too dull or too much troubled to understand. In what way am I to construe your attitude, sir? Demanded Vandeleur. Why, sir, as you please, returned Pendragon. The General once more raised his cane and made a cut for Charlie's head, but the latter, lame foot and all, evaded the blow with his umbrella, ran in, and immediately closed with his formidable adversary. Run, Harry, run, he cried. Run, you dolts! Harry stood petrified for a moment, watching the two men sway together in this fierce embrace. Then he turned and took to his heels. When he cast a glance over his shoulder, he saw the General prostrate under Charlie's knee, but still making desperate efforts to reverse the situation, and the garden seemed to have filled with people who were running from all directions toward the scene of the fight. This spectacle lent the secretary wings, and he did not relax his pace until he had gained the Bayswater Road and plunged at random into an unfrequented by-street. To see two gentlemen of his acquaintance thus brutally mauling each other was deeply shocking to Harry. He desired to forget the sight. He desired above all to put as great a distance as possible between himself and General Vandeleur, and in his eagerness for this he forgot everything about his destination and hurried before him headlong and trembling. When he remembered that Lady Vandeleur was the wife of one and the sister of the other of these gladiators, his heart was touched with sympathy for a woman so distressingly misplaced in life. Even his own situation in the General's household looked hardly so pleasing as usual in the light of these violent transactions. He had walked some little distance busied with these meditations before a slight collision with another passenger reminded him of the bandbox on his arm. "Heavens!" cried he. "Where was my head, and whither have I wandered?" Thereupon he consulted the envelope which Lady Vandeleur had given him. The address was there, but without a name. Harry was simply directed to ask for the gentleman who expected a parcel from Lady Vandeleur, and, if he were not at home, to await his return. The gentleman, added the note, should present a receipt in the handwriting of the lady herself. All this seemed mightily mysterious, and Harry was above all astonished at the omission of the name and the formality of the receipt. He had thought little of this last when he heard it dropped in conversation, but reading it in cold blood and taking it in connection with the other strange particulars, he became convinced that he was engaged in perilous affairs. For half a moment he had a doubt of Lady Vandeleur herself, for he found these obscure proceedings somewhat unworthy of so high a lady, and became more critical when her secrets were preserved against himself. But her empire over his spirit was too complete. He dismissed his suspicions and blamed himself roundly for having so much as entertained them. In one thing, however, his duty and interest, his generosity and his terrors coincided to get rid of the bandbox with the greatest possible dispatch. He accosted the first policeman and courteously inquired his way,
It turned out that he was already not far from his destination, and a walk of a few minutes brought him to a small house in a lane, freshly painted, and kept with the most scrupulous attention. The knocker and bell-pull were highly polished. Flowering pot herbs garnished the sills of the different windows, and curtains of some rich material concealed the interior from the eyes of curious passengers. The place had an air of repose and secrecy, and Harry was so far caught with this spirit that he knocked with more than usual discretion, and was more than usually careful to remove all impurity from his boots. A servant maid of some personal attractions immediately opened the door and seemed to regard the secretary with no unkind eyes. "This is the parcel from Lady Vandeleur," said Harry. "I know," replied the maid with a nod, "but the gentleman is from home. Will you leave it with me?" "I cannot," answered Harry. "I am directed not to part with it but upon a certain condition, and I must ask you, I am afraid, to let me wait." "Well," said she, "I suppose I may let you wait. I am lonely enough, I can tell you, and you do not look as though you would eat a girl. But be sure and do not ask the gentleman's name, for that I am not to tell you." "Do you say so?" cried Harry. "Why, how strange! But indeed, for some time back I walk among surprises. One question I think I may surely ask without indiscretion. Is he the master of this house?" "He is a lodger, and not 8 days old at that," returned the maid. "And now a question for a question. Do you know Lady Vandeleur?" "I am her private secretary," replied Harry with a glow of modest pride. "She is pretty, is she not?" pursued the servant. "Oh, beautiful!" cried Harry. "Wonderfully lovely, and not less good and kind." "You look kind enough yourself," she retorted. "And I wager you were worth a dozen Lady Vandeleurs." Harry was properly scandalized. "I," he cried, "I am only a secretary." "Do you mean that for me?" said the girl. "Because I am only a housemaid, if you please." And then, relenting at the sight of Harry's obvious confusion, "I know you mean nothing of the sort," she added, "and I like your looks, but I think nothing of your Lady Vandeleur." "Oh, these mistresses!" she cried. "To send out a real gentleman like you, with a bandbox, in broad day." During this talk they had remained in their original positions, she on the doorstep, he on the sidewalk, bareheaded for the sake of coolness, and with the bandbox on his arm. But upon this last speech, Harry, who was unable to support such point-blank compliments to his appearance, nor the encouraging look with which they were accompanied, began to change his attitude and glance from left to right in perturbation. In so doing, he turned his face toward the lower end of the lane, and there, to his indescribable dismay, his eyes encountered those of General Vandeleur. The general, in a prodigious fluster of heat, hurry, and indignation, had been scouring the streets in chase of his brother-in-law, but so soon as he caught a glimpse of the delinquent secretary, his purpose changed. His anger flowed into a new channel, and he turned on his heel and came tearing up the lane with truculent gestures and vociferations. Harry made but one bolt of it into the house, driving the maid before him, and the door was slammed in his pursuer's countenance. "Is there a bar? Will it lock?" asked Harry, while a salvo on the knocker made the house echo from wall to wall. "Why, what is wrong with you?" asked the maid. "Is it this old gentleman?" "If he gets hold of me," whispered Harry, "I am as good as dead. He has been pursuing me all day, carries a sword stick, and is an Indian military officer." "These are fine manners," cried the maid. "And what, if you please, may be his name?" "It is the general, my master," answered Harry. "He is after this bandbox." "Did not I tell you?" cried the maid in triumph. "I told you I thought worse than nothing of your Lady Vandeleur, and if you had an eye in your head you might see what she is for yourself. An ungrateful minx, I will be bound for that." The general renewed his attack upon the knocker, and his passion, growing with delay, began to kick and beat upon the panels of the door. "It is lucky," observed the girl, "that I am alone in the house. Your general may hammer until he is weary, and there is none to open for him. Follow me." So saying, she led Harry into the kitchen, where she made him sit down, and stood by him herself, in an affectionate attitude, with a hand upon his shoulder. The din at the door, so far from abating, continued to increase in volume, and at each blow the unhappy secretary was shaken to the heart. "What is your name?" asked the girl. "Harry Hartley," he replied. "Mine," she went on, "is Prudence. Do you like it?" "Very much," said Harry. "But hear for a moment how the general beats upon the door. He will certainly break it in, and then, in heaven's name, what have I to look for but death?" "You put yourself very much about with no occasion," answered Prudence. "Let your general knock. He will do no more than blister his hands. Do you think I would keep you here if I were not sure to save you?" "Oh no, I am a good friend to those that please me, and we have a back door upon another lane. But," she added, checking him, for he had got upon his feet immediately on this welcome news, "but I will not show you where it is unless you kiss me." "Will you, Harry? That I will," he cried, remembering his gallantry. "Not for your backed door, but because you are good and pretty." And he administered 2 or 3 cordial salutes, which were returned to him in kind. Then Prudence led him to the back gate, and put her hand upon the key. "Will you come and see me?" she asked. "I will indeed," said Harry. "Do not I owe you my life? And now," she added, opening the door, "run as hard as you can, for I shall let in the general." Harry scarcely required this advice. Fear had him by the forelock, and he addressed himself diligently to flight. A few steps and he believed he would escape from his trials and return to Lady Vandeleur in honor and safety. But these few steps had not been taken before he heard a man's voice hailing him by name with many execrations, and, looking over his shoulder, he beheld Charlie Pendragon waving him with both arms to return. The shock of this new incident was so sudden and profound, and Harry was already worked into so high a state of nervous tension, that he could think of nothing better than to accelerate his pace and continue running. He should certainly have remembered the scene in Kensington Gardens. He should certainly have concluded that, where the general was his enemy, Charlie Pendragon could be no other than a friend. But such was the fever and perturbation of his mind that he was struck by none of these considerations, and only continued to run the faster up the lane. Charlie, by the sound of his voice and the vile terms that he hurled after the secretary, was obviously beside himself with rage. He too ran his very best, but try as he might, the physical advantages were not upon his side, and his outcries and the fall of his lame foot on the macadam began to fall further and further into the wake. Harry's hopes began once more to arise. The lane was both steep and narrow, but it was exceedingly solitary, bordered on either hand by garden walls overhung with foliage, and for as far as the fugitive could see in front of him, there was neither a creature moving nor an open door. Providence, weary of persecution, was now offering him an open field for his escape. Ollers, as he came abreast of a garden door under a tuft of chestnuts, it was suddenly drawn back, and he could see inside upon a garden path the figure of a butcher's boy with his tray upon his arm. He had hardly recognized the fact before he was some steps beyond upon the other side, but the fellow had had time to observe him. He was evidently much surprised to see a gentleman go by at so unusual a pace, and he came out into the lane and began to call after Harry with shouts of ironical encouragement. His appearance gave a new idea to Charlie Pendragon, who, although he was now sadly out of breath, once more upraised his voice. "Stop, thief!" he cried. And immediately the butcher's boy had taken up the cry and joined in the pursuit. This was a bitter moment for the hunted secretary. It is true that his terror enabled him once more to improve his pace and gain with every step on his pursuers. But he was well aware that he was near the end of his resources, and should he meet anyone coming the other way, his predicament in the narrow lane would be desperate indeed. "I must find a place of concealment," he thought, "and that within the next few seconds, or all is over with me in this world." Scarcely had the thought crossed his mind than the lane took a sudden turning, and he found himself hidden from his enemies. There are circumstances in which even the least energetic of mankind learn to behave with vigor and decision, and the most cautious forget their prudence and embrace foolhardy resolutions. This was one of those occasions for Harry Hartley, and those who knew him best would have been the most astonished at the lad's audacity. He stopped dead, flung the bandbox over a garden wall, and leaping upward with incredible agility and seizing the cokestone with his hands, he tumbled headlong after it into the garden. He came to himself a moment afterward, seated in a border of small rose bushes. His hands and knees were cut and bleeding, for the wall had been protected against such an escalade by a liberal provision of old bottles, and he was conscious of a general dislocation and a painful swimming in the head. Facing him across the garden, which was in admirable order and set with flowers of the most delicious perfume, he beheld the back of a house. It was of considerable extent and plainly habitable, but, in odd contrast to the grounds, it was crazy, ill-kept, and of a mean appearance. On all other sides the circuit of the garden wall appeared unbroken. He took in these features of the scene with mechanical glances, but his mind was still unable to piece together or draw a rational conclusion from what he saw. And when he heard footsteps advancing on the gravel, although he turned his eyes in that direction, it was with no thought either for defense or flight. The newcomer was a large, coarse, and very sordid personage in gardening clothes, and with a watering pot in his left hand. One less confused would have been affected with some alarm at the sight of this man's huge proportions and black and lowering eyes. But Harry was too gravely shaken by his fall to be so much as terrified. And if he was unable to divert his glances from the gardener, he remained absolutely passive, and suffered him to draw near, to take him by the shoulder, and to plant him roughly on his feet, without a motion of resistance. For a moment the two stared into each other's eyes, Harry fascinated, the man filled with wrath and a cruel, sneering humor. "Who are you?" he demanded at last. "Who are you to come flying over my wall and break my Gloire de Dijon? What is your name?" he added, shaking him. "And what may be your business here?" Harry could not as much as proffer a word in explanation. But just at that moment Pendragon and the butcher's boy went clumping past, and the sound of their feet and their hoarse cries echoed loudly in the narrow lane. The gardener had received his answer, and he looked down into Harry's face with an obnoxious smile. "A thief," he said, "upon my word, and a very good thing you must make of it, for I see you dressed like a gentleman from top to toe. Are you not ashamed to go about the world in such a trim, with honest folk, I dare say, glad to buy all cast-off finery second-hand? Speak up, you dog," the man went on. "You can understand English, I suppose? And I mean to have a bit of talk with you before I march you to the station." "Indeed, sir," said Harry, "this is all a dreadful misconception, and if you will go with me to Sir Thomas Vandeleur's in Eaton Place, I can promise that all will be made plain. The most upright person, as I now perceive, can be led into suspicious positions." "My little man," replied the gardener, "I will go with you no further than the station-house in the next street. The inspector, no doubt, will be glad to take a stroll with you as far as Eaton Place and have a bit of afternoon tea with your great acquaintances. Or would you prefer to go direct to the Home Secretary, Sir Thomas Vandeleur? Indeed, perhaps you think I don't know a gentleman when I see one from a common run the hedge like you. Clothes or no clothes, I can read you like a book. Here is a shirt that may be cost as much as my Sunday hat. And that coat, I take it, has never seen the inside of Rag Fair. And then your boots." The man, whose eyes had fallen upon the ground, stopped short in his insulting commentary and remained for a moment looking intently upon something at his feet. When he spoke, his voice was strangely altered. "What, in God's name," said he, "is all this?" Harry, following the direction of the man's eyes, beheld a spectacle that struck him dumb with terror and amazement. In his fall he had descended vertically upon the bandbox, and burst it open from end to end. Thence a great treasure of diamonds had poured forth, and now lay abroad, part trodden in the soil, part scattered on the surface in regal and glittering profusion. There was a magnificent coronet, which he had often admired on Lady Vandeleur. There were rings and brooches, eardrops and bracelets, and even unset brilliants rolling here and there among the rose bushes like drops of morning dew. A princely fortune lay between the two men upon the ground, a fortune in the most inviting, solid and durable form, capable of being carried in an apron, beautiful in itself, and scattering the sunlight in a million rainbow flashes. "Good God!" said Harry, "I am lost!" His mind raced backward into the past with the incalculable velocity of thought, and he began to comprehend his day's adventures, to conceive them as a whole, and to recognize the sad imbroglio in which his own character and fortunes had become involved. He looked round him as if for help, but he was alone in the garden with his scattered diamonds and his redoubtable interlocutor. And when he gave ear, there was no sound but the rustle of the leaves and the hurried pulsation of his heart. It was little wonder if the young man felt himself deserted by his spirits, and with a broken voice repeated his last ejaculation, "I am lost." The gardener peered in all directions with an air of guilt, but there was no face at any of the windows, and he seemed to breathe again. "Pick up a heart," he said, "you fool. The worst of it is done. Why could you not say at first there was enough for 2? 2, he repeated. "Aye, and for 200. But come away from here, where we may be observed. And, for the love of wisdom, straighten out your hat and brush your clothes. You could not travel 2 steps the figure of fun you look just now." While Harry mechanically adopted these suggestions, the gardener, getting upon his knees, hastily drew together the scattered jewels and returned them to the bandbox. The touch of these costly crystals sent a shiver of emotion through the man's stalwart frame. His face was transfigured, and his eyes shone with concupiscence. Indeed, it seemed as if he luxuriously prolonged his occupation and dallied with every diamond that he handled. At last, however, it was done, and, concealing the bandbox in his smock, the gardener beckoned to Harry and preceded him in the direction of the house. Near the door they were met by a young man, evidently in holy orders, dark and strikingly handsome, with a look of mingled weakness and resolution, and very neatly attired after the manner of his caste. The gardener was plainly annoyed by this encounter, but he put as good a face upon it as he could, and accosted the clergyman with an obsequious and smiling air. "Here is a fine afternoon, Mr. Rawls," said he, "a fine afternoon as sure as God made it. And here is a young friend of mine who had a fancy to look at my roses. I took the liberty to bring him in, for I thought none of the lodgers would object." "Speaking for myself," replied the Reverend Mr. Rawls, "I do not. Nor do I fancy any of the rest of us would be more difficult upon so small a matter. The garden is your own, Mr. Raeburn. We must none of us forget that. And because you give us liberty to walk there, we should be indeed ungracious if we so far presumed upon your politeness as to interfere with the convenience of your friends. But on second thoughts," he added, "I believe that this gentleman and I have met before. Mr. Hartley, I think. I regret to observe that you have had a fall." And he offered his hand. A sort of maiden dignity and a desire to delay as long as possible the necessity for explanation moved Harry to refuse this chance of help and to deny his own identity. He chose the tender mercies of the gardener, who was at least unknown to him, rather than the curiosity, and perhaps the doubts, of an acquaintance. "I fear there is some mistake," said he. "My name is Stevenson, and I am a friend of Mr. Raeburn's." "Indeed," said Mr. Rawls, "the likeness is amazing." Mr. Raeburn, who had been upon thorns throughout this colloquy, now felt it high time to bring it to a period. "I wish you a pleasant saunter, sir," said he, and with that he dragged Harry after him into the house and then into a chamber on the garden. His first care was to draw down the blind, but Mr. Raoul still remained where they had left him, in an attitude of perplexity and thought. Then he emptied the broken bandbox on the table and stood before the treasure thus fully displayed, with an expression of rapturous greed and rubbing his hands upon his thighs. For Harry, the sight of the man's face under the influence of this base emotion added another pang to those he was already suffering. It seemed incredible that, from his life of pure and delicate trifling, he should be plunged in a breath among sordid and criminal relations. He could reproach his conscience with no sinful act, and yet he was now suffering the punishment of sin in its most acute and cruel forms, the dread of punishment, the suspicions of the good, and the companionship and contamination of vile and brutal natures. He felt he could lay his life down with gladness to escape from the room and the society of Mr. Raeburn. "And now," said the latter, after he had separated the jewels into two nearly equal parts, and drawn one of them nearer to himself, "and now," said he, "everything in this world has to be paid for, and something sweetly you must know, Mr. Hartley, if such be your name, that I am a man of a very easy temper and good nature, has been my stumbling block from first to last. I could pocket the whole of these pretty pebbles if I chose, and I should like to see you dare to say a word. But I think I must have taken a liking to you, for I declare I have not the heart to shave you so close. So, do you see, in pure kind feeling, I propose that we divide, and these," indicating the two heaps, "are the proportions that seem to me just and friendly. Do you see any objection, Mr. Hartley, may I ask?" "I am not the man to stick upon a brooch. But, sir," cried Harry, "what you propose to me is impossible. The jewels are not mine, and I cannot share what is another's, no matter with whom, nor in what proportions." "They are not yours, are they not?" returned Raeburn. "And you could not share them with anybody, couldn't you? Well now, that is what I call a pity, for here am I obliged to take you to the station. The police, think of that," he continued. "Think of the disgrace for your respectable parents. Think," he went on, taking Harry by the wrist, "think of the colonies and the day of judgment." "I cannot help it," wailed Harry. "It is not my fault. You will not come with me to Eaton Place." "No," replied the man, "I will not. That is certain. And I mean to divide these playthings with you here." And so saying, he applied a sudden and severe torsion to the lad's wrist. Harry could not suppress a scream, and the perspiration burst forth upon his face. Perhaps pain and terror quickened his intelligence, but certainly at that moment the whole business flashed across him in another light, and he saw that there was nothing for it but to accede to the ruffian's proposal and trust to find the house and force him to disgorge under more favorable circumstances. And when he himself was clear from all suspicion, "I agree," he said. "There is a lamb," sneered the gardener. "I thought you would recognize your interests at last. This bandbox," he continued, "I shall burn with my rubbish. It is a thing that curious folk might recognize. And as for you, scrape up your gaieties and put them in your pocket." Harry proceeded to obey, Raeburn watching him, and every now and again his greed rekindled by some bright scintillation, abstracting another jewel from the secretary's share and adding it to his own. When this was finished, both proceeded to the front door, which Raeburn cautiously opened to observe the street. This was apparently clear of passengers, for he suddenly seized Harry by the nape of the neck, and holding his face downward so that he could see nothing but the roadway and the doorsteps of the houses, pushed him violently before him down one street and up another for the space of perhaps a minute and a half. Harry had counted 3 corners before the bully relaxed his grasp, and crying, "Now be off with you," sent the lad flying head foremost with a well-directed and athletic kick. When Harry gathered himself up, half-stunned and bleeding freely at the nose, Mr. Raeburn had entirely disappeared. For the first time, anger and pain so completely overcame the lad's spirits that he burst into a fit of tears and remained sobbing in the middle of the road. After he had thus somewhat assuaged his emotion, he began to look about him, and read the names of the streets at whose intersection he had been deserted by the gardener. He was still in an unfrequented portion of West London, among villas and large gardens, but he could see some persons at a window who had evidently witnessed his misfortune, and almost immediately after a servant came running from the house and offered him a glass of water. At the same time, a dirty rogue, who had been slouching somewhere in the neighborhood, drew near him from the other side. "Poor fellow," said the maid, "how vilely you have been handled, to be sure. Why, your knees are all cut and your clothes ruined. Do you know the wretch who used you so?" "That I do," cried Harry, who was somewhat refreshed by the water, "and shall run him home in spite of his precautions. He shall pay dearly for this day's work, I promise you. You had better come into the house and have yourself washed and brushed," continued the maid. "My mistress will make you welcome, never fear, and see, I will pick up your hat." "Why, love of mercy," she screamed, "if you have not dropped diamonds all over the street!" Such was the case. A good half of what remained to him, after the depredations of Mr. Raeburn, had been shaken out of his pockets by the somersault, and once more lay glittering on the ground. He blessed his fortune that the maid had been so quick of eye. "There is nothing so bad but it might be worse," thought he, and the recovery of these few seemed to him almost as great an affair as the loss of all the rest. But alas, as he stooped to pick up his treasures, the loiterer made a rapid onslaught, overset both Harry and the maid, with a movement of his arms, swept up a double handful of the diamonds, and made off along the street with an amazing swiftness. Harry, as soon as he could get upon his feet, gave chase to the miscreant with many cries, but the latter was too fleet of foot, and probably too well acquainted with the locality, for, turn where the pursuer would, he could find no traces of the fugitive. In the deepest despondency, Harry revisited the scene of his mishap, where the maid, who was still waiting, very honestly returned him his hat and the remainder of the fallen diamonds. Harry thanked her from his heart, and being now in no humor for economy, made his way to the nearest cab-stand and set off for Eaton Place by coach. The house, on his arrival, seemed in some confusion, as if a catastrophe had happened in the family, and the servants clustered together in the hall and were unable, or perhaps not altogether anxious, to suppress their merriment at the tatterdemalion figure of the secretary. He passed them with as good an air of dignity as he could assume, and made directly for the boudoir. When he opened the door, an astonishing and even menacing spectacle presented itself to his eyes, for he beheld the general and his wife, and, of all people, Charlie Pendragon, closeted together and speaking with earnestness and gravity on some important subject. Harry saw at once that there was little left for him to explain. Plenary confession had plainly been made to the general of the intended fraud upon his pocket and the unfortunate miscarriage of the scheme, and they had all made common cause against a common danger. "Thank heaven," cried Lady Vandeleur. "Here he is, the bandbox. Harry, the bandbox." But Harry stood before them silent and downcast. "Speak!" she cried. "Speak!" "Where is the bandbox?" And the men, with threatening gestures, repeated the demand. Harry drew a handful of jewels from his pocket. He was very white. "This is all that remains," said he. "I declare before heaven, it was through no fault of mine, and if you will have patience, although some are lost, I am afraid forever. Others, I am sure, may be still recovered." "Alice," cried Lady Vandeleur, "all our diamonds are gone, and I owe £90,000 for dress." "Madam," said the general, "you might have paved the gutter with your own trash. You might have made debts to 50 times the sum you mention. You might have robbed me of my mother's coronet and ring, and nature might have still so far prevailed that I could have forgiven you at last. But, madam, you have taken the Rajah's diamond, the eye of light, as the Orientals poetically termed it, the pride of Kashgar. You have taken from me the Rajah's diamond, he cried, raising his hands. And all, madam, all is at an end between us. Believe me, General Vandeleur, she replied, that is one of the most agreeable speeches that ever I heard from your lips. And since we are to be ruined, I could almost welcome the change if it delivers me from you. You have told me often enough that I married you for your money. Let me tell you now that I always bitterly repented the bargain. And if you were still marriageable and had a diamond bigger than your head, I should counsel even my maid against a union so uninviting and disastrous. As for you, Mr. Harpley, she continued, turning on the secretary, you have sufficiently exhibited your valuable qualities in this house. We are now persuaded that you equally lack manhood, sense, and self-respect. And I can see only one course open for you: to withdraw instanter, and, if possible, return no more. For your wages, you may rank as a creditor in my late husband's bankruptcy. Harry had scarcely comprehended this insulting address before the general was down upon him with another. And in the meantime, said that personage, follow me before the nearest inspector of police. You may impose upon a simple-minded soldier, sir, but the eye of the law will read your disreputable secret. If I must spend my old age in poverty through your underhand intriguing with my wife, I mean at least that you shall not remain unpunished for your pains, and God, sir, will deny me a very considerable satisfaction if you do not pick oakum from now until your dying day. With that, the general dragged Harry from the apartment and hurried him downstairs and along the street to the police station of the district. End of Story of the Bandbox by Robert Louis Stevenson.